Global Symbiotes, my symbiote is a slime. 651 Improving bloodline quality, the god of slime. Thinking of this, Yefeng quickly stopped using dragon vein technique. And as the body refinement technique ended, Yefeng felt as if something was missing from his body. He felt very empty. As expected. My dragon vein technique is based on dragon power. This dragon seed power is my source of power. Yefeng's expression was dark. If that were the case, then it would be troublesome. His battle strength would fall to the bottom. Moreover, there was still a large amount of poison left in his body. This poison had not been cleared and was still entrenched in the depths of his soul. If it was not removed in time, it would definitely affect the advancement of his cultivation. However, Yefeng did not know that his previous guess was wrong. The evolution of the bloodline did not use blood as a medium, but was controlled by the slime's consciousness. Furthermore, Yefeng discovered that after using his dragon vein technique, not only could it strengthen his defense and attack, he could also control his blood, making his body more suitable for cultivation and easier to control. Moreover, what surprised him the most was that he discovered that his blood could actually temper his body. The thicker the blood, the better the effect. Furthermore, Yefeng's skin membrane, blood vessels, and internal organs were also rapidly transforming. Yefeng only needed to think for a moment before he understood it completely. The reason why this blood was able to transform him was definitely because of the main core in his body. This was the strongest bloodline that was born in his body, it was also the only bloodline that Yefeng had. And at this time, when Yefeng looked at the corpses again, he realized that they had lost all their qi and blood. Haha, I didn't expect my blood to be able to temper my body. Yefeng was extremely excited. He discovered that there were many blood threads on his body. These blood threads were densely packed and covered his entire body. He carefully sensed and discovered that these blood threads were actually connected to his muscles. Furthermore, as his muscles trembled, these blood threads would also tremble. It seems like my strength has increased again. Yefeng felt that his muscles had become tougher, especially his bones. They seemed to have become stronger. This made him pleasantly surprised. It's wrong. Yefeng frowned. These blood threads are actually the impurities in my blood. With these impurities removed, the rank of my bloodline has increased again. Yefeng felt that his bloodline seemed to have evolved. This feeling of evolution was extremely wondrous, and Yefeng could feel that his body had become lighter, as if his every movement had a special rhythm to it. Blood is the carrier of everything. I can control them and make them more condensed and sharp. I can even give them some skills. Yefeng was overjoyed. He could feel that his blood had become viscous, like glue. He tried to clench his hand into a fist and swing it. He immediately felt as if his fist was hitting steel, and a metallic clang was heard. What a powerful physical body! Yefeng was excited. The strength of his muscles was many times stronger than before. His strength was especially terrifying. He had a feeling that even if he stood there without moving, he could withstand the impact of a meteorite. My body is evolving, my will is improving, and my soul is strengthening. Yefeng was extremely shocked. He discovered that his soul seemed to have turned into something else, and his soul was also undergoing a tremendous change. He felt as if his consciousness had left his body and entered an inexplicable realm. It was a pitch-black world, and his consciousness seemed to have entered another world. In that world, there were 3 blurry human silhouettes. They stood above the clouds with their hands behind their backs. When Yefeng's consciousness arrived here, he immediately discovered that he seemed to have arrived at a palace. There were many treasures in the palace. There were all kinds of weapons among these treasures. Some of them were emitting bright lights, but most of them were severely damaged. This is... Yefeng was shocked, and immediately after, he looked into the depths of the palace. He saw a huge crystal wall embedded in the wall. The crystal wall was dark grey in color and there were countless runes on its surface. On the crystal wall, there were 4 words. The god of slime. The god of slime. After Ye Feng saw these words, he was extremely excited. Although he did not know what the god of slime was, he could tell from its name that it was definitely similar to magic. Furthermore, Ye Feng had a faint feeling that this god of slime was very likely related to his symbiotic demon. Thinking of this, Ye Feng quickly came to the crystal wall. This crystal wall was about 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. It was completely made of transparent crystal. Ye Feng only had to touch it once and he could feel a vast and majestic aura gushing toward him. This is... Ye Feng's pupil shrunk. Around the crystal wall, there were countless runes shining. These runes were profound and abstruse, filled with an ancient and vast aura. Around the crystal wall, there were runes engraved. Each of these runes seemed to represent the ultimate truth of heaven and earth and contained extremely powerful strength. Boom! Suddenly, Ye Feng felt a sharp pain in his mind. He felt his consciousness falling into an endless void. Buzz! Just as Ye Feng woke up, he felt that his body had undergone another transformation. His skin became white and clear like jade, glowing with a crystalline fluorescent light. His muscles, in particular, were like steel bars, filled with explosive power. Ye Feng's eyes widened. His dragon god body seemed to have been tempered. As the name suggested, tempering was to excavate the body's potential to the limit and achieve true strength. At this moment, Ye Feng felt that his entire body was filled with endless energy. This energy was so powerful that it could shatter mountains and destroy cities. Moreover, this was only the body of a dragon god. If he continued to evolve, he would be even more powerful. Furthermore, in the depths of Ye Feng's soul, within the original purple-red bloodline, there was now an additional touch of light blue, and within it, there was a drop of fresh blood floating. It was a water droplet. It was crystal clear and there were many complicated patterns on it. This is... Ye Feng looked at the water droplet in shock. He could clearly feel that this water droplet had formed an indescribable connection with his blood. What's wrong with my body? Ye Feng felt that there were waves of energy moving in his body. This feeling made him feel very comfortable. Even at this moment, his strength had definitely surpassed what it was before. He also had a feeling that he could break through to the second level of the bloodline at any time if he wanted to. Is this the power of the dragon god body? 652 The source of power, the true omnipotent expert. Ye Feng's gaze was burning. He could feel that the speed of his physical body's growth was extremely fast, and he could also clearly feel that in his blood, there was a power flowing. This power was extremely abundant and wild. This is the source of power. Ye Feng was excited. He could feel that his bloodline contained an extremely domineering power. As long as he guided it slightly, he could unleash a destructive power. Ye Feng's gaze landed on the crystal wall. From his perspective, this crystal wall seemed to contain the war scenes that the slime race had experienced. This picture was incomplete, and there were only a few of them. After my body transformed, I can actually observe the crystal wall. Ye Feng was surprised, and just as he was about to study it in detail, his expression changed drastically, because he suddenly realized that traces of information were pouring into his mind. The information was the memory of the god of slime. Ye Feng paled in shock, because in this memory, there was actually the inheritance of the god of slime. This is... Ye Feng was extremely shocked. He quickly checked these traces of information. The god of slime was an extremely powerful slime king. It was born at the beginning of the universe. It was said that when it was born, it was a huge slime. It was born in the starry sky and was sleeping in the starry sky. Over the long years, it had absorbed the endless energy in the universe and was born. The Slime King was extremely powerful, and it was the most powerful of all slimes. This fellow had gained intelligence, and had even gained sentience. Over the long years, it had found life after life. These life forms were its test subjects. 100 years. 200 years. 500 years. 700 years. This continued for 100 million years. The Slime King had finally completed its experiment. In its memory, these test subjects had excellent foundations. They had great potential and long lifespans. Their power was also extremely terrifying. Some could even live for 100,000 years after drinking a cup of the slime potion made by it. This was too heaven-defying. The potion created by the Slime King was comparable to an elixir. The formula of the slime potion had long disappeared in the dust of history. No one could control the slime potions created by the Slime King. Even the Slime Kings that surpassed the Slime King could not control it. This was because the potion was made from the essence of the Slime Mother. The Slime Mother was such a powerful existence that even the Slime King did not dare to provoke it. The Slime Mother was the true strongest. Anyone who consumed its essence would obtain a tyrannical power. However, this power could only be maintained for a short period of time. Moreover, it would dry up every 100 years. If one could not replenish their essence for more than 100 years, they would die. Back then, the Slime King had spent a full era to make the slime potion. During the process, the Slime King had personally killed the Slime Mother. This also caused the blood of the Slime Mother to flow into the potion bottle. The blood essence allowed the newly born slimes to possess the special power of the Slime Mother. Although they were only transcendent level existences, their combat power was so powerful that ordinary fierce beasts couldn't compete with them. In particular, once they were in danger, these newly born slimes could escape with the blood of the Slime Mother. F***ck. Ye Feng was extremely shocked. He did not expect that the thing that the god of slime left for him was so powerful. He carefully read through these memories. The god of slime had created a large number of experimental products, and some of them were even branches of the Slime King. For example, some of the Slime Kings had a trace of the blood of the Slime Mother. These slimes might not be as powerful as the Slime Mother, but they still had the power of the Slime Mother. In addition, some slimes were special substances that had been born with sentience. Their potential was extremely huge, but they could not be controlled and form an independent will. This situation was called spirit. This kind of spirit was created by the god of slime. It also had unique wisdom, but this wisdom only belonged to itself. They were the slaves of the god of slime. Ye Feng was shocked in his heart. This god of slime was truly a lunatic. This old monster had created countless eras. From the beginning, it had created a group of slimes. Later, it had created all kinds of life. Then, he had nurtured slimes and created the god of slime. Only this lunatic would do such a thing. Rumble. Slime potion. This thing was developed by Ye Feng in the laboratory of the Cloud Mist Academy a long time ago based on the system's prompt. According to the description on the mural, the effects were exactly the same. Both of them would gain a large amount of benefits. Ye Feng had researched this production method himself, so he naturally knew how to make it. However, this slime potion was actually so valuable. The production process was also very difficult and strict. This was something that Ye Feng did not know. But after Ye Feng's modification, the slime potion that he made was much simpler. What do these murals want to express? Ye Feng did not understand, but he did not have time to think about it. After all, Alyssa was still staring at him like a tiger watching its prey. He took in a deep breath and followed the instructions on the painting. This time, Ye Feng's refining speed was much faster. In less than half an incense's time, Ye Feng had completed a drop of slime potion. This drop of slime potion was light green in color and exuded a strong vitality and activity. Ye Feng did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. Immediately, a vast and violent force started to flow through Ye Feng's throat. This force was too huge, as if it was going to burst him. But Ye Feng was not worried, because this was a benefit. This drop of liquid seems to follow a certain pattern. It's flowing at a certain frequency. Ye Feng could feel that the flow of this slime potion was following a set of special rules. Ye Feng looked at the surrounding walls, only to see that on these murals, there was corresponding information written. What are these? Ye Feng was slightly surprised. He observed carefully and saw that the murals were all about the legends of slimes. 653 Slime Potion, Re-Upgrade and Transformation. Slimes were born in the dark abyss and fed on poisonous creatures. They had strong bodies and could tear everything apart, even the void. Slimes were rare and precious. Each slime was a top combat unit and a priceless treasure. The raw material of the slime potion is the blood essence of the slime mother. So, what's its formula? The blood of the slime mother. Ye Feng mumbled to himself, no, it is impossible for the Slime King to defeat the slime mother and kill it. Otherwise, how could the Slime King become the god of slime? So, this slime potion can't be the blood formula of the slime mother. Then, what is it? Ye Feng frowned as he thought. He tried to break down the slime potion, but the result made his face twitch. The slime potion had indeed been broken down, but after the slime was broken down, it turned into a cloud of grey mist. What is this? Ye Feng was extremely surprised. He grabbed this ball of fog and sniffed it. Immediately, a pungent smell assaulted his nose. Cough, cough. Ye Feng almost choked to death. D***mn it, what the hell is this? It's so stinky. Ye Feng quickly threw away the mist. This mist had a pungent smell. Ye Feng estimated that he would suffocate in 3 seconds after smelling this stench. Forget it. Don't care about it. Let's drink first. Ye Feng did not care. He took the medicine and drank it all. Gulp. Gulp. At this moment, Ye Feng could only feel his body heating up. He felt all the muscles in his body swelling up, his blood vessels expanding, and his veins throbbing. It was like he was filled with life. What? Suddenly, Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. He realized that after drinking the slime potion, the bone armor on his body was changing. Kaka! The sound of a piece of bone breaking rang out. After that, his entire right arm turned pitch black in an instant. This darkness did not mean that Ye Feng's arm had turned black, but the color of his bones had turned black. What's going on? Ye Feng was shocked. He quickly checked and found that these bone armors were actually made up of countless tiny slimes. Moreover, these slimes were densely packed on his arms and palms. Ye Feng's palm had already returned to normal. He raised his palm and when he saw the patterns on it, his pupils shrunk and revealed a look of shock. The patterns are exactly the same as those on the murals. Ye Feng observed carefully. He realized that his body was covered in similar totem patterns. These slime patterns were very complicated and strange, and it made Ye Feng's hair stand on end. These things were definitely unusual. Ye Feng took in a deep breath. He could feel a violent energy surging through his body. It was as if it wanted to destroy everything. He clenched his fist and punched the wall beside him. Boom! This punch smashed out, and a wall instantly collapsed. What the f***ck is this? Ye Feng's eyes were wide open, and he was shocked. He could clearly feel the terrifying power of that punch. Ye Feng's current strength, compared to last night after his breakthrough, was many times stronger. The slime potion is indeed a rare item. This effect is too heaven-defying. Ye Feng was extremely excited. Because Ye Feng had a 100% compatibility with his symbiotic slime, he could basically completely transform the slime's energy. He could already feel the terrifying effects of the slime potion. He felt that his entire body was filled with endless power, and even his soul had become more condensed. It's so good! Ye Feng stretched his body. He felt as light as a feather. Although the slime potion is powerful, the side effects are extremely severe. After taking 1 drop, you will need to sleep for a full day. Ye Feng sighed. Ye Feng retracted his consciousness and returned to reality. At this moment, he opened his eyes. In his eyes, Two purple gold flames flickered non-stop, and on the surface of Yefeng's body, there were even traces of deep blue flames. In my current state, if I continue to use the slime potion, I might be able to fight against Alyssa's mental power. Brat, after entering the spiritual world, your body will be protected by the origin energy in all aspects. By right, I should be giving you an invisible hand at this time, Alyssa said softly. She smiled slightly. That smile was like a pair of hands that were constantly caressing Yefeng's face. I didn't expect you to come out so quickly. Since you've removed your guard, you can die now. As soon as Alyssa finished speaking, an invisible aura surged from all directions. Yefeng was shocked. He immediately retreated and maintained a distance. This was because Alyssa was a white-robed priest and a chaos mage. She was skilled in magic. Yefeng naturally had to keep a certain distance from her. Of course, if he made the first move, the closer he was to her, the better. However, it was a little awkward. Before Yefeng even got close to Alyssa, he felt that his movements had slowed down. This feeling was very mystical. It was as if there was some sort of binding force affecting Yefeng. What magic is this? Yefeng raised his brows. He noticed that Alyssa was standing far away and looking at him quietly, her beautiful eyes revealing a mocking expression. You're too slow. Alyssa shook her head. She stretched out a jade-like finger and flicked it at Yefeng. Whoosh! This finger was like a bolt of lightning. It went straight for Yefeng's forehead. Yefeng's heart trembled, his body stiffened, and he tilted his head and dodged this finger. Shua! This finger landed on the wall beside Yefeng. Instantly, stone fragments flew everywhere, and a shallow hole was left on the wall where the finger had pierced through. You dodged it. Alyssa's gaze turned cold. You actually dodged it. How is this possible? Yefeng was also shocked. This Alyssa's attack speed had surpassed his. Moreover, he could clearly sense that the magic Alyssa cast actually gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Could it be that Alyssa's mental energy is extremely high, or even higher than mine? Yefeng furrowed his brows. That shouldn't be the case. According to Yefeng's knowledge from his previous life, a psyche that was higher than his was already terrifying. After all, a mage's mental strength was extremely terrifying, killing people without anyone noticing and disdaining others. However, this wasn't the case for Alyssa. On the contrary, her magic seemed to be a soul attack. 654 The dominance of the Void Sword Chi, the space of despair. Soul attacks were related to the level of one's spiritual energy, just like how a symbiotic demon cultivated their physical body and spiritual energy. However, Yefeng did not have time to think. Alyssa's attack speed was too fast, and she arrived in the blink of an eye. Bang! 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 Only to see that a void space had appeared in front of Yefeng, and within this space, Yefeng was sealed. This blockade was like a sword, trapping Yefeng on the spot. Moreover, as Alyssa swung her fist, the long sword condensed from the void also rapidly slashed down. The sharpness of the sword was terrifying. It could even cut an iron mountain. Yefeng gritted his teeth, activating his mental energy crazily to resist the other party's attack. Even so, his spiritual power was still unable to support it. Yefeng could only barely move his feet, trying to avoid that incorporeal long sword. Whoosh! Finally, after Yefeng dodged that sword, his clothes were torn apart, and a wound appeared on his skin. This wound caused his blood to seep out. Yefeng's expression turned dark. This time, he had truly experienced the dominance of the Void Sword Chi. Humph, is this your limit? Looking at Yefeng's pathetic state, Alyssa laughed. Then, she suddenly raised her hand. A fireball appeared out of thin air again and exploded. The flames spread throughout the room and burned it red. Yefeng's foot stomped on the ground, and an icy cold aura spread out. The sparks that filled the sky were actually extinguished in an instant. Then, his figure suddenly disappeared. Alyssa frowned, and she saw Yefeng appearing behind her. Yefeng did not waste any words. He stretched out one of his arms. The dagger in his hand pierced through the air, stabbing toward Alyssa. Pucci! This slash was aimed at a vital point on Alyssa's back, but Alyssa easily twisted her body and dodged it. Yefeng's body suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he swept the dagger horizontally, launching another sneak attack. However, Alyssa dodged again. After a few rounds of fighting, Yefeng's expression suddenly changed. He could feel a strange aura coming from Alyssa's body. Boom! The area that Yefeng was in earlier collapsed, forming a deep black whirlpool. This scene scared Yefeng. This was a teleportation gate. He had clearly heard the sounds of fighting from outside. Moreover, this battle cry contained an intense angry roar, "Catch him and kill him! Oh no, I've been teleported!" Yefeng's expression was ugly. Alyssa's teleportation gate was a random teleportation. He did not even know where he was teleported to, and he might even encounter other enemies. Yefeng's expression was uncertain. He glanced at Alyssa before turning around and running away. "Hehe, you won't be able to run away." Alyssa's voice was filled with ridicule. Yefeng could feel her aura gradually increasing. And Yefeng did not dare to turn back. He used all his strength to rush toward a direction. Suddenly, he bumped into something. Yefeng's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head and realized that it was actually a wall. He crashed into the wall, and the wall was the wall on the other side. What? His voice was filled with doubt. Yefeng looked at his surroundings. The situation here was similar to the room earlier, but there were no windows. It was made up of walls. He kept trying to find a way out. Unfortunately, it was a wall every time. Other than this wall, there was no other exit. Furthermore, Yefeng faintly realized that his body seemed to be locked up. No matter how many methods he used, he could not break free. Haha, Yefeng, this spell is called the Space of Despair. You have been trapped. Unless you can break this spell, don't even think about leaving. Alyssa's voice rang out as she slowly walked into the Space of Despair. She glanced at Yefeng, her face full of mockery. Your strength is not bad, but unfortunately, in the Space of Despair, I am the only master. I can decide your life and death at will. Your life belongs to me. Alyssa spoke each word with a haughty tone, as if she were a noble empress looking down on her servant. Yefeng's expression was dark. His body had been completely sealed, and his mental energy could not leave his body at all. In such a state, it was as if an ordinary person had been kidnapped. He couldn't even escape. Furthermore, in this Space of Despair, Yefeng only had one thing to do. Alyssa, I'll definitely take revenge for today's humiliation. Yefeng's gaze was cold. He stared at Alyssa. Revenge? How are you going to take revenge? Alyssa sneered. The gap between us is a chasm that a lowly commoner like you can't cross. She shook her head, her face full of mockery and contempt. However, just as she was about to say something, Wang! Alyssa's expression changed slightly because she felt a slight fluctuation in her mind. This was a soul fluctuation, a kind of wonderful soul vibration. What's going on? Alyssa was shocked. She was no stranger to the fluctuations of the soul. It was an extreme pain. *mit. He's the one behind this. Alyssa immediately reacted. Her gaze immediately landed on Yefeng, eyes flashing with killing intent. She had long suspected that there was something wrong with Yefeng, and now it seemed that she was right. Yefeng did not know why Alyssa suddenly revealed her killing intent, but he knew that in this situation, he had to escape. His figure was incomparably swift, and he rushed out in an instant. At this moment, Alyssa's figure flickered as she also chased after him. Lowly fellow! Alyssa was extremely resentful. You actually want to escape from my control? You're simply dreaming. Alyssa gritted her teeth. Suddenly, chains appeared beside her. These chains were like slithering snakes, coiling around Yefeng. Die! Alyssa shouted. Yefeng's speed was extremely fast. He dodged the chain attack in an instant. Hehe, these chains are specially used to bind souls. You can't break free from them. A cold smile appeared on Alyssa's face. She had countless tricks up her sleeve. The moment your soul collapses will be the moment you die. You think these chains can trap me? Yefeng's expression was indifferent. Although he did not know what spell Alyssa used, he believed that he would not be trapped by these chains. His footsteps were extremely light. Not only did he avoid the chains, but he also rapidly approached Alyssa. You want to get close to me? Humph, you're looking for death. 655 The pressure is getting stronger and stronger, and I'm frantically circulating my soul power. Alyssa saw Yefeng closing in. She laughed coldly. Immediately, the chains tightened and blocked Yefeng's path. Get lost! Alyssa waved her sleeves and the chains instantly retracted, restraining Yefeng in mid-air. Then, she raised her right fist and punched out. Bang! Bang! Alyssa's fist smashed out and landed on Yefeng's chest. Bang! Yefeng took a few steps back, and he clutched his chest. His face was pale and there was a taste of blood in his throat. But he did not stop. He continued to run. You're looking for death. Alyssa's expression was extremely ferocious. Her figure chased rapidly, and her speed was much faster than Yefeng's. In a short while, she arrived at a narrow gap. This is the time of your death. Alyssa laughed hideously and slapped down. Crack! 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 That crack instantly expanded, Yefeng's figure flashed and he passed through it. Alyssa's attack missed. B*****. Alyssa was furious. Her body burst out, chasing after Yefeng. And at this time, Yefeng was already standing beside a stone tablet. This stone tablet was 3 zhang tall and 2 qi wide. Yefeng stretched out his hand and touched the stone tablet. Immediately, a powerful repulsive force pushed him away. What's going on? Yefeng frowned. He could feel that this stone tablet had a strong sealing power, and in this space, he could only attach himself to this stone tablet. Yefeng did not believe it. He tried to touch it again and again. He even tried to climb it, but every time he failed, his mental energy would suffer severe damage. Moreover, he had used up too much of his spiritual power. In just a few minutes, about half of it had dissipated. This made Yefeng secretly shocked. The pressure here was getting stronger and stronger, and nearly half of his spiritual power had been destroyed in this period of time. Yefeng did not dare to delay. He knew that his current situation was extremely bad. If he did not recover soon, he might die here. I have to leave this place. He became anxious and wanted to leave this place. What? Yefeng suddenly noticed that under the stone tablet, there was a black hole. Yefeng took in a deep breath. His mental energy was completely exhausted, but he had a godly body. Even if half of his soul was gone, his physical body still retained its combat power. Let's go all out. Yefeng gritted his teeth and jumped down. With a plop, he fell into the dark abyss, and before he fell, he saw stars shining at the bottom of the dark abyss. They were stars, hanging densely at the bottom of the abyss. Yefeng did not know how far the abyss was, he only knew that if he did not grasp onto something, he would not be able to crawl out of this place alive. Grab it, he growled and madly circulated his soul power, using all his strength to climb to the bottom of the abyss. Behind Yefeng, Alyssa, who had jumped down after him, let out a cry of surprise, as if she had also felt the changes in her surroundings. She saw Yefeng falling into the darkness, and her heart sank. However, she did not give up. Yefeng must die. This was her only obsession with Yefeng. She was extremely powerful. Even in the abyss, her strength could be ranked in the top 5. How could such an expert fear a mere human symbiotic demon? So what if he was a beyond A grade? There were many existences stronger than beyond A grades. In fact, there were even a lot of them that was stronger than the S grade. Thus, after Ye Feng jumped off the cliff, Alyssa followed closely. Her strength was stronger than Ye Feng, and her speed was faster. Not long after, she caught up to Ye Feng. Haha, Ye Feng, you're dead today. Just surrender. I'm going to torture you slowly and make you wish you were dead. Alyssa was like a cat toying with a mouse. However, she had forgotten that she was the real prey, not a cat. Hehe, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ye Feng smiled, and a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. That aura was as vast and majestic as a mountain. Your cultivation. Alyssa's expression changed drastically. Ye Feng was just an early stage beyond A grade symbiote earlier, but why did his strength suddenly increase by more than double? How is that possible? This is a secret realm. It's impossible for your strength to increase, unless the environment here has been modified, Alyssa said with a dark expression. Oh! Ye Feng stared at her with interest. Since you've guessed it, there's no need to waste any more effort. What is this place? Alyssa's gaze turned cold, and she stared at Ye Feng. Ye Feng shrugged his shoulders. A terrifying secret realm. All of your strength will be suppressed to the same level. Alyssa's pupil shrank. She finally understood why Ye Feng had escaped, because he knew that even with the pressure and rules here, he might not be able to kill Alyssa. Ned trash. Alyssa gritted her teeth. She could not act rashly anymore, because Ye Feng knew this too. I admit that your strength has exceeded my expectations. But do you think you can scare me like this? I'm not falling for that, Alyssa said coldly. Hehe, then let's give it a try. Ye Feng looked at her coldly. He did not even try to hide his killing intent. This woman was too vicious. If he couldn't get out of danger in time, then only death would be waiting for him. F***CKU. Alyssa was infuriated. She was one of the top-tier magicians in the Abyss Alliance. When had she ever been threatened by an ant? She was furious, her aura surged as she punched toward Ye Feng. The power of this punch was enough to instantly kill any Heaven's Pride expert of mid-stage beyond A grade. But Ye Feng did not dodge. He took the punch head-on. Bang! Bang! Ye Feng was sent flying back several steps, but he managed to stabilize his footing. Blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He managed to withstand this punch. Humph! Alyssa snorted coldly. Her figure flashed as she continued to attack Ye Feng. Although she was strong, Ye Feng was a warrior, after all. In terms of strength, he was completely above Alyssa. Alyssa's every move was blocked by Ye Feng. D***MN. Alyssa cursed in anger. Her strength was inferior to Ye Feng. If they continued like this, she would be killed by Ye Feng sooner or later. But now, she had no way to deal with Ye Feng. Alyssa was anxious. She used her magic and summoned 2 puppets, attacking Ye Feng from both sides. Petty tricks. Ye Feng glanced at Alyssa in disdain. He then waved his palm. Bang! 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 The 2 puppets that were 3 meters tall were directly shattered by Ye Feng's palm. Seeing this, Alyssa's heart trembled. Ye Feng's palm force was actually so strong. This guy's strength was already far above that of a mid-beyond A grade. How did your strength suddenly increase so quickly? Alyssa was simply stunned. 656 death has arrived, the world has changed. In just a few days, Ye Feng's strength had soared like a rocket. Why should I tell you? Ye Feng said with a faint smile, your time of death has arrived. B*****. Alyssa was furious, but she knew that Ye Feng was speaking the truth. With his current strength, he could kill her. I'm a sorcerer from the Abyss Alliance. You dare to kill me? Alyssa screamed. Hehe, the Abyss Alliance is nothing. Ye Feng sneered. What is the Abyss Alliance? Even Alphys was killed. He's even the monarch of the Abyss. Ye Feng, don't you dare! I don't believe that you're not afraid of death. Alyssa was extremely angry. She knew that she had to do something. No matter if Ye Feng was telling the truth or not, she could only believe 70 to 80% of it. Aren't you very powerful? Let's see how long you can last. Ye Feng grinned, revealing his bright teeth. The elemental power in his body was surging like a vast ocean. The rules here suppressed his cultivation and strength, even making him unable to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. But what did this matter? Ye Feng activated the Sea Stone Crown to recover his spiritual energy. You! Alyssa was completely shocked. She realized that Ye Feng's recovery speed was getting faster and faster. No wonder this guy dared to provoke her. He had such a heaven-defying treasure. Ye Feng! If you have the ability, then fight me fair and square. Why are you using this kind of thing? Alyssa glared at Ye Feng angrily. Fair and square? Is there something wrong with your brain? Ye Feng rolled his eyes. Are you an idiot or an idiot? Bah! Ye Feng, didn't you want to kill me? If you have the ability, then kill me. No, Ye Feng shook his head. I don't have time to play with you. Alyssa's heart trembled violently. This B***** actually called her an idiot. What he said made a lot of sense. Ye Feng ignored Alyssa. He sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to rest, recovering from his injuries while secretly accumulating his strength. The stronger his opponent was, the more dangerous Ye Feng felt. He had to be prepared. Once he met with danger, he had to run away immediately. Otherwise, he would definitely be held back by this crazy woman. This woman was extremely crazy and powerful. If she fought with all her might, even the current Ye Feng might not be able to defeat her. Alyssa was even more anxious. She could not sense the situation outside, nor could she contact the Abyss Alliance through her soul power. Ye Feng, I want you to die! Alyssa roared, her face ferocious and terrifying. Ye Feng's eyes were still closed, as if he had fallen asleep. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a sharp light shot out from them. Get lost! Ye Feng shouted in a low voice. He stretched out his arm and grabbed at the air. Immediately, a terrifying force burst out and grabbed Alyssa. Ah! Alyssa screamed in pain. She was instantly thrown out by Ye Feng. With a loud bang, Alyssa crashed through the wall and disappeared. Ye Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally gotten rid of this woman's pestering. This woman's strength was very abnormal. If he didn't have a defensive treasure, he would probably have died in her hands today. Who? Ye Feng panted heavily. His chest heaved up and down. At this moment, his clothes were dyed red with blood, and his back, abdomen, and arms had all suffered fatal injuries. If not for the protection of the two body armors, he would have been torn to pieces. What an amazing woman! Ye Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked at the door. He wasn't worried about Alyssa escaping, as that was the only path to the outside world. If Alyssa escaped without regard for anything else, she would only benefit the other abyssal demons. I almost died this time. I don't care what that B***tch Alyssa is up to, I have to figure it out. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, and he walked into the wooden door. What? The moment he stepped through the door, Ye Feng frowned. The wooden door was covered with all kinds of strange runes. These runes contained some kind of inexplicable pattern. And Ye Feng had a vague premonition that these lore runes seemed to be lines of formation runes, and those formation runes were the seals that sealed the black-robed man. As expected, Ye Feng squinted his eyes. He guessed that Alyssa came to find him this time with some kind of mission. These patterns were the clues to the mission. It seems like. Ye Feng sighed softly. Although he had already expected this day to come, seeing the existence of the sealing rune with his own eyes still made him feel suffocated. This world had already become different. This could be seen from Alyssa, and Ye Feng did not dare to believe it. Was there an even stronger existence above Alyssa? What happened to this world? Ye Feng mumbled to himself. He was filled with doubts. However, since the changes in this world had nothing to do with him, he didn't need to think too much about it. There seems to be something in the dense fog. Ye Feng looked around. The decorations here were very simple. Other than a few chairs and tables, the rest were all piled up in the corner, and it was extremely messy. He moved the chair away and saw a black stone tablet standing on the table. The stone tablet was 3 feet and 5 inches tall. There were many words written on it, and they were all runes and languages that Ye Feng could not understand. What the H*LL is written on this stone tablet? Ye Feng mumbled. He observed the stone tablet carefully but did not find any traces of mechanisms or secret techniques. However, the surface of the stone tablet was engraved with many ancient totem patterns, and each pattern exuded a mysterious aura. Suddenly, Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. He stared at a line of runes on the stone tablet and fell into deep thought. This line of runes seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember it. At this time, Ye Feng's ears twitched. He heard footsteps coming from downstairs. Bang! 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 That woman is here again. A cold light flashed in Ye Feng's eyes. He could not help but think of what happened earlier. His heart was burning with anger. This woman was sticking to him like a plaster, constantly harassing him, and Ye Feng was already sick of it. It would be fine if she didn't come, but once she got close, he wouldn't hold back and wouldn't be polite at all. Thump! 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 The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Soon, they arrived outside the room where Ye Feng was in. Ye Feng held his breath and counted in his heart, 1, 2, 3. Bang! Bang! Ye Feng smashed the table with his palm. His figure suddenly dashed out toward the door. At the same time, the door was knocked open and a snow-white hand reached out. Ye Feng sneered, and he did not hesitate. He punched out. 657 Unparalleled physical strength comes with a price. Bang! Kaka! Ye Feng's fist force landed on the opponent's hand and produced a muffled sound. Ye Feng's expression froze. The opponent's white and slender hand actually blocked his fist force. This woman's bones are so hard, and her physical strength is so strong. Ye Feng was extremely shocked. This woman's strength was extremely terrifying. Even when he used all his strength, he could not move her at all. This woman's strength was probably comparable to his strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Who are you? Ye Feng snorted coldly, and his right leg lashed out fiercely. Pa! She slapped Ye Feng away. Ye Feng's speed was extremely fast. After his sneak attack failed, he immediately retreated to increase the distance between them. Haha! However, just as Ye Feng took a step back, he was greeted by the woman's unbridled laughter. Alyssa was completely naked, revealing her impressive curves. However, at this moment, Alyssa's beautiful face had a mocking smile on it. You think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the house? Hee hee. However, you're not bad either. You actually forced me into such a difficult situation. This is enough. Alyssa slowly stood up and stretched her soft, slender, and jade-like body. Her delicate figure exuded an astonishing allure, and her proud figure made one's blood boil. A cold smile appeared on Ye Feng's face. He said, "So, you've already made preparations. What do you think?" Alyssa chuckled and pointed at the corpse beside her. Do you know who this is? The corpse was none other than the black-robed man who had followed Alyssa. He was my man, but he died in your hands. How should we settle this? Alyssa's eyes flickered with dense killing intent. The black-robed man was her subordinate. As long as he was her enemy, she would kill him at all costs, no matter how many people she sacrificed. Ye Feng glanced at the corpse indifferently. He's your man. That's right. I'm going to make you pay the price. Alyssa waved her jade-like arm, and in an instant, the black-robed man's corpse suddenly seemed to come to life. It jumped out of the window and ran into the distance. This is... Ye Feng was stunned. This black-robed corpse was actually escaping? Alyssa, on the other hand, seemed to be used to this and didn't find it strange. Alyssa's gaze was cold, and she could not wait to kill Ye Feng. No. Ye Feng shook his head. You can't kill me. You will only die a worse death. Stubborn duck. Alyssa could not be bothered with Ye Feng. She directly pounced toward him, and her speed was extremely fast. She arrived in front of Ye Feng in an instant and clawed at his throat. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Ye Feng's figure flashed and dodged this fatal attack. Next, he turned his defense into an attack, moving both his palms. Two waves of energy gathered together and slammed toward Alyssa's chest. What? Alyssa's expression changed drastically when she felt the surging power. She hurriedly retreated, barely avoiding the attack. But Ye Feng's speed was too fast. Even if Alyssa reacted in time, she was still grazed by the wind from Ye Feng's palm, and her clothes were torn. Although this palm was extremely powerful, Ye Feng did not injure Alyssa at all. Instead, he was the one who was forced back by several meters. This woman's defense was too strong. Hee hee, Alyssa laughed eerily. Ye Feng, oh, Ye Feng, I know you are powerful, I do not dare to fight you head-on. However, you are still an ordinary person, while I am a noble white-robed priest. As long as you obediently submit to me, I will consider letting you be my male pet. The moment Alyssa finished speaking, she pounced toward Ye Feng like a phantom. You're looking for death. Ye Feng squinted his eyes. He twisted his wrist, and lightning surged in his palm. Lightning rays shot out in all directions as he slapped toward Alyssa. Boom! This palm strike landed solidly on Alyssa's chest, and the explosive force instantly forced her back several steps. But her defense had shocked Ye Feng. He had used almost 70 to 80% of his strength in this palm strike. Logically speaking, it should have been able to seriously injure her. However, she only took a few steps back and did not even shed a drop of blood. How could this be possible? Haha, Ye Feng, see that? Your attacks can't cause me any harm. Alyssa was very proud. Humph, how would you know if you don't try? Ye Feng snorted coldly and sent out a kick. Peepa! Electric arcs shot out in all directions, and the wind from his kick was sharp. However, Alyssa still managed to block the attack with ease. Ye Feng's attacks were getting more and more brutal, but at this moment, Alyssa's chaos magic was completely unleashed. Alyssa was originally a white-robed priest and a chaos mage of the Abyss Alliance. She was not good at close combat, but her magic attacks were excellent. Her magic power was endless, and she could cast a spell every once in a while. This kind of magic attack was terrifying. Ye Feng, did you see that? You can't break my defense. Alyssa's face was full of sarcasm. She was very proud now because her magic power was so strong that she didn't need to use too much energy at all. In comparison, Ye Feng was clearly struggling to make ends meet. Are you sure? Ye Feng sneered. What? Alyssa was a little surprised to hear this. However, she quickly shook her head and said, Ye Feng, do you really think you can defeat me with such a despicable weapon? Then open your eyes wide and see clearly. Ye Feng snorted coldly. He raised his right hand and in his palm, a fiery red ball appeared. It was burning. What is this? Alyssa's eyebrows twitched. She could feel a burst of blazing heat from the ball, as if a ball of fire was about to burst out. Hey! Ye Feng grinned. He threw the red ball in his hand. Flame bomb! Go to H*LL, old lady! Bang! The red ball smashed into Alyssa's body, instantly triggering an explosion. The explosion was extremely terrifying. A mushroom cloud rose into the air, enveloping Alyssa within. The explosion lasted for a few seconds before it gradually dissipated. At this moment, a deep pit with a radius of about 100 meters was left on the ground, and the surrounding trees, flowers, and grass were all destroyed. Ye Feng had an evil smile on his face, and he looked at the center of the explosion. A moment later, Alyssa's furious roar came from the center of the explosion. In the explosion, Alyssa's hair was disheveled, her clothes were torn, and her skin was charred. She was in a sorry state. 658 The difficult mage and the power of the single-horned rhinoceros. This mage is indeed difficult to deal with. Ye Feng frowned. The power of that flame bomb was so strong that even Alyssa suffered a small loss. No matter how much you struggle, you must die today. Ye Feng's eyes turned cold. His palm reached into the void. Weev. The void trembled. The slime blade appeared in Ye Feng's hand. Weev. Ye Feng took a step forward and charged toward Alyssa. Boom! 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 The two of them collided instantly, and explosive sounds rang out continuously. Ye Feng, you piece of trash, what can you do to me even if you have your weapon? Let me tell you, I'm a chaos mage with an indestructible body. How can an ant like you hurt me? Apart from the Abyss King, no one else can break through my magical defense. Haha! Bang! 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 Ye Feng held the slime blade in his hand, and every time he swung it, there would be a muffled sound. This muffled sound seemed to be able to penetrate the void and explode in their ears. My defense is impeccable. This kind of attack of yours is just scratching an itch. Alyssa kept sneering. Her magic defense was amazing, and even a peak beyond A grade would have a hard time dealing with her. And at this moment, Ye Feng's gaze was extremely cold. He did not stop his attacks, and he was waving the slime blade in his hand and attacking Alyssa crazily. Boom! 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 Ye Feng's speed was very fast. The slime blade in his hands were like raindrops, slashing again and again without stopping. Meanwhile, an expression of anger appeared on Alyssa's face. She felt that she had completely disgraced the reputation of a chaos mage. D*mit. You ant, I'm going to kill you. Alyssa roared in anger. She also waved her wand and attacked Ye Feng continuously. A human and a demon were constantly fighting in the forest. However, even though Ye Feng had the upper hand, he still could not break through Alyssa's defense. D*it, how can this woman's defense be so strong? Ye Feng gritted his teeth. The other party's magic defense was too freakish. Hehe, Ye Feng, you want to fight me? You're far from that. Alyssa was proud of herself. Now, I'll send you to H*LL. Whoosh! Whoosh! Alyssa raised her arms high and muttered an incantation. Suddenly, dusky magic power emerged. Magic, summon of the dead. Following Alyssa's stern shout, a cold and sinister wind suddenly swept through the world. At the same time, a series of wailing sounds suddenly appeared. Then, skeletons crawled out one after another. These skeletons were stiff, but they didn't rot. Their bodies were pitch black and filled with an evil aura. This was Alyssa's soul summoning skill. The more skeletons she could summon, the stronger Alyssa would be. One by one, the skeletons crawled out. There were dozens of them, and all of them had the strength of A and grade. The most terrifying thing was that their bodies had been corroded by the passage of time, but they were not damaged at all. Kika! Kika! These skeletons stood up, and their bones rubbed against each other, making crisp cracking sounds like ghosts. What is this? Ye Feng's pupil shrunk, and he looked at these skeletons. At the same time, Alyssa sneered, "Yefeng, these are all magical pets that I have spent a lot of effort to refine. Although they've lost their original strength, they're still more than enough to deal with an ant like you." Whoosh! 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 The dozens of skeletons moved in unison, each of them baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they charged over. The scene was extremely shocking. The skeletons were ferocious and savage, like wild beasts. Yefeng's gaze focused. The slime blade in his hand was raised again, and he slammed it down on the head of a skeleton. Boom! 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 Muffled sounds could be heard in all directions. That skeleton was actually sent flying, and Yefeng could not help but cry out in pain from his wrist. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other skeletons pounced over one after another. Die! One of the skeletons stretched out its hand and grabbed Yefeng's arm, tearing it apart. Chilla! Yefeng's arm was split open, blood was flowing out. D*****. Yefeng's expression changed. He retreated quickly, and at the same time, he flicked his finger. A sword light appeared. Pucci! This sword light was extremely sharp. It cut the arm that was trying to grab his chest into two, and Yefeng used this chance to escape from the encirclement. Humph! After cutting off the skeleton's arm, Yefeng snorted coldly. He was about to escape when he suddenly saw the other side of the battlefield. The single-horned rhinoceros' huge body lay on the ground like a small mountain. Its huge head was filled with blue veins, and its pair of horns were especially sharp, flashing with a dazzling white light. "This is..." Yefeng's eyes brightened. "This is good stuff." He was extremely excited. The single-horned rhinoceros fur was a treasure. If it was sold, the price would definitely not be cheap. Whoosh! Thinking of this, Yefeng did not hesitate. He used his movement technique and charged toward the single-horned rhinoceros. Seeing this, Alyssa sneered, "Humph! A mere beyond A-grade ant actually dares to have thoughts about my single-horned rhinoceros." This time, Yefeng was finished. As expected, Yefeng had only run a few meters when he heard screams of pain. The single-horned rhinoceros raised its head and let out a hoarse roar. A black mist began to rise from its body. The black mist enveloped its body and forced back all the A and grades who were attacking it. "No. It's too dense, my spiritual detection is blocked." Yefeng frowned. He knew that he could not get close to the single-horned rhinoceros. This beast was simply too strong, and even a peak beyond A grade would not be able to gain any advantage against it. "Looks like I'll need to use fire to burn it." Yefeng took in a deep breath. A ball of fire appeared on his right fist, and he shot it out. Flame Epiphany! Boom! This punch was extremely powerful, and it instantly hit the single-horned rhinoceros' head. Roar! The single-horned rhinoceros was sent flying hundreds of meters away with a single punch, but immediately after, it struggled to stand up and walked toward Yefeng, kicking him. Bang! Yefeng was sent flying backward. He only managed to stabilize his body after breaking over 10 towering trees. "Haha, you're so weak." Alyssa was overjoyed. This single-horned rhinoceros was simply too strong. Just its physical body alone was enough to crush all the other symbiotic demons. She laughed coldly in her heart. "This rhinoceros was painstakingly raised by me. How can a little trash like you resist it? Today, you will definitely die here." 659 A strange fluctuation, brazenly healing. Thinking up to this point, a cruel smile appeared on Alyssa's face. She raised her palm, and a drop of green water slowly rose. The green water droplet emitted a faint brilliance as if it contained some kind of demonic nature. "What kind of thing is this?" Yefeng was stunned. He felt that the water droplet gave him a sense of familiarity. Whoosh! The water droplet streaked through the air with extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, the water droplet appeared at Yefeng's throat. It was dangerous. Yefeng's expression changed. But before he could react, the water droplet suddenly exploded. Buzz! A strange wave spread out. This was poison, and it instantly seeped into Yefeng's body. Zi! 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 Dark green stripes appeared on Yefeng's skin, and quickly spread to every part of his body. This is terrible. Yefeng was scared out of his wits. This poison was so powerful that he could not resist it at all. What to do? Yefeng's heart was in a mess. He had never experienced such a situation before, and he didn't even know how to solve it. But soon, Yefeng realized that the poison was only moving around his skin and bone marrow, and it did not enter his danshan. Could it be because my symbiotic body is a slime? That's why I've long cultivated a body that's immune to poison. Yefeng guessed. Furthermore, the effects of this poison were extremely poor. Yefeng tried to use his spiritual energy to expel the poison, but he realized that the poison was only flowing slowly in his body, and it would not hurt him. Thinking of this, Yefeng relaxed. But this action made Alyssa both shocked and angry. This B***** was actually recuperating? D***mit. This B**** actually dared to not put my words in his eyes. Alyssa was filled with hatred. She gritted her teeth and stared at the distant Yefeng. She shouted, "Go! Kill him!" Buzz! As soon as she finished speaking, the single-horned rhinoceros that had been standing still charged forward. There were a total of 7 to 8 single-horned rhinoceros, and each of them had a maniacal and bloodthirsty aura. Their eyes were extremely red, and they opened their bloody mouths as if they wanted to eat Yefeng. And even in this situation, Yefeng still sat down cross-legged and started to recover his spiritual energy. Seeing this, Alyssa simply went crazy. She was so angry that her entire body trembled, and her beautiful face turned pale. This B** actually ignored her. Shua! A majestic power gathered in Alyssa's hands and she pushed them out. Wind blade technique. Whoosh! 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 The dense blades were like raindrops, covering the sky and earth as they swept over, instantly cutting the single-horned rhinoceros into pieces. This was the strength of a peak beyond A grade. And this was only a casual attack from Alyssa. Yefeng opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his pupils. "This woman is really crazy," he murmured in a low voice, picked up the dagger again, and rushed forward. Bang! 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 A series of intense battles rang out. Although the single-horned rhinoceros was fierce, it did not have intelligence after all. It only knew how to fight with brute force, and its defense was not too high. Under Alyssa's powerful attacks, they were quickly killed. Seeing this, Alyssa had a smug smile on her face. She kept the single-horned rhinoceros corpses and stepped forward, arriving in front of Yefeng. "Little B****, you're dead. Let me tell you, as long as I, Alyssa, live, you'll definitely not have a good ending." Alyssa laughed evilly. "Oh? Then come." Yefeng glanced at her coldly. He waved his arm and another 3 daggers shot out. What? Alyssa was stunned. She did not expect Yefeng to escape from her attack so easily. And using this chance, Yefeng grabbed a single-horned rhinoceros and threw it into the cave. B****, you actually dared to kill my pet. You're looking for death. Alyssa was furious. She pounced toward Yefeng like an arrow. "Did you just say that I would definitely die?" Yefeng smiled. He suddenly pointed his finger out. Lightning! Chil-a-la-la! The boundless lightning condensed into sword glows that slashed toward Alyssa. Alyssa's body was agile, and she dodged the power of the lightning, but she was still hit in the arm. B****, I'm going to kill you. Alyssa was flustered and exasperated. This guy had actually launched a sneak attack on her, making her extremely angry. She cast a secret technique and black gas emerged from her body. Her entire figure instantly disappeared. Hiding? Ye Feng smiled. He had the god perception, he would be able to see through the other party's tracks sooner or later. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a deafening sound reverberated in the wilderness. Ye Feng turned his head and looked over. He saw two stone mountains suddenly exploding. Following that, endless flames engulfed the surroundings. This flame was extremely hot. As soon as he got close, his skin would immediately burn and he would be in extreme pain. Ye Feng quickly dodged. He looked at his surroundings and realized that this place had already turned into a sea of fire. The cave was burned to the ground. What kind of fire is this? Ye Feng frowned. This flame was too overbearing, and he could feel the threat. Little B****, I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to restrain my flames. Humph, but let's see how you're going to run. Alyssa's figure appeared again. She stood in the air and looked down at Ye Feng. A devilish smile appeared on her face. Hearing this, Ye Feng raised his eyebrows, and he looked at Alyssa. You made your own flame. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Alyssa raised her head and laughed wildly, as if she had just heard something ridiculous. Do you think that my flames can be refined by any Tom, Dick, or Harry? Little thing, you think you're worthy of fighting with me? Be a good slave of this old lady, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse, or else I'll curse you. A venomous glint flashed in Alyssa's beautiful eyes. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly sent a palm strike. Bang! A ball of blazing fire shot out, instantly attacking Ye Feng's chest. Ye Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the ball of fire, and he clenched his fist. Pucci! The flame was crushed into pieces. This! Alyssa's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. This demonic fire of his could burn everything. Ordinary warriors would instantly turn to ashes if they were touched by it. But this guy not only pinched her demonic fire, but also crushed it. Your fire isn't that great. Ye Feng shook his head, his expression was filled with mockery and disdain. B****, you're looking for death. Alyssa was furious. Boom! 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 Wisps of demonic flames rose from her back and surged like a tidal wave. On her body, layers of fire patterns spread out and wrapped around her. 660 Using one's own advantage, Forbidden Death Zone. Streaks of demonic fire danced around like fire snakes, exuding an endless amount of pressure. Alyssa's strength had reached the peak of beyond A grade. Ye Feng's eyes were cold. That's right. There's finally something that looks like it. However, you're still not strong enough to deal with me. Little B****, you're looking for death. Alyssa was extremely angry. She took a step forward and instantly closed in on him. Get lost! Ye Feng held his dagger and also charged over. Clang! Clang! The two of them exchanged blows, their fists and palms clashing, erupting with an ear-piercing golden sound as their forces wreaked havoc. Ye Feng's expression was calm. He did not care about the injuries on his body. On the other hand, Alyssa was getting more and more shocked because Ye Feng was not afraid of the demonic fire. She could clearly feel that this guy's body was so strong that he could be called a monster. This DMNB starred. Alyssa roared repeatedly. She was the young mistress of a demonic sect. When had she ever suffered such a great loss? Under the combination of anger and hatred, her methods became more and more ruthless. Seal of the Blood Fiend. After forcing Ye Feng back with a palm, Alyssa activated her spiritual energy and a pitch-black rune appeared on her palm. Little B****, go to HLL. Alyssa roared ferociously, and the seal of the Blood Fiend burst out with countless blood-red lights that swept over like a tide. The seal of the Blood Fiend was a mark of the bloodline. It could cause the enemy to enter an illusionary realm and fall into a state of madness. Right now, after Alyssa used this move, her energy seemed to have been greatly depleted. She gritted her teeth and stared at Ye Feng, as if she could already see the look of madness on his face. Ye Feng's expression darkened. He did not expect the other party's attack to be so strange, causing him to be caught off guard. Wang! Just as the seal of the blood fiend was about to envelop him, a vast and majestic aura suddenly burst out from Ye Feng's body. So strong! Ye Feng's eyes brightened. Although his current strength was still far beyond his peers, when he encountered some powerhouses with rich combat experience, they could often use some special skills to put him in danger. Alyssa, on the other hand, knew how to make use of her own advantages. Although this woman's strength wasn't great, she had many tricks up her sleeve, enough to deal with all kinds of difficult situations. I can't let this guy go. Ye Feng's gaze turned cold. If he let go of an opponent of this level, he would definitely face endless trouble in the future. Whoosh! Ye Feng took a step forward and instantly crossed 100 meters, slashing out with his blade. Puchi! The blade flashed. Blood splattered everywhere. Ye Feng slashed Alyssa's neck, and blood spurted out. Alyssa's eyes widened. She lowered her head in disbelief and looked at the blood spurting out of her neck. Her eyes were filled with fear. I'm dead. She actually died? Alyssa screamed. However, the scream stopped abruptly. Plop! Alyssa's delicate body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and she stopped breathing. Looking at the corpse in front of him, Ye Feng sneered in disdain. This woman! Ye Feng was slightly surprised. He was originally prepared to behead her, but he did not expect that her corpse would suddenly dry up and turn into a pile of bones. This made Ye Feng raise his eyebrows. To Ye Feng, this Alyssa was not as valuable as that black stone. After all, the spirituality contained in that black stone was too dense, and it was very beneficial to his recovery. Since that's the case, I can only absorb your bones. Ye Feng's eyes were dark. Hwalala! Ye Feng circulated the dragon vein technique. Gusts of cold wind blew over and a thin layer of ice formed on his skin. He opened his mouth and swallowed Alyssa's corpse. Crack! 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 Following a series of chewing sounds, a palm-sized piece of bone armor floated out of Alyssa's body. It was none other than Alyssa's skeleton. Ye Feng swallowed it without any hesitation. He then sat down cross-legged and started to digest Alyssa's spiritual energy, repairing his damaged body. A moment later, Ye Feng opened his eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. Although it consumed a lot of Alyssa's mental energy, the effect was not bad. In just a short moment, Ye Feng had completely recovered. Ye Feng stood up and looked at his surroundings. Only then did he realize that the surrounding environment was pieced together by many skeletons. They were emitting a strong death energy. No wonder it's called the Forbidden Death Zone. Ye Feng's heart was cold, and he looked around. Ye Feng thought to himself. He continued to move forward. Along the way, they met a few more powerful demonic creatures, but they were all taken care of by Ye Feng. The strength of these creatures was generally weak, and they were only ordinary A and grade creatures. But these demonic creatures had a unique method. They could cause the heaven and earth spiritual energy to change and expose Ye Feng's location. Fortunately, Ye Feng had the god perception, otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Furthermore, Ye Feng had a vague guess that this should be the place where a transcendent was buried. Transcendent! Ye Feng took in a deep breath, his eyes were burning with passion. The inheritances of the symbiotic demons were extremely alluring to them. What? Suddenly, Ye Feng's brows twitched, he looked ahead. At the end of the vicinity, a huge skeleton lay on the ground. A flying sword was impressively stabbed into its chest, and the entire floor was soaked in blood. At the waist of the skeleton hung a storage bag and a black stone. The stone was emitting a faint fluctuation. This should be a relic of a transcendent. Ye Feng's face was filled with excitement. Just as he was about to reach out to take it, Suddenly, the skeleton started to shake, following that. Crack, crack, crack. The skeleton actually came to life. The bones pierced through the muscles and came out of the skin. This scene was extremely terrifying. It was as if an evil ghost had crawled out, and its entire body was emitting a rotten and evil smell. What's that? Ye Feng was shocked. This skeleton could actually move? Buzz. Suddenly, the skeleton moved, it waved its right arm and struck toward Ye Feng. The palm was as fast as lightning, and it brought with it a sharp wind. Ye Feng quickly dodged, but before he could react, the skeleton turned around and attacked Ye Feng again. Bang! 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 The skeleton attacked crazily. Each punch was like a bomb explosion, deafening. The skeleton's attacks were also very sharp. Each move and style seemed to have been through thousands of years, with vicissitudes and heaviness. Ye Feng was in an extremely sorry state, he was forced to dodge. As he blocked the attacks of the skeleton, he inspected it carefully. Gradually, Ye Feng gained a new understanding. No wonder this place is filled with so much death energy. So it's the resentment of this skeleton that's causing trouble. Ye Feng came to a realization. A skeleton had been buried in this silent hell for thousands of years, and its resentment had already condensed into a mass of sinister energy. This aura formed an illusion of resentment. The illusion of resentment was a collection of illusions. No wonder these creatures are being controlled. 661 Affecting Will, S-Grade Existence. Ye Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. The illusion formed by this resentment is enough to affect the will of a human symbiotic demon. No matter who barged in here, they would fall into an illusion and be controlled by the resentment here. Ye Feng snorted coldly. He took a step forward and instantly approached the illusion formed by the resentment. Roar! Roar! The illusion pounced forward and roared, but it could not get within 3 jong of Ye Feng. Break! Boom! Ye Feng pointed out with his finger, and a bright golden light landed on the illusionary figure. Bang! With a dull impact sound, the illusion was broken apart, turning into specks of fluorescent light and disappearing. As for Ye Feng, he walked forward. The more he walked, the more depressed he felt, as if there was an unknown summoning power that was calling out to him. Soon, Ye Feng's gaze stopped on a huge coffin. The coffin was suspended in mid-air, and the lid was open, revealing a corpse inside. The corpse was more than 10 meters tall and 5 to 6 meters wide. It was naked and its skin was purple, like a pool of mud. It wore a black pendant around its neck. The pendant was made of some kind of precious iron, and there was a pattern carved on it. This pattern was in the shape of a green lotus, and it was extremely lifelike. Ye Feng recognized this chain. It was a superior grade spirit artifact. At the top of the chain, there was a pitch-black bead. The bead was completely black and it emitted a faint demonic energy. This is... Ye Feng's brows twitched as he muttered to himself while looking at the chains and the black bead. Impossible, how could it be in your hands? Ye Feng shook his head, and he thought of a possibility. He had once heard that someone had refined a type of spirit core that could increase one's cultivation and combat power. It could also activate one's potential, allowing the person who consumed it to have extraordinary qualifications and potential. Could it be that this chain was a spirit core? Or could it be that this black bead was the spirit core? Buzz! The black bead let out a soft cry at this moment, and a violent fluctuation was transmitted out. It's indeed a spirit core. Ye Feng's eyes brightened. Haha, I didn't expect my luck to be so good. I found this spirit core here. Ye Feng was overjoyed. This spirit core was definitely more precious than the key to the Transcendence Tomb. But where did this person come from? Why did he die here? Ye Feng furrowed his brows in deep thought, and right at this moment, the skeleton suddenly rushed forward, grabbing the chains with both hands, wanting to pull the spirit core. This guy wanted to snatch the spirit core away? Seeing this, Ye Feng cursed in anger. B****. Do you want to die? Ye Feng's eyes were wide open. He slapped on Skeleton's head, and Skeleton screamed in pain as it was sent flying by Ye Feng's slap. Then, Ye Feng quickly kept the spirit core into his storage ring. D****, how did the treasures here end up in his hands? The skeleton was sent flying by Ye Feng's slap, it fell far away, and it struggled for a while before it stood up again. It roared and charged toward Ye Feng again. Furthermore, around this skeleton, countless demonic creatures charged up, bearing their fangs and claws as they surrounded Ye Feng. F***ck. Ye Feng cursed in his heart, he quickly used Ice Arrow and God's Restraint, the two powerful skills, to defend against the demonic creatures that were coming from all directions. These demonic creatures were all illusions. Although they had great strength, they could not do anything to Ye Feng. However, at this moment, the skeleton that had been flipped over actually struggled to stand up from the ground. Its body was stiff and its expression was twisted. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended as if it was going to crush all living beings. This guy. Ye Feng's expression changed drastically. This skeleton was about to break through its shackles? No. This was not allowed. Whoosh! Ye Feng's body leaped up and directly jumped into the embrace of this skeleton. He stretched out his hand and pushed, directly sending this skeleton flying. Ow! A shrill scream reverberated through the entire stone hall. Ye Feng's strength was too strong. He actually pushed the skeleton against the wall, and with a loud crack, the wall crumbled. Ah! Shrill screams kept coming from the skeleton. Ye Feng was shocked, and he quickly retreated. Only then did the skeleton's screams gradually die down. It was covered in blood and scorch marks. One of its arms had disappeared, leaving only a white skeleton in front of him. This guy actually didn't die. Ye Feng looked at the skeleton in surprise. According to common sense, his power just now should have been enough to smash this guy flat. However, it turned out that he had underestimated the strength of the skeleton. Its bones were as hard as steel. Even after suffering such a terrible injury, it was still not smashed into a meat pie. However, although this skeleton was not smashed to death by Ye Feng, it was completely crippled. It lay on the ground and wriggled slowly, as if it wanted to crawl into the coffin. However, its body was severely damaged, so how could it move? Ye Feng took in a deep breath. He looked at the skeleton crawling toward the coffin, and he frowned deeply. He was hesitating. Now that he had obtained 2 items, he only needed one more to leave this ruin. Although this skeleton was not dead, he definitely could not give it up. However, if he wanted to obtain this treasure, he would have to take a risk. After all, this skeleton was too powerful, and Ye Feng had a feeling that if he offended it, he would be in endless trouble in the future. Forget it. Wealth is found in danger. I risked my life to enter the ruins, so I have to give it a try. Ye Feng gritted his teeth. He knew that this skeleton was not ordinary. Otherwise, it would not attract so many experts. Wang! Ye Feng's feet moved like the wind, and he instantly charged out. Roar! These demonic creatures let out angry roars and pounced toward Ye Feng. After Ye Feng punched and destroyed a few demonic creatures, he finally arrived beside the coffin. He stared at the man in the coffin, his heart filled with shock. This corpse actually looked somewhat similar to him. Who was this person? Roar! Suddenly, from the coffin behind Ye Feng, a hoarse and desolate voice came out. Get out! What? Ye Feng's heart trembled. As he spoke, Ye Feng felt a terrifying aura coming from the coffin. It was an S-grade aura. The S-grade aura caused the entire remains to tremble slightly. This S-grade existence was still alive. Ye Feng was shocked. He wanted to escape, but he realized that he could not even move half a step. This S-grade existence was sealed in this coffin? Ye Feng's heart was filled with fear. He had almost angered this powerful existence. 662 Becoming a vessel, a giant stone ball. Get out! That hoarse voice rang out again. Ye Feng's heart sank. He knew that if he continued to stay here, he would definitely die. Whoosh! With a finger, Ye Feng's figure flickered and left the coffin in an instant. Bang! 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 Right after Ye Feng left, the lid of the coffin was opened, and an old man in a grey robe stood up slowly. His gaze was cold as he stared at the direction that Ye Feng left. After a long time, the old man sighed, I didn't expect that a junior of this era would actually have the courage to charge into this place. He's really bold. His tone was filled with vicissitudes of life and a trace of sadness. Sigh, forget it. Since I've met you, I'll let you become my sustenance. After the old man finished speaking, he reached out with one hand. In an instant, the coffin emitted waves of dark light. The dark light gathered into a vortex and enveloped the male corpse in the coffin. Wang! The coffin opened, and a corpse flew out. Hwalala! He was floating above the coffin, and his entire body was filled with a black murderous aura. Then, his body began to shrivel up rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his huge body, which was originally 1,000 feet tall, shrank to the size of a normal person. His skin was wrinkled and yellow, like a dried corpse. He raised his head and looked at the sky with a gratified smile. Has this moment finally come? He, I've already waited for 500 years. We've been waiting for 500 years. He raised his head and laughed out loud, as if he had exhausted all his strength. At this moment, Ye Feng's head was buzzing. Who is this guy? How could he have such a strong will? Could it be an ancient S-grade expert? Ye Feng took in a deep breath. Such a powerful will definitely surpass the peak of S-grade and might even be more terrifying. No wonder it could suppress the countless demonic creatures here and protect this coffin. No matter who this corpse was, he was definitely extremely powerful. Ye Feng did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly arrived outside the stone hall and prepared to leave this d***ned place. At this moment, boom! A violent vibration was heard. Ye Feng turned his head and saw that in the depths of the ruins, a huge stone ball was flying toward him. That's a meteorite. Ye Feng's expression changed drastically. Because on the stone ball, there was a young man sitting cross-legged. This young man was completely golden in color and was surrounded by dazzling lightning. Lightning body. This young man has a lightning body. Ye Feng was extremely shocked. In the ancient era, there were many heaven-defying prodigies who were born at the beginning of chaos. They were born with the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, and each of them was a top monster with their own opportunities and fortuitous encounters. The young man in front of him was also a heaven-defying monster. He also had the lightning body. This kind of combat body was born with natural lightning. It was extremely talented and had the power to destroy the world. Boom! 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 The huge stone ball whizzed over. Ye Feng's heart shuddered. This stone ball contained a destructive power, and he could not block it at all. Humph! The young man opened his eyes and glanced at Ye Feng coldly. He then stretched out his palms and slammed them onto the huge stone ball. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and the entire world shook. Ye Feng only felt a destructive force engulfing him, forcing him to retreat by 100 meters. His clothes were tattered and his body was covered in blood. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. What a terrifying power! Ye Feng's face was filled with fear. He did not stay any longer, and he started to escape frantically. His speed was raised to the extreme, and he crossed dozens of miles in an instant. Boom! 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 Behind Ye Feng, a series of explosions could be heard. He knew that it was the sound of the giant stone ball chasing after him. This stone ball not only contained destructive power, it also had a strong defense. Ye Feng did not dare to resist it. Whoosh! He turned into a stream of light and ran for his life. Boom! 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 That huge rock ball followed closely behind Ye Feng. The distance between the two was getting closer. Finally, the huge rock ball rumbled and shot toward Ye Feng. F***ck. Ye Feng was so scared that his soul almost left his body. This huge stone ball was too terrifying. Even Ye Feng's body could not withstand it. He quickly released the slime and suddenly blasted it over. Clang! Countless giant slimes landed on the stone ball, creating a clear sound of collision, and Ye Feng used this chance to increase his speed, disappearing from the stone hall. Puchy! He stopped and spat out a mouthful of blood. D***mn, this stone ball is too powerful. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, and his body landed on a mountain peak. I don't believe that I can't get rid of you. He looked at the giant stone ball that was chasing after him with a ruthless look in his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were as sharp as a knife. He waved his hand, and instantly, streams of light shot toward the huge stone ball. Although these attacks were very powerful, they were obviously not enough to deal with the stone ball. The stone ball's surface glowed with a faint golden light and easily resisted these attacks. Haha, youngster Bian, your little strength is enough to deal with ordinary people, but you want to hurt this king? You're simply delusional. An arrogant voice came from the giant stone ball. Hearing this, Ye Feng frowned slightly. He immediately shouted, "It's just a dead ball. Why are you acting tough?" After saying that, Ye Feng flipped his palm and a talisman paper floated into the air. He then activated it and a flame rose into the air, forming a fire dragon that roared and pounced toward the stone ball. Roar! The fire dragon hissed and let out a series of angry roars. The flames seemed to be able to burn everything. Even the hard rock walls began to burn, making crackling sounds. However, that stone ball was not affected at all, and it was still rapidly approaching. Soon, it caught up to Ye Feng and punched him. Bang! Bang! The flames scattered in all directions, and Ye Feng grunted. His body staggered and he retreated several steps. That huge stone ball continued to chase after him, and it was determined to kill Ye Feng. D***mn it. Ye Feng's eyes were filled with gloominess. He gritted his teeth and stomped on a huge tree beside him. He then used the force to jump onto another tree, his body flickering. However, even though he was fast, the stone ball was even faster. Get lost! Ye Feng shouted. He raised his right arm and a powerful force gathered in his left hand, striking out. See God King's power! Boom! This strike was like a mountain falling to the ground, suddenly hitting the stone ball and causing it to slow down. Making use of this opportunity, Ye Feng used his movement technique to dodge again. Then, he suddenly pulled out his silver spear and jumped up. The silver spear emitted a bright light and stabbed at the stone ball like a poisonous snake. This was a sneak attack. 663 extremely fast speed, exuding a monstrous and ruthless aura. However, Kaka! The stone ball suddenly shrank and wrapped itself around the stone ball. No matter how the silver spear stabbed, it could not break the surface of the stone ball. Instead, it was bounced off. How could it be? Ye Feng was shocked, and right at this moment, the stone ball suddenly shook and exploded. Bang! A cloud of dust flew out, and Ye Feng's entire body was charred black. He was sent flying 3 zhang away. Cough, cough, Ye Feng panted heavily, his eyelids turned illusionary. He felt waves of dizziness in his mind. He had almost fainted from the blow just now. Such powerful strength! Ye Feng stood up with difficulty, and he squinted his eyes. He didn't die? I've underestimated you, a cold voice came from the stone ball. I thought I could kill you with one strike. This stone ball was cast from a piece of meteoric iron, and its defense was astonishing. The stone shell on its surface was as hard as iron. Unless one's strength was 5 times greater than the stone balls, they would not be able to do anything to him. However, do you think that you can break this king's seal with your trashy power? In your dreams. The stone ball howled in anger, and then its body began to glow with a golden light. Immediately after, the stone ball seemed to come to life, and a golden light enveloped its surroundings, turning it into a dazzling ball of light. Since that's the case, you can go die, the stone ball shouted and immediately shot toward Ye Feng. It wanted to use its most terrifying power to crush him. Ye Feng's pupil shrunk. His figure suddenly disappeared, and at the next moment, he appeared in mid-air, avoiding this attack. Whoosh! 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 Then, he thrust his spear a few more times. Humph! The stone ball sneered and its body suddenly swayed, dodging these attacks by a narrow margin. Your attack can't do anything to me. Little brat, obediently accept your death. The stone ball had an arrogant look on its face. Then, it suddenly stopped charging forward. Its body floated in the air, and it suddenly turned around. Its pair of stone arms madly slapped. Hoo! 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 A dense number of stone arms lashed out like whips. And it was extremely fast. Ah! There were too many stone arms. Even with Ye Feng's extremely fast speed, he was still unable to avoid being hit by them. Puff! 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 When the stone arm landed on Ye Feng's body, his clothes were torn apart, and his scales were shattered. D*mit. This creature is indeed difficult to deal with. Ye Feng's face turned red, and he cursed in his heart. At the same time, he knew that he could not escape this guy's pursuit with just speed. If that's the case, then I'll use all my trump cards. Ye Feng took in a deep breath, his eyes revealed a hint of madness. See God King's power! Ye Feng roared in anger. The muscles on his body tensed up and his qi and blood instantly circulated. His entire body was like a cannonball as he charged toward the stone ball. His right leg swept out with a powerful impact force. Boom! The strike landed on the stone ball, producing a deafening sound. However, the stone ball did not move at all, and even its color did not change. This scene made Ye Feng's mouth open slightly, and his eyes were filled with shock. This creature's defense was too strong. It was comparable to a symbiotic demon. An ant is still an ant. Even if your body is strong, it's a pity that you don't have strong enough skills. In front of this king, you're still not enough. Wang! The stone ball let out a light trembling sound. Then, the metal attribute airflow around it became denser and denser, and gradually converged into it. Boom! 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 Its arms moved crazily. They were like wild pythons as they attacked Ye Feng. Bang! Ye Feng's body trembled. His chest caved in and he was sent flying, landing 100 meters away. ****. Just you wait. Ye Feng spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale, and he could not be bothered to check his injuries. He immediately turned around and ran. However, it's too late. This king already knew you would run. Accompanied by a sinister smile, the stone ball suddenly exploded, turning into stone fragments that swept over from all directions. D****. Ye Feng's face turned pale. He quickly retreated and dodged the stone fragments. Boom! 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 The stone fragments hit Ye Feng's body, causing him to be in a sorry state. I can't take it anymore. Ye Feng's face was pale. His body was covered in wounds and his clothes were all torn. He had already done his best, but it was still to no avail. This stone ball was too powerful. Even he was absolutely no match for it. Little bug, this king has said that I will definitely crush you to death today. The stone ball's sinister voice sounded. Immediately after, the stone fragments suddenly gathered together and condensed into a stone blade. The stone blade was purple-black in color, and the edge of the blade was sharp, exuding a monstrous, brutal aura. Die! The stone ball roared, and the stone blade slashed down with a destructive power. Shualala! The saber light tore through the sky. It was as if it could cut through everything, and Yefeng's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, the stone blade made him feel a fatal danger. Yefeng gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with madness. He gritted his teeth and flipped his palm. Countless slimes appeared on his hand. What's this? The stone ball was stunned. Explode! Boom! In an instant, the slimes burst out with a bright light and suddenly exploded. A surging force swept out and sent the surrounding gravel flying several meters. Hey! Although the slimes allowed Yefeng to dodge this attack, he was still attacked by the aftershock. His body was sent flying and he crashed into the stone wall. Kaka! A hole was created in the stone wall by Yefeng's punch, and many of his bones were broken. Pfft! After spurting out a mouthful of blood, Yefeng's face turned pale. He struggled to get up, but a piercing pain came from his abdomen, causing him to fall back down again. Ha ha ha! Was it fun? Your slime skill has been used up. It's this king's turn this time. That stone ball's mocking laughter spread throughout the entire cave. Its body flashed and appeared in front of Yefeng. It stretched out an arm and grabbed his neck. Kaka! 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 With a clear sound, the stone ball's claw actually pierced deep into Yefeng's throat. Let me go! Yefeng's entire body trembled violently. He could clearly hear the sound of his bones breaking from his throat. That suffocating feeling made his face turn ashen. He was unwilling. He was unwilling to accept this. He was only 20 years old, and he still had a long way to go. He couldn't die. He wanted to become stronger. Die! Yefeng roared in anger. His eyes were wide open. The energy in his body was completely boiling. What? The stone ball let out a bewildered cry. It seemed to have sensed something, and in the next moment, it suddenly let go and quickly retreated. At the same time, in front of the stone tablet, Yefeng slowly stood up. His entire body was covered in blood, especially his eyes. They were burning with flames. Slime? Hee hee. 664 Unparalleled Power, Powerful Secret Manual. Yefeng grinned. At this moment, his aura was surging, and waves of bloodline power were surging in his body. Every single move of his was filled with an unparalleled power. So this is the third level of the Dragon Vein technique. Yefeng mumbled to himself. That move just now was the ultimate meaning of slime. With Yefeng's current cultivation, the slime power had reached a terrifying level. He raised his palm, and the skin on his arm became dark and rough. The veins on his arm were bulging like tree branches, making him look extremely ferocious. At this moment, Yefeng's body was tall and filled with strength, and his eyes were red like flames as he stared at the rock ball in front of him. How could this be? The rock ball was extremely shocked, looking into Yefeng's eyes. It felt as if a desolate beast aura was spreading. Who are you? The stone ball asked in fear. It felt like it had encountered a terrifying existence. Because it discovered that it was actually faintly unable to suppress the other party. Humph! Who is this king? This king is the undying of this world. You're just a piece of broken stone, and you dare to fight with this king. Simply looking for death. Boom! 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 Following Yefeng's shout, he instantly charged forward and unleashed another slime attack. At this moment, it was as if Yefeng had been reborn. His entire body was filled with a terrifying aura. This kind of aura was enough to intimidate all creatures. Bang! The slime's boundless power hit the stone ball's surface. The stone ball was instantly pushed back, and even the stone ball almost collapsed. It couldn't help but show a hint of fear. At this moment, the stone ball finally knew that the person in front of it wasn't an ordinary person. He definitely wasn't an ordinary human symbiote. D*mit. What kind of freak are you? The stone ball cried out in alarm. The next moment, it turned around and fled. Since you're here, then stay. Buzz. Yefeng's body moved quickly. He arrived in front of the stone ball in the blink of an eye, and he slammed his palm toward it. Boom! 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 The void exploded as the stone ball resisted with all its might. However, it could not withstand this terrifying attack at all and was instantly sent flying. Cough, 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 cough. The stone ball flew back 100 meters and its body staggered as it landed on the ground. At this moment, the stone ball was covered in blood, especially on its chest. There was an impressive dent of 5 fingers. Who the H*LL is he? The stone ball stared at Yefeng in fear. It could sense that the other party's cultivation was not high, only around the beyond A grade. But with that slime move, it was almost defeated. This guy! The stone ball had an impulse to curse. It was a peak beyond A grade existence, yet it had almost died at the hands of a late-stage beyond A grade ant. What a disgrace! However, the stone ball couldn't care too much at this moment. Its injuries were extremely serious, and it had to leave as soon as possible. D*MN ant, I'll get even with you sooner or later, the stone ball said hatefully. Then, with a twist of its body, it actually turned into a cloud of black mist and disappeared without a trace. You want to run? Yefeng laughed coldly. He took a step forward and teleported right in front of the black fog. D*mit. It's this D*MN thing again. The stone ball turned pale with fright, and it hurriedly stopped fleeing. It did not expect Yefeng to have such a strange teleportation technique. Once it was caught by Yefeng, it would definitely die a miserable death. Whoosh! Just as the rock ball was thinking, Yefeng's figure suddenly appeared above its head. D*MN it. The stone ball was scared out of its wits when it felt the boundless pressure. Boom! A fist smashed down. A muffled bang. The stone ball instantly shattered into pieces. Looking at the stone ball exploding, Yefeng shook his head. His physical strength had increased by several times. This was a qualitative improvement. Whew! Yefeng let out a long sigh of relief and raised his hand. The skin on his arm was golden in color, as if it was coated with a layer of gold powder, and it was extremely hard. This was a brand new physical strength. The 3rd level of the dragon vein technique, he exclaimed. It's really a powerful secret manual. Yefeng was pleased. He could feel that his physical strength had already reached an unimaginable level. Brat, don't be proud too early. A young man stood in the middle of the stone. It turned out that Yefeng had been fighting against the stone ball controlled by the young man earlier, while the young man was the true body behind the scenes. Who are you? We have never met before. There is no enmity between us. Why are you hunting me down? Yefeng asked in confusion. He didn't know anything about this place. The only thing he knew was the stone, so he had to figure out why the other party wanted to kill him. Ha ha ha, kid. You're not worthy of me attacking you. I advise you to give up, or else you'll regret it. The young man's words were cold. You will die without a burial place. Oh. Yefeng raised his eyebrows. Then you can try. Hearing this, the young man flew into a rage. This guy actually didn't put him in his eyes? Buzz. Just as the two of them were about to exchange blows, the entire valley suddenly trembled violently. Immediately after, a ray of light shot out from the depths of the valley. Ha ha ha! It was a chance, a chance. I've been waiting for this day for tens of thousands of years. A burst of arrogant laughter was heard. Next, in Yefeng's vision, in the middle of the cave, a coffin suddenly opened. Whoosh! The chains shot out like poisonous snakes, grabbing toward Yefeng ruthlessly. On each chain, there was a thick black rune flashing. Wisps of black light lingered around it, making it look strange and unpredictable. Get lost! Yefeng's expression sank. His eyes flickered with a cold light, and at the next moment, his palm suddenly stretched out. Bang! 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 All the chains were broken instantly. Those chains were destroyed the moment they touched Yefeng's palm. What? A surprised voice came from inside the coffin. The next moment, the lid of the coffin was lifted up, and a figure broke out of the coffin. This figure was wearing a black robe. He had a head full of silver hair and a dark gaze, and he looked at Yefeng with deep hatred. You've destroyed my grave, he roared, and the murderous aura on his body surged. It seemed to have substance, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Then, he stretched out his palm and grabbed at Yefeng. Kika! Kika! As he reached out his claw, the entire space seemed to be unable to withstand the huge force and emitted cracking sounds. This was a terrifying expert that had surpassed the peak beyond A grade. Humph! Yefeng snorted coldly, and he punched out. Boom! This punch was fierce and firm, like a dragon exploring the sea. It brought with it a strong wind and collided with the man's sharp claws. Impossible! 665 Such a strong body, ancient secret skill. Seeing that his attack was broken by Yefeng with his bare hands, the black-robed old man was extremely shocked and retreated frantically. He couldn't believe that he had just executed the second level of the dragon vein technique. Die! He roared and reached out his palm again. Boom! At this moment, the black-robed old man's speed became even faster, and the power contained in his palm was even greater. However, Yefeng was not to be outdone. The second level of the dragon vein technique, he exclaimed. Boom! His palm was like a mountain pressing down on the black-robed old man. It carried a vast and mighty force with it. Bang! Bang! The two palms collided with each other, causing a shocking wave of aura to erupt. Bang! 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 Yefeng and the black-robed old man both took a few steps back, their faces were filled with shock. What a strong body! What kind of cultivation technique did you cultivate? The black-robed old man stared at Yefeng, his heart was in turmoil. The dragon vein technique was an ancient secret art. Anyone who cultivated it to the completion of the first level could be called a monster, and the second level was comparable to an extraordinary expert. Cut the crap! Who the h*LL are you? Yefeng's eyes flashed with a cold light. These people must have some motive for chasing after him. Otherwise, they would not use the forbidden energy to kill him for no reason. The black-robed old man's eyes flickered. He knew that he was in trouble. Although this kid in front of him was just a trash who had entered the late stage, the skills and secret manuals that he had cultivated were all very terrifying. Especially this guy's tyrannical physical body, which was comparable to a peak beyond A-grade physical body expert. If he continued to fight, he would lose without a doubt. With this thought, the black-robed old man suddenly had the intention to retreat. Buzz! Right at this time, Yefeng leaped over and kicked out with a speed as fast as lightning. Little B** starred, you're looking for death. The black-robed old man was furious. No matter what, he was still a cultivator of the dragon vein technique. How could he allow Yefeng to humiliate him? Boom! The black-robed old man waved his hand and a cloud of black mist appeared. The black mist instantly enveloped the area. Zi! 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 Mist filled the air, traces of a corrosive smell entered Yefeng's nose. His expression changed. Not good. His heart was alarmed, and he subconsciously retreated. Pfft! However, although his reaction was fast, he was still half a second too slow. He felt a sharp pain in his right arm, and then blood spurted out. D***mn. Ye Feng cursed in a low voice. He did not expect that the strange fog would have such a corrosive effect. Hehe, this black demon pennant was left behind by the old ancestor. It's a special nemesis for the physical body of a symbiote. Kid, you're dead. The black-robed old man revealed a sinister smile. He looked at Ye Feng's injuries, and his eyes were filled with joy. Hehe, the old ancestor once said that even an S-grade can't withstand this black demon pennant. You, a beyond A-grade trash, won't be able to last long. The black-robed old man was extremely ferocious. He could see that Ye Feng's body was already dripping with blood, and the blood was dark red in color. It was obvious that he was deeply poisoned. At the sight of this, the black-robed old man's eyes suddenly lit up. The black demon pennant is refined with the blood essence of the old ancestor. It's difficult to get rid of it once it's contaminated. Hehe, you're dead. The black-robed old man was filled with excitement, his gaze toward Ye Feng was filled with mockery and mockery. Junior, obediently surrender. Otherwise, this old man will make you wish you were dead. The black-robed old man calmed down. It was already extremely difficult for him to deal with Ye Feng. After all, his body was too tough and the defensive power of his metal-type spiritual energy was extremely high. Now that he had the advantage and completely suppressed Ye Feng, he was confident that he could take down Ye Feng. However, after hearing his words, Ye Feng merely sneered, "You want to kill me? In your dreams. You're looking for death." The black-robed old man's expression became even more cruel. He took a step forward and his body flickered rapidly as he charged toward Ye Feng. "Junior, go to H*LL." The black-robed old man raised his palm and pointed his finger at Ye Feng's forehead. A wisp of black energy flowed out from his finger. Wang! In that instant, Ye Feng's hair stood on end. He was in danger, and he could not care about anything else. He punched out. Boom! Ye Feng's punch landed on the black-robed old man's finger, but what made him shocked was that a majestic force was transmitted from the finger of this black-robed old man. Then, a strange energy spread from his finger into his body. This energy was extremely domineering. Once it entered the body, it would wander around wantonly, destroying the meridians, blood vessels, and acupuncture points. What? Ye Feng raised his eyebrows. He felt that the vital energy in his body had slowed down, especially in the depths of his soul, the speed of the spiritual energy had slowed down. However, this was not enough to be fatal. Chi-la! All of a sudden, a scorching heat wave hit him in the face. Ye Feng raised his head and looked over. Immediately, he saw the black-robed old man's palm spurting out boiling lava. That flame was emitting a strong smell of sulfur. It was as if he was in a furnace, roasting his skin. Ha ha ha! Go to H*LL. Heavenly magma burning hand. Whoosh! The black-robed old man's arm stretched out as a fire python flew out from his arm. This fire python was a few feet long, and it opened its fangs and spat out its scarlet tongue. It was extremely ferocious. It spat out a scorching tongue of fire from its mouth, coiling toward Ye Feng. The temperature of the lava could reach 100 degrees, and even steel would be burned red, let alone a human body. Ye Feng's skin was instantly burnt. Even his bone armor was slightly twisted. A terrifying pain spread throughout his body, causing Ye Feng's face to turn red. His veins were popping. D***mn. Ye Feng's expression was extremely dark. He stomped on the ground and leaped into the air, avoiding the attack of the fire python. He, Junior, you're dead. The black-robed old man let out a creepy laugh. He had already predicted that Ye Feng would not dare to face the fire python's attack head-on. Thus he purposely provoked Ye Feng, forcing him to charge at the fire python regardless of his injuries. If that were the case, Ye Feng would have no chance to escape. Humph! Ye Feng's expression was cold. He stared at the black-robed old man's figure. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish today. Die. Bang. Bang. His figure flashed and disappeared like a ghost. The next moment, he appeared in front of the black-robed old man and punched out. The black-robed old man had a cold smile on his face. He seemed to have predicted Ye Feng's actions, and his body suddenly leaned back. Shua! His body hung upside down, like an ape. Haha, Junior, you've been struck by my black demon pennant. You can't move at all. I'd like to see how you're going to dodge my attack. The black-robed old man laughed loudly. He had already determined that Ye Feng was a fish in a net. All his struggles were in vain. 666 Waiting for an opportunity, the most monstrous existence. Hee, kid, prepare to die. The black-robed old man's eyes turned cold. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Ye Feng's shoulder, swinging it fiercely. Pada! Ye Feng was directly thrown out. He crashed into a tree and fell to the ground. Pfft! Ye Feng's chest caved in, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his gaze gradually lost focus. His aura was extremely weak. He, you can't even withstand a single blow. The black-robed old man smiled sinisterly as he walked toward Ye Feng. Don't worry, I will twist your head off. The black-robed old man's words caused Ye Feng to reveal a mocking expression. Idiot! Do you know why I didn't resist? What? The black-robed old man was stunned for a moment before he shook his head. Ye Feng's death was only a matter of time, and he did not care about this. Because... Ye Feng grinned. He wiped the blood from his mouth. I'm waiting for an opportunity. After Ye Feng said this, he closed his eyes and sat up quietly. The black-robed old man frowned slightly when he saw this. But very quickly, the black-robed old man's brows relaxed as he saw a strange change. In the grass, sand, and rocks around Ye Feng, green leaves appeared one after another, and as the leaves trembled, flowers bloomed. Moreover, in the soil that Ye Feng's four limbs touched, there were also green sprouts growing. Slime's skill. The black-robed old man sneered. Although a slime was small and fragile, their explosive power was amazing. However, their shortcomings were obvious. Once they encountered an enemy whose cultivation was far beyond their own, it would be a tragedy. However, this black-robed old man did not stop. He continued to approach Ye Feng. This is my specially made poison ivy. They absorb poison, and once they come into contact with a living being, they will madly absorb the life aura until they wither and die. He, this poison ivy of mine is refined from a 10,000-year-old ancient vine. Even if a peak level beyond A-grade practitioner were to be touched by it, they would be corroded until not even dregs are left. Ha, he. This time, I'd like to see who can save you. The black-robed old man's arrogant words resounded in the sky above the forest. As soon as he finished speaking, the dense leaves and green flowers trembled as if they had come to life. They all rushed toward the old man in black and wrapped him up in the blink of an eye. Zzz. The poison ivy began to wriggle, and streams of dark green liquid dripped onto the ground, emitting pungent smoke. The leaves and tender shoots that had been splashed by the liquid instantly withered, as if they had been splashed with sulfuric acid. Seeing this, Ye Feng's pupils shrunk, and he quickly retreated. What a terrifying poison! If he didn't have the golden cicada shell shedding ability, that poisonous vine would probably have corroded him to nothing. Ah! At this moment, a shrill scream came from the thick black fog. It sounded like something was being tortured. Boom! Then, the thick black mist exploded. The black-robed old man stood on the spot in a sorry state. His body was covered in filth, and his facial expression was especially ferocious. Ah! What have you done? The black-robed old man roared in anger. He felt the blood in his body boiling, and his internal organs felt like they were being roasted by flames. It was extremely uncomfortable. I just want to tell you that you are far from being able to kill me with this move. Ye Feng smiled indifferently. He raised his palm and struck out. Immediately, a wave of scorching fire surged out. Boom! The flames burned fiercely and engulfed the black-robed old man. His protective spiritual energy was almost instantly shattered. Ah! The black-robed old man screamed as his left arm was burned to ashes. Chilla! The other half of the black-robed old man's body had been burnt black. The burning pain was simply heart-wrenching. You little B*****, I'm going to kill you. The black-robed old man was furious. As a peak beyond A grade, he was actually forced into such a state by a late stage beyond A grade. It was simply humiliating. Keek, boy. I have to admit that you're indeed the most freakish existence I've ever seen, but it's too late. Do you think that my poison ivy only has this little effect? You're wrong, my poison ivy still has poison. Whoosh! 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 The black-robed old man flicked his fingers several times, and each gust of wind left a deep pit on the ground. And every deep hole would shoot out pillars of fire. The fire was fierce and engulfed Ye Feng in an instant. I want to see you die from the poison with my own eyes. This is your punishment for insulting this old man. The black-robed old man's face was extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with a cruel light. He was like a cat toying with a mouse. He was toying with Ye Feng. In his view, his poison ivy could instantly poison the other party to death. Wang! Suddenly, the poison ivy trembled once more, and actually let out a cry, and then the entire V rose up from the ground. These poisonous vines were more than 2 meters tall and incomparably thick. They were intertwined like pythons and carried a strong, pungent smell. And at the top of this poison ivy, there was a branch that was like a sharp spear. These poisonous vines were like living creatures. They pounced toward Ye Feng with lightning speed. Buzz! In an instant, the poison ivy had already reached Ye Feng's feet. The distance between them was only a short distance. Die! The black-robed old man's eyes were red, filled with hatred. He could almost see Ye Feng being torn into dust. However, at this moment, voila! With the sound of water breaking, Ye Feng's right hand suddenly grabbed onto the branch and pulled it out. Puchi! Ye Feng's 5 fingers ruthlessly stabbed into the branch. Hiss! Ye Feng took in a deep breath of cold air. The poison on the poison ivy caused his body to feel numb, and the branches were as hard as steel. You're looking for death. The black-robed old man was furious when he saw this, and he punched toward Ye Feng's head. Pada! Ye Feng raised his hand to block it. The two of them collided and a deep sound was heard. You actually blocked it? How is that possible? The black-robed old man was shocked. He had already used 70% of his strength, but he still could not move Ye Feng at all. You're so... Kaka. However, before he could finish his words, Ye Feng slapped him and sent him flying. D***mit. You should die, the black-robed old man roared in anger. I want you to die. At this moment, the black-robed old man could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Ye Feng, then he punched out. Die! 667 The destructive pressure has gone completely crazy. The black-robed old man's fist glowed with a purplish-black light, faintly emitting a rotten aura. This punch of his carried a destructive pressure that made people's hair stand on end. Bang! At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed over from the side and collided with the black-robed old man's fist. Boom! A vast and boundless aura swept through the surroundings. The black-robed old man was forced back, and his fist was slightly deformed as the web between his thumb and forefinger split open. Little B****. You dare to sneak attack me? You're looking for death. The black-robed old man was both shocked and furious. Although Ye Feng's strength was low, this was simply a great humiliation. Humph! You wanted to kill me, so it's my turn now. Ye Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. While the black-robed old man was still in a state of fury, his body suddenly disappeared. What? The black-robed old man was stunned. Then, he saw a shocking scene. Ye Feng's body turned into a black line, and he was extremely fast. He arrived before him in the blink of an eye. Die! Ye Feng clenched his right fist. He threw a fist at the black-robed old man. Bang! This punch was wrapped in a domineering energy as it instantly landed on the black-robed old man's chest. Wah! The black-robed old man's face was distorted as he spat out a mouthful of blood. A part of his chest caved in as he flew out like a kite with a broken string. How is this possible? The black-robed old man's eyes widened in shock. His opponent's fist force was extremely fierce and contained a trace of terrifying lightning power. This was a characteristic that only those who possessed the power of the dragon species would possess. Humph! Ye Feng sneered in disdain. Under the influence of the poison mist, his strength had increased by 3 times, or even 5 times. It was enough to kill the black-robed old man. All of you must die. Ye Feng walked over step by step. His killing intent made everyone shiver. The black-robed elder and the youth watching the battle from afar felt a chill in their hearts. Let's join forces and kill him first. Otherwise, no one will be able to escape. The young man knew that Ye Feng was not someone to be trifled with. He immediately attacked together with the black-robed old man. You're just an ant. Ye Feng's gaze was indifferent. Facing the two's attacks, he was not afraid. You've provoked me time and time again. All of you, die, he shouted coldly, and then his body suddenly jumped up, and his legs stepping on the void. Release all the auras. Whoosh! His speed was extremely fast. He instantly passed through layers of obstacles and arrived in front of the young man. Then, he threw a punch. Boom! The young man's body stiffened. He felt as if he had been run over by a speeding truck. His ribs were all broken, and his body flew out like a straw man, falling on the edge of a cliff hundreds of meters away. Puchy! A large mouthful of blood spurted out, dyeing the young man's clothes red. Similarly, it also dyed the black-robed old man's eyes red. How could you have such power? His eyes were dazed and filled with disbelief. Then, he turned around and ran away madly. Humph! Since you've come, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Ye Feng laughed coldly. He stomped his feet and chased after them. ****. Don't force me. I'm really going to die, and you're definitely not going to live either. The black-robed old man's face was ferocious. He had gone completely mad at this moment. At this moment, he madly urged the spiritual energy in his body, pulled out the short sword from his waist, and stabbed it into his shoulder blade. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The sharp pain from the short sword made him cry out in pain. The next moment, his face turned even gloomier, and his aura instantly soared to an extreme. Haha, Ye Feng! You've forced me to do this. I'd rather hurt my own arm than kill you. Die! The black-robed old man's face looked extremely ferocious. A black skull mark appeared between his brows, and a strange and unpredictable aura spread out. Die! The black-robed old man used his secret skill with all his might. Waves of sharp aura locked onto Ye Feng. He was like a ghost as he rushed toward Ye Feng in an instant. He twisted his wrist and his sword slashed toward Ye Feng's neck. This time, the speed was too fast. Even Ye Feng's pupil shrunk. Whoosh! In a flash, Ye Feng retreated, barely avoiding the black-robed old man's attack. You can't escape. The black-robed old man's expression was extremely cruel. He grabbed the short sword and charged forward, stabbing toward Ye Feng's chest. He. Facing the black-robed old man's attack, Ye Feng smiled in disdain. You're seeking death. There are too many flaws. Ye Feng sneered. He stretched out his finger and struck the tip of the short sword. Clang! A crisp sound of collision rang out. The short sword trembled violently, and then it actually cracked inch by inch, breaking bit by bit. What? The black-robed old man's face was filled with shock. His weapon had been broken by the other party's bare hands? How was this possible? You! The black-robed old man was shocked. His weapon was a high-quality weapon, and ordinary blades and spears could not damage it. But Ye Feng only used 2 fingers to crush his treasured sword. Wasn't the strength of his body a little too terrifying? However, Ye Feng did not show any mercy. At this moment, he took a huge step forward and punched out. Boom! His fist landed on the black-robed old man's chest like a cannonball, instantly causing his body to cave in. Cough, cough. The black-robed old man coughed, and his mouth was full of blood. A huge hole so deep that the bones could be seen appeared in his chest, and blood flowed out. It was a shocking sight. How dare you! The black-robed old man raised his head with great difficulty, his eyes filled with hatred as he stared at Ye Feng. Little b****, you better remember this. You cannot kill me today, but one day, I will definitely kill you. After saying that, he staggered and ran down the mountain. You want to leave? It's too late. Ye Feng snorted coldly. His body turned into an afterimage, and he instantly caught up. Bang! He kicked out. Before the black-robed old man could react, he was sent flying backward and landed heavily on the ground. Cough, cough. The black-robed old man coughed a few times. His face became twisted and his eyes were filled with hatred and viciousness. Little b****, I'm going to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed old man gritted his teeth and took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom. Go to H*LL. The black-robed old man's face was fierce. He pulled out the stopper and poured the pill from the porcelain bottle into his mouth. Then, a foul smell spread out. The pill instantly expanded and turned into tiny black dots. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of black pills were shot toward Ye Feng's limbs. Each of them contained a powerful corrosive poison. The poison was colorless and odorless, but to an ordinary person, once poisoned, they would die immediately. This guy has such a thing. Seeing the poison pill, Ye Feng frowned slightly. 668 Not the slightest bit of fear, extremely evil aura. However, he wasn't afraid at all. He allowed the poison to attack him. Then, he reached out his finger and sucked in the air, instantly keeping the poison pill in his hand. Hee. This is the devil's poison pill that I've spent countless years to refine. As long as you touch a drop of it, it will slowly erode your meridians, causing them to fester and inflame, and finally, your entire body will collapse and you'll die. Ye Feng, oh Ye Feng, so what if you have the power to reach the heavens? You still can't escape from this devil's poison pill, the black-robed old man roared ferociously. At this moment, a pair of cold eyes suddenly swept over. Oh, I see. Ye Feng looked at him indifferently. I'm sorry, but your devil's poison pill doesn't seem to have any effect on me. You're a symbiotic demon. You shouldn't be able to resist this poison. You're a symbiotic demon, so who are you? The black-robed old man's eyes widened. He could not believe what he was seeing. Ye Feng shook his head. You are not worthy to know. Go to H*LL. The black-robed old man was furious. He slapped out with his palm, bringing with it a majestic aura that swept toward Ye Feng. However, facing this palm, Ye Feng remained at his original spot. He did not even move an inch, as if he was scared silly. He looked at the other party in a daze. Go to H*LL. The black-robed old man was extremely excited. Ye Feng was standing like a wooden pillar. Then, this palm of his was enough to cripple his entire cultivation. Pa! 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 The black-robed old man's palm struck out, causing the air to explode with a monstrous might. And just when the black-robed old man thought that Ye Feng was dead for sure, suddenly, Ye Feng's body flickered and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was beside the black-robed old man. "Why are you?" The black-robed elder was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. He heard several muffled bangs. Puchi! Ye Feng kicked out 3 times, instantly landing on the black-robed old man's chest. Only the sound of bones cracking could be heard as the black-robed old man was sent flying. His chest had caved in, and his internal organs had been shattered. He was not going to live. Ye Feng did not continue attacking, because he could feel that the surrounding environment was getting darker and darker. It was like a volcano was about to erupt. Kikik! You actually dared to destroy my holy fetus. This old man will burn your bones and scatter your ashes, and destroy your soul. Although the black-robed old man was already dead, his sinister words still made one's blood run cold. Ye Feng's gaze focused, he stared into the distance. In the forest 100 meters away from the two of them, many sinister auras were gathering crazily. Hwalal! A group of pitch-black bats slowly emerged from the dense forest, accompanied by gusts of chilly wind. They flapped their wings, stirring up a gust of wind that covered the sky and blocked out the sun, causing the sky to darken. Kaka! Coo! The bat let out a strange cry that was like a dark cloud pressing down on a city. It was bone-chilling. Bat! Ye Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of suspicion. He saw a short dwarf walking out from the group of bats. His face was long and narrow. His eyes were small and he looked very wretched. But his body was emitting an extremely evil aura. "Human, you're really looking for death." The young man grinned. He looked at the dead black-robed old man on the ground, then at Ye Feng, and he suddenly laughed. He, you killed him, so I'll send you to accompany him in his afterlife, he. I'll enjoy your soul. Kikik! The young man's shrill laughter resounded in the surroundings. As he spoke, the bats flapped their wings and charged toward Ye Feng. Shua, 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 shua. These bats were extremely fast. They arrived in front of Ye Feng in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! 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 Countless bats were like sharp swords, ruthlessly stabbing toward all the vital parts of Ye Feng's body. And just as they arrived, Ye Feng suddenly moved. His movements were too fast, so fast that they could not be captured by the naked eye. He was so fast that no one could see him clearly. Bang! 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 As soon as these bats got close, they were blown up by the punch before they could even react. A rain of blood splattered, and the ground was filled with corpses. This is impossible. Seeing this, the teenager was terrified. He, as expected of my masterpiece. It's indeed powerful. The young man looked at Ye Feng, licking his red tongue. I'll kindly accept your soul. Buzz! The young man's body emitted waves of black mist. The black mist spread out and quickly enveloped the surrounding trees and flowers. In the blink of an eye, the entire forest was filled with a strange and unpredictable atmosphere. Hoo! Gusts of strong wind blew, and in the dark night, pitch-black bats emerged from the ground, densely packed and covering the sky. There were dozens of them. These pitch-black bats opened their bloody mouths and bit toward Ye Feng. Buzz! However, just as they neared Ye Feng's body, a layer of golden light appeared. Sea stone armor. This set of sea stone armor was silver-white in color, and runes flowed on it, giving people a sense of toughness and dominance. Buzz! When the black bats hit the sea stone armor, they were bounced off as if they had hit a steel plate. Next, Ye Feng stretched out his finger and pointed. Buzz! 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 Wisps of golden light shot out. The pitch-black bats were instantly shot through and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of rotten meat. What is this? Seeing the bats die, the dwarf's face finally revealed a look of horror. But Ye Feng frowned slightly. He looked at his arm. This sea stone armor was refined from his own blood. At this moment, he realized that the blood in his body was flowing even faster. Not only that, but the runes on the sea stone armor flickered a few times as if they were alive. Seeing Ye Feng's action, the teenager's pupils shrunk, and his eyes rolled around. This is the sea stone armor. How did you get this armor? The young man's words were filled with disbelief. With his sharp eyes, he had long noticed that this sea stone armor was not an ordinary battle armor. It seemed to contain some kind of special power that was not even afraid of these tyrannical demonic bats. Ye Feng could not be bothered with him. He snorted coldly, "Get lost. Otherwise, I'll beat the sh*t out of you." Haha, what an arrogant kid. I'll let you have a taste of the power of the demonic bats. As he said that, the young man shouted, "All the demonic bats, attack! Eat him!" Roar! These demonic bats screeched unceasingly. They were so dense that they seemed to cover the entire sky as they attacked Ye Feng again. "Since you are looking for death, don't blame me." Ye Feng's eyes flashed with a murderous light. After saying that, he took a step forward. Each step he took would leave behind an afterimage. Ah! The young man's eyes widened. He had never seen such a strange scene before. Impossible! You're a human. It's impossible for you to display such speed. The teenager was horrified. In the next second, the young man's pupil shrank. This is bad. He realized that Ye Feng, who was standing beside him, had disappeared. Die. 669 The battle with shockwaves. The more you fight, the more afraid you get. An ice-cold voice rang in his ears. The young man was so frightened that he almost jumped up. Without thinking, he hurriedly dodged. However, before he could react, a sharp pain hit him, causing the young man to fall to the ground with a miserable howl. D***it. The young man clutched his neck as blood flowed out from the wound. Ye Feng looked at him coldly. He said, "You brought this upon yourself." Ye Feng did not know who this young man was, but the other party had ill intentions and even wanted to kill him, thus Ye Feng would never let him go. D***it. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. The young man roared in anger. Although he was injured, he was not afraid of death. He used all his strength to attack Ye Feng. Ye Feng did not hold back either. The shockwaves from their battle shattered the nearby trees. Soil and rocks were thrown into the air, and dust filled the sky. Bang! 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 At this moment, the young man had completely lost his mind. He attacked Ye Feng crazily, and every attack was fatal. He did not show any mercy. Compared to him, Ye Feng was much calmer. He would only occasionally attack a few times before retreating to the side to watch the battle. This guy is very powerful. However, you're still too young to play with me. Ye Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. After he had recovered his cultivation, he had been worried that he would not have a chance to test it out. Now, this fellow was just right. Come on! Ye Feng stared at the young man's back. His lips curved into a bloodthirsty smile as he slowly walked forward. This scene made the teenager's heart tremble. But very quickly, the young man's eyes bloomed with an evil light. Humph! Good! I've already recovered 80% of my strength. I don't believe that you can block my trident. Trident, kill! Buzz! Following the young man's shout, the trident turned into black mist again, shrouding toward Ye Feng. Seeing this, a mocking smile appeared on Ye Feng's face. He's here again. Ye Feng's figure suddenly charged into the thick black fog. His speed was extremely fast as he dodged and maneuvered in the thick black mist. Once he dodged out of the trident's attack range, he would immediately explode with a terrifying might and instantly crush the young man. And this young man was getting more and more afraid as he fought. Because Ye Feng was too cunning. He was as slippery as a loach, and there was no way to catch him. No, I can't let this continue. The teenager's mind was racing. Then, he suddenly revealed a sinister smile. I'm going to kill you, the young man roared and waved his trident. Instantly, black mist surged. The black mist was like a flood, wave after wave. Hwalala! The black tide slapped against the bank, drowning everything. Ye Feng was inside the black fog. He only felt that it was dark and his vision was blurry, and he could not see his surroundings clearly. Furthermore, the black mist was extremely viscous. Even with spiritual energy, it was difficult to resist it. He. The young man laughed sinisterly. His eyes were filled with excitement, like a wolf that had just seen its prey. He licked his lips and controlled the black fog to charge toward Ye Feng again. However, Ye Feng's speed was faster. Whoosh! He struck out with his palm, and the palm print whistled. His fist smashed onto the black mist, scattering it. What? Seeing this scene, the teenager felt a sense of danger. However, before he could react, he felt a pain in his chest. Kaka, kaka, kaka. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Ye Feng's finger pierced through the young man's heart. Puchi! Scarlet blood spurted out and dyed the black mist red. You! The young man's face was filled with extreme shock and fear. He didn't understand how this kid suddenly became so powerful when he was trapped in the mist. My strength is gone, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone, the young man mumbled. He could feel the spiritual energy in his body flowing away rapidly, as if it was being absorbed by something. What did you do to me? The teenager was extremely frightened as he watched his body shrivel up, turning into a bag of bones. Looking at his miserable state, Ye Feng shook his head slightly. It's nothing, I just sealed your spiritual energy. After saying that, Ye Feng stretched out his arm and grabbed the young man's collar, throwing him out. Bang! Bang! The young man crashed through a tree and fell to the ground. At this moment, the young man's bones were broken and the depths of his soul was shattered. He was on the verge of death. If not for his last breath, he would not even be able to crawl. You! The young man raised his head with difficulty, his eyes filled with disbelief. He, Tao Wu, was actually defeated. Tell me, who are you? Ye Feng looked down at the young man and asked indifferently. Upon hearing this, the young man struggled to raise his head, his eyes red. I will not tell you. I can't accept this. I'm a bloodline warrior, but I lost to a human. A bloodline warrior. Ye Feng was stunned. You are also a bloodline warrior. Ye Feng remembered that the bloodline warrior he killed also said that he had a certain bloodline power. And now, this young man actually said that he was also a bloodline warrior. The young man looked at Ye Feng with hatred and said, Bloodline is my biggest secret. Even if I die, you won't get a single word from me. Hearing this, Ye Feng's eyebrows twitched. He then stepped on the young man's head and said in a low voice, Do you recognize this token? Saying so, Ye Feng flicked his wrist, the special communication device that represented China appeared. This is the special communication device of China. The young man's pupils constricted and his eyes widened. Seeing this, Ye Feng squinted his eyes. He knew that the young man was indeed a bloodline warrior. Otherwise, he would not be able to recognize this special communication device. Thinking of this, Ye Feng's gaze turned cold. Speak. Who was the owner of this communicator? Who is the origin of your bloodline? Ye Feng's tone was cold. Since this young man had a bloodline, he must be from a powerful organization. Furthermore, the other party's strength was not weak at all. In terms of realm, he had definitely surpassed beyond A grade and even reached S grade. Ha ha ha, you don't have to care about our origins. As long as we have a bloodline, we will not easily surrender to any human, unless you kill us. The young man laughed crazily, his eyes filled with madness. And seeing this, Ye Feng's gaze turned extremely cold. Boom! Suddenly, while the two of them were conversing, a series of thunderous sounds could be heard. What's that sound? 670. It seems to be a lightning tribulation, I'll still kill it. Ye Feng frowned, this thundering sound was very familiar. It seemed to be a lightning tribulation. At the thought of this, he suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. At this moment, a golden ocean swept over. The vast waves were at least 100 meters high and covered half the sky. D***mn it. The young man gritted his teeth and cursed. You've harmed me. He had originally planned to use the black fog to trap Ye Feng, but he did not expect that the black fog could not trap Ye Feng at all. Instead, it attracted an even more brutal lightning tribulation. Looking at the golden waves that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, the young man's eyes were filled with deep fear. We're finished. I'm going to die this time. You humans are too despicable. How dare you attract the lightning tribulation? I'm going to kill you. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Hee hee. Ye Feng had a playful smile on his face. He then took a step forward and walked toward the golden lightning wave. Boom! The lightning tribulation descended, and a strong wind swept in all directions. Ye Feng's clothes fluttered. He stretched out his right palm and welcomed the golden wave. Rumble! The golden lightning flowed along the lines of his palm. The moment it touched his skin, it was absorbed into his body. Ye Feng's eyes brightened. He felt extremely comfortable. Every muscle, blood, and meridian was shining with a golden light. It feels so good. Ye Feng grinned. Although the lightning tribulation this time was even more violent than the previous dark tide, the amount of spiritual energy it contained was much more. Furthermore, as the lightning tribulation became more and more violent, that feeling of comfort had already caused Ye Feng to let out a long howl toward the sky. Roar! His body was like an ape as he jumped up a few feet. Then, he jumped into the air and landed on another ancient tree. Then, bang! 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 His legs continued to kick and hit the ground like sharp iron hammers. The ancient trees were instantly broken in half. In the blink of an eye, Ye Feng started to run on the broken ancient trees. Shua! 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 With every step Ye Feng took, the tip of his feet seemed to be able to shoot into the air, and he would then use the momentum to spring up and charge toward the next ancient tree. Every step he took would leave a clear footprint, and behind him, he left a series of afterimages. His speed was extremely fast. In a breath's time, he had crossed a distance of several hundred feet and arrived in front of the youth. The teenager was scared silly. Especially when Ye Feng came close, that wild and oppressive feeling made him breathless, especially when the other party's eyes were filled with destructive energy. It was like a sword that pierced his heart. Pucci! The young man felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and bloodless. He was extremely shocked. He wanted to escape, but his body seemed to be locked, and he couldn't move at all. What should I do? What should I do? The young man's eyes were filled with panic and anxiety. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt his body relax. The suffocating feeling disappeared. Ah! The young man was stunned. He could clearly feel that his injuries had recovered a lot, especially his arms and legs that had been shattered by the lightning. They were slowly healing. Crack! 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 The bones rubbed against each other. The intense pain almost made him faint, and in his vision, Ye Feng slowly raised his palm. I was wrong. I beg you to let me go. The teenager was so terrified that he wanted to die. At this moment, he hurriedly begged for mercy. He knew how terrifying Ye Feng was. He almost killed him with a single strike. Now, if the other party wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. But he still didn't want to die. He was only 20 years old, and he didn't want to die yet. Hearing this, Ye Feng shook his head. I can let you go, but what about your bloodline? Ye Feng's words stunned the teenager for a moment, then he smiled bitterly. Do you really want to force me to my death? I'm telling you, I have a bloodline. If you dare to touch me, the entire bloodline user clan will not let you off. So what if you have a bloodline? I'm a beyond A grade, a genius symbiotic demon. If you kill me, the organization behind me will definitely tear you to pieces. I know you humans are all wretches, but you have to do this in order to live. The young man was filled with anticipation. He hoped that Ye Feng would consider the threat of his bloodline and let him go. But at this moment, Ye Feng smiled lightly and raised his right fist. Bang! The young man's chest burst open and blood spurted out. His eyes were wide open in disbelief as he stared at Ye Feng. After that, his head tilted to the side and he was dead. He's just a person with a bloodline. I'll kill him all the same. After saying that, Ye Feng turned around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the surging golden waves gradually stopped. What? Ye Feng's brows twitched. He sharply discovered that the surging golden ocean seemed to be hiding something grey. Ye Feng was extremely curious. He immediately moved closer to the golden wave, and as he got closer, that grey thing also became more and more solid. What powerful strength! This thing was not big, about the size of a baby's fist, but it exuded a wild and desolate aura, as if it had existed for a long time. What is this? Ye Feng frowned slightly, and at this moment, he saw many tiny fish floating up from the golden wave. Whoosh! These fish were light gold in color, and they were surrounded by a rich spiritual aura. In particular, there was a golden ball floating in the fish's abdomen. Buzz! As the ball floated up, the surrounding golden sea water became restless, and the fish all retreated. This is... Ye Feng was surprised. He carefully sized up this golden ball and discovered that there were many obscure symbols flashing on it. This is... Ye Feng's gaze flickered. He had seen an ancient book in his memory before. This ancient book recorded that in some ancient ruins, special items would be born, and these items would usually carry the inheritance of some ancient symbiotic demon or some kind of secret technique. Thinking of this, Ye Feng's eyes lit up. He did not expect that he would encounter such a treasure when he was just passing by. However, how should he take it away? Forget it, I'll try it first. When Ye Feng thought of this, he immediately extended his arm into the golden sea. However, the moment Ye Feng stretched out his hand and touched the golden sea, he felt a numbing sensation on his fingers, as if he had been struck by an electric current. Not good. Ye Feng cursed in his heart, but at this moment, the situation changed. Boom! 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 The golden sea seethed and many ripples spread out. Following that, waves of majestic pressure came down, and in an instant, Ye Feng's body was completely frozen. Ka, ka, ka. 671 Danger lurks in every corner and a shocking scene. Ye Feng could only feel the meridians and bones in his body trembling. It was as if there were many chains binding him tightly. This is... Ye Feng's pupil shrunk, because he realized that the source of this pressure was the golden sea water. This sea water contained an extremely domineering power. It was like a tide that swept over and gushed into Ye Feng's body. Refine! Ye Feng growled. The muscles all over his body expanded and his muscles bent. His body suddenly sank down, and he actually resisted that huge pressure. Boom! That pressure was too terrifying. Even though Ye Feng tried his best to resist, his body was still sore and his skin burst open, revealing many bloody wounds. Ye Feng's expression changed. He quickly activated the dragon vein technique and the spiritual energy in the depths of his soul to heal his wounds. However, just as Ye Feng was healing his injuries, an even more terrifying force attacked him and shook him, almost shattering his internal organs and causing blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. Not good. Ye Feng was shocked. This place was filled with danger. He had to find a safe place to hide, otherwise, he would die easily. Ye Feng's heart moved. He was about to rush into the distance, but right at this time, he suddenly noticed that at the end of the Golden Sea, there seemed to be a blurry shadow. This? What is this? Ye Feng's expression kept changing. He could clearly feel that within the Golden Sea, there was a terrifying aura. This aura caused Ye Feng's heart to palpitate. He could not help but feel an urge to submit to it. Gilu! Suddenly, a squirming sound could be heard, and Ye Feng saw a shocking scene. A white skeleton slowly stood up. Its legs were already rotten, but it didn't fall down. Instead, it staggered forward. What was even more terrifying was that the skeleton actually opened its mouth and swallowed the golden ocean crazily. Gulp, gulp. A series of strange sounds echoed in the surroundings. The skeleton had swallowed fish that was more than 100 meters long and even giant whales that were dozens of meters long. After eating its fill, the skeleton stopped chewing and swallowing. However, more than half of the golden sea water had disappeared. What is this? Looking at this scene, even with Ye Feng's experience, he was dumbfounded. What kind of existence was this skeleton? Whoosh! The golden sea water continued to boil. Ye Feng saw many golden fish emerging from the water, but compared to before, each fish was much bigger. Their golden scales shone with a piercing light, and their golden pupils were staring at Ye Feng, who was on the shore with cold and emotionless gazes. F***ck. Ye Feng was shocked. If this school of fish pounced on him, he would die instantly. Immediately, Ye Feng quickly turned around and ran toward another island. Along the way, he saw many broken ships. It was obvious that some unknown beast had passed through them. Ye Feng did not dare to delay. He was afraid that these fierce beasts would chase after him. However, after Ye Feng left, the school of fish did not follow him, they just floated there quietly, as if they were protecting the skeleton. Ye Feng did not know what was going on. He came to a place a few kilometers away from the skeleton and sat down. Right at this moment, Ye Feng's ears twitched. He seemed to have heard something strange. Buzz! Ye Feng suddenly raised his head and looked into the depths of the mountain range. Roar! An angry howl suddenly exploded like rolling thunder. Immediately after, a giant claw tore out of the void and ruthlessly clawed down with monstrous fierceness. Kaka! That huge claw headed straight for Ye Feng's body. The sharp claws were shining with a cold light. Not good. Ye Feng's expression changed drastically. He could not be bothered to check his surroundings. He immediately stomped his feet and his body rose up several feet, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Whoosh! And just as Ye Feng dodged this attack, that huge claw ruthlessly crushed the mountain wall, leaving behind a deep claw mark. The entire mountain crumbled and dust filled the air. Who is it? Which friend is here? Can you come out for a chat? Ye Feng's expression was extremely dark. His movement technique was extremely agile. With a single step, he had already appeared a few hundred meters away, and at the same time, he shouted. As soon as his words fell, the hoarse and low groans in the cave stopped abruptly. Then, the roars of the giant beasts mixed with the stench of blood spread over. Ye Feng frowned slightly. He could clearly tell that this was a lizard-like creature. It was huge in size, and it was 2 to 3 meters thick. Its teeth were light red, and its scarlet eyes were filled with bloodthirsty greed. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a series of dense wind-breaking sounds, the giant crocodiles and giant pythons rushed out one after another and charged forward in a dense and overwhelming manner. These guys were extremely ferocious, especially after they smelled the blood. They immediately pounced and bit madly. Ye Feng's expression was extremely solemn. He knew that he had encountered an unimaginable beast. Each of these beasts was comparable to a symbiotic demon. If he fought them alone, he might have the confidence to win, but once hundreds of them surrounded him, even a peak beyond A-grade master would be exhausted to death. D*****. Ye Feng cursed in his heart. He did not know what was attracting these beasts here, but the only thing he could do now was to escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ye Feng's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already 10 meters away, but in just a moment, a huge black panther had already blocked his path of retreat. Zilla! The black panther opened its mouth and bit down. Its teeth were as sharp as swords, and they emitted a grinding sound. Ye Feng twisted his wrist. The dagger swept across and slashed at the sharp teeth, and sparks flew everywhere. Roar! The black panther let out a pained cry and its body suddenly shrank back. Humph! A mere animal dares to stop me? Get lost! Ye Feng's eyes were cold. He waved his dagger and the panthers were sent flying one after another. Pft! Pft! Huge heads fell to the ground one after another, and dark red blood gushed out. Ye Feng did not care about these corpses. He directly rushed into the depths of the cave. However, at this moment, a series of low roars and wails resounded from the inside of the mountain. Then, huge figures burst out like lightning. Boom! 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 Giant wolves, giant apes, mammoths, and countless other creatures charged out from the inside of the mountain. These guys exuded a strong sense of danger, and their scarlet eyes were filled with killing intent. All of them roared at the sky, as if they were looking for a target. 672 All the hair on his body stood on end, like a god of death. At this moment, Ye Feng felt his hair stand on end. He did not hesitate, and he turned around and ran. However, just as he turned around to escape, those creatures swarmed toward him like a swarm of locusts, drowning him in an instant. I'm finished. Ye Feng's expression changed drastically. He could only feel a disgusting and rotten smell coming from his body. He immediately held his breath and circulated his true energy to resist. And just as Ye Feng was using all his strength to defend, suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended, as if a supreme overlord was standing in front of him. Boom! 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 This aura was too strong. It was so strong that Ye Feng could not resist it at all. He immediately knelt on the ground, prostrating on the ground and frothing at the mouth. Just as he fainted, the giant beasts surrounded him and glared at him. In the sky above him, a huge and ferocious flood dragon stuck its head out of the huge cave. The flood dragon was over 100 feet long and its entire body was green. Its lantern-sized eyes were blood-red and it made one's heart palpitate. It stared at Ye Feng, as if it had seen a delicious meal. Its eyes shone with excitement. These berserk beasts did not have very high intelligence. To them, eating food was the greatest enjoyment. Roar! The flood dragon let out an excited cry. It opened its mouth and sprayed out a green mist toward Ye Feng who was below. This mist contained poison, and any creature that came into contact with it would be completely corroded. Although the flood dragon didn't know how this human had barged into this place, since it had encountered him, it naturally had to eat him. However, right at this moment, Ye Feng, who was lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. These things don't seem to be of much use. Ye Feng mumbled to himself. These beasts looked very powerful, but he could deal with them in one move. Thinking of this, Ye Feng looked at the huge flood dragon and grinned. Little snake, hurry up and leave. I don't want to kill you. Hearing this, the flood dragon flew into a rage. You're the F***ing little snake. Your 8 generations of ancestors are the little snakes. Human, die. The flood dragon was furious. It opened its mouth and spat out a poisonous flame. The poisonous flames burned with an astonishing temperature. However, Wang! Yefeng's right hand suddenly stretched out. A black light appeared and he punched out, instantly breaking the giant tongue that was spewing out poisonous flames. Next, Yefeng raised his leg and kicked the flood dragon's body. Bang! Bang! The power of this kick was extremely shocking. It immediately kicked the flood dragon a few feet away. Roar! The flood dragon could not bear the pain. It roared again and charged toward Yefeng. Yefeng sneered, "Idiot! You don't know what death is." He then stomped his feet on the ground and leaped into the air, delivering a vicious whip kick. Pa! Yefeng's whip kick was extremely vicious. It brought with it a strong wind. Like a thunderbolt, it struck the flood dragon's waist. Crack! 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 The sound of bones breaking spread in all directions. Yefeng's kick was so powerful that this flood dragon did not even see the other party's body clearly before its entire body fell apart. Then, the flood dragon's huge body fell to the ground and completely lost its breath. This scene shocked all the beasts. How could they have imagined that a puny human could easily kill the third strongest existence among them? These beasts were scared out of their wits and immediately fled in a frenzy, leaving behind only a pile of beast feces. Looking at this scene, Yefeng shook his head. He turned around and continued to walk deeper into the mountain. The cave was still dark and damp, and as he went deeper into the mountain, the miasma around him became more terrifying. Yefeng did not know what was buried here, but he had to pass through. However, not long after Yefeng stepped into the cave, a terrifying roar could be heard. Next, Yefeng saw figures charging toward him. They were horned rhinos, golden-patterned alligators, silver-ringed snakes, and other terrifying beasts. Mother Fasterisker! When Yefeng saw this, he frowned, and he moved his feet and dodged. Whoosh! Those beasts pounced on empty air, and immediately turned back. Their speed shockingly fast. Not only that, but their attacks were also extremely terrifying, especially the horned rhino. Its sharp horn was like a divine weapon, and every time it hit the wall, it would sink in. Other than the single-horned rhinoceros, the golden-patterned alligators, and silver-ringed snakes also came to bite. Their bodies were thin and long, and their tails were swaying like poisonous pythons. These animals are so f***ing annoying. Yefeng dodged all the way, and he was in a terrible mood. These beasts were too annoying. He wished he could kill all these animals immediately. Unfortunately, the miasma here was too thick. With his current strength, he could only avoid it. No, I can't let this continue. Yefeng felt the pressure. He knew that he had to find the treasure as soon as possible, otherwise, he would definitely die. Yefeng cursed. He took out the slime blade and killed the beasts while running forward. If this scene was seen by others, they would definitely be shocked, because Yefeng's combat strength was simply heaven-defying. His blade technique was extremely sharp and crafty. Chi-la! Pieces of scales were shattered. Yefeng was like a god of death, wreaking havoc in the cave. As for the beasts, they were all chopped to the ground after encountering this guy, screaming in pain. Just as Yefeng was about to arrive at the palace, suddenly, a strange chirping sound of a bird resounded in his ears. What? Yefeng turned his head slightly, and saw that a few hundred meters away, a strange red bird flew out from a crack in the rock. The bird's wings were like flaming swords, emitting a scorching light. Its eyes were scarlet and bloodthirsty. Flame bird. Yefeng recognized this strange bird. This strange bird had a trace of the phoenix bloodline, and its strength was extremely terrifying. Chirp, chirp, chirp. After seeing Yefeng, this flame bird was extremely excited. Its blood-red eyes were filled with greed. Moreover, its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of him, and its sharp beak was ruthlessly piercing over. Yefeng's expression was solemn, and he immediately blocked with his blade. 673 killing, meeting the old man again. Clang! With a crisp sound, the beak of the flame bird almost broke Yefeng's blade. This made his face turn pale. As expected of a beyond A-grade flame bird. You're indeed powerful. Yefeng's heart was filled with shock. His physical body could be said to be abnormal. Even a beyond A-grade symbiote would not be able to harm a single hair on his body. This was enough to show how terrifying the other party was. No matter. Go all out. Yefeng squinted his eyes. At this moment, the long blade in his hand suddenly moved horizontally and pointed at the flame bird. Shua! He slashed out with his blade. The blade momentum was sharp, like a waterfall. The flame bird was not to be outdone either. It flapped its wings and ruthlessly swept over with a scorching astral wind. Clang! The two figures intertwined with each other, causing sparks to fly in all directions. And just as the two of them were entangled, a sense of danger suddenly descended. Boom! Before Yefeng could react, he felt a huge force entering his body from his back. His entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. Pfft! Yefeng retreated for dozens of meters, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face was pale. He felt his internal organs tumbling, and he was in extreme pain. At this moment, the flame bird pounced again. D****. Yefeng's face was ashen. Although his current strength was far beyond ordinary late-stage beyond A grades, but this flame bird was after all peak stage beyond A grade. Even if he could barely resist it, he would definitely lose if this continued. At that moment, Yefeng did not dare to delay. He gritted his teeth and used Ice Arrow. See God King's power. Roar! A loud and clear dragon roar resounded. Following that, a huge phantom appeared behind Yefeng. This shadow was as tall as a person and its entire body was brass in color. A domineering and wild energy was born. Get down! Yefeng growled. Following that, he kicked toward the flame bird. Bang! Bang! A kick landed on the chest of the flame bird. That huge flame bird wailed in pain. It was directly kicked to the ground by Yefeng. Humph! That's a good boy! Yefeng sneered. He then jumped up and sat on the neck of the flame bird. You ugly bird, aren't you going to run? Upon hearing this, the flame bird was extremely furious. Its entire body was burning with monstrous flames as it struggled fiercely. And Yefeng was sitting on its body. No matter how it struggled, he did not relax at all. This place was filled with a dense miasma, and the miasma was filled with poison. Even though Yefeng had the protection of the dragon vein technique, he still needed to circulate his spiritual energy to expel the miasma. Fortunately, there was a black lotus bead in his dantian. As he activated his cultivation technique, the black lotus bead immediately released wisps of cool intent. Gradually, Yefeng's breathing stabilized. He grabbed the flame bird's head and walked into the depths of the cave. Creak! After a series of creaking sounds, Yefeng finally saw the altar. This altar wasn't completely black, but a dark grey-white color. There were countless runes carved on it, making it look extremely mysterious. On top of the altar, a black box stood quietly, with wisps of mist rising from it. Yefeng's gaze landed on the box, his brows raised. Buzz! He stomped his feet and leaped forward. In an instant, he had arrived and picked up the box. Open it! At this moment, Yefeng was extremely excited. He wanted to know what was inside the box. Wang! However, the moment he touched the box, a dazzling dim light burst out and enveloped him. Not good! Yefeng was shocked. He was about to escape, but before he could do anything, he was completely enveloped by the dim light. Hwalala! In an instant, Yefeng felt the world spinning around him. It was like he had passed through a time tunnel. When he regained consciousness, he was already in a strange place. This was a room that looked like a crystal ball, and around him were 3 blurry illusionary figures. Ha ha ha! You're here! That's great! A loud and clear laughter suddenly resounded. That illusionary figure was the old man that Ye Feng had seen in the valley earlier. And at this moment, this old man looked at Ye Feng, and a trace of satisfaction and expectation appeared on his face. Child, welcome to the sealed land. The fact that you've made it here means that you are qualified to inherit my legacy. But, the old man's tone suddenly became serious, and he stared at Ye Feng with a trace of regret. Hearing this, Ye Feng frowned. He asked, but what? AI. The old man shook his head and sighed. He then explained, this is a remnant thought I left behind. Because this sealed land has existed for too long, it can no longer hold on. If I'm not wrong, the seal will disappear in a few minutes. Hearing this, Ye Feng's expression turned cold. Senior, are you saying that this junior is unable to obtain your inheritance? No. The old man waved his hand and continued, I only hope that you can cultivate here, not go out. It's too dangerous outside. Ye Feng frowned. Dangerous? Could it be that senior is referring to the flame bird outside? Hee. Flame bird? That's just the guardian beast that guards this place. The old man sneered and continued, these guardian beasts do indeed have the strength of a beyond A grade, and they change shifts every once in a while. What you've encountered is only its young. When an adult flame bird is born in its nest, even a peak beyond A grade will have to suffer. What the F***ck? Hearing the old man's words, Ye Feng's expression changed. How could he be so unlucky? Ye Feng's face was filled with bitterness. In that case, can senior tell this junior how many years you've been here? 278 years. Hiss. This number caused Ye Feng to take in a deep breath. 278 years? F***ck. It had been such a long time. This old man was living like a monster. Oh right. What's your name? The old man suddenly asked. Junior is Ye Feng. Ye Feng replied. Ye Feng. The old man nodded. He looked at Ye Feng with a smile. Your talent is amazing. It's the first time I've seen it in my life. If you can get my inheritance, you might be able to break the shackles and reach the peak. Hearing this, Ye Feng hesitated. He felt that this old man was a little strange. Senior. Are you not from Earth? Ye Feng could not help but ask. 674 Saint, peak beyond A grade. He realized that the old man's aura seemed to be even stronger than his teacher's. Moreover, he could feel a sense of vicissitude from the other party, which was definitely not the temperament of a symbiote. Hearing this, the old man's eyes suddenly flickered, revealing a look of reminiscence. I've already forgotten where I came from. I used to be known as the Saint. Boom! The old man's words were like a bolt of lightning, exploding in Ye Feng's ears. Saint? What kind of concept was that? This title represented the strongest person in the entire universe. What was even more terrifying was that this old man's strength was heaven-defying, and he could even contend with the stars. The fact that you can see up to this point means that you've already obtained my approval. Now, follow me. The old man's eyes were filled with vigor. He waved his hand and a huge suction force appeared. Next, Ye Feng only felt his vision blur, and the scenery in front of him changed. He arrived at a dark underground palace. The surrounding walls were covered with bronze patterns, giving off a vast and ancient feeling. And at this moment, Ye Feng raised his head and looked up. He saw a crystal ball that was several meters tall floating in the air, emitting a faint blue light. What is this thing? Ye Feng asked in surprise. This is my crystal ball. The old man glanced at Ye Feng, then at the crystal ball. He chuckled, although you are the inheritor I chose, the energy contained in this crystal ball is too violent. I'm afraid you can't bear it. How about this? You take 5 steps back and I'll give it to you." Saying so, the old man waved his right hand, and the crystal ball flew toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng did not reject. He retreated back, but after he retreated for 5 to 6 meters, his expression changed. Kaka! With a crisp cracking sound, the crystal ball instantly shattered, and a dazzling blue light spread out, filled with boundless energy fluctuations. This energy fluctuation was extremely violent, and it swept through the entire underground palace like a monstrous wave. At this moment, Ye Feng's heart thumped rapidly. It was as if a volcano was about to erupt. The violent energy caused his breathing to quicken, and the blood in his body was boiling. What is this? Ye Feng was shocked. He could feel that the power of this energy was far beyond his imagination. However, just as he was in shock, suddenly, Hwalala! An intense tremor shook the ground. Ye Feng felt the stone floor beneath his feet collapsing, and a huge force surged into it. In the blink of an eye, Ye Feng's body was pulled out of the underground palace, and he fell onto the ground. This sudden change shocked Ye Feng. He wanted to stand up and check, but to his shock, he found that his entire body was locked by a huge force. He could not move at all. F***ck. Ye Feng almost cursed. What the H***ll was this situation? Not only him, but all the traps in the underground palace were activated. Black smoke filled the air, and a dense number of iron beetles swarmed over. F***ck. Seeing this, Ye Feng was so scared that he almost peed his pants. This scene was very similar to the one in the movies, but it was even more exaggerated. A group of black beetles that looked like ants was actually fully armed, just like an army. In particular, each of these ants was comparable to an A-grade creature. They were densely packed, as if a locust plague had descended. F***ck. Ye Feng was completely dumbfounded. He did not expect that the old man's tomb would have such a deadly trap. Puff! 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 Countless black beetles covered the sky and ground. They were gnawing at Ye Feng's clothes, skin, bones, and veins. All of this was like a dream. Ye Feng struggled with all his might, but to no avail. The heart-wrenching pain was almost driving him crazy. What was even worse was that his body was gradually becoming thinner. Ye Feng's heart was bleeding, and what made him even more desperate was that his danshan was also being attacked. Those black beetles had entered his danshan and started to devour his spiritual energy. Once his spiritual energy was completely exhausted, he would die without a doubt. Thinking of this, Ye Feng became more and more flustered. Just as he was about to summon the lightning sword to cut off the restraints on his body and escape from this place, suddenly, buzz! A golden light shot out from Ye Feng's forehead and instantly enveloped all the black beetles. Buzz! Those black beetles were originally biting Ye Feng crazily, but the moment they touched the golden light, it was as if they met their nemesis, and they instantly stopped. Next, the golden light vanished, and the black beetles on Ye Feng's body also disappeared. This! Ye Feng's eyes were wide open. He had a dumbfounded expression. He did not know what happened, but he could clearly feel that he had regained his freedom. And just as Ye Feng was in a daze, suddenly, the crystal ball burst out with a thick and piercing blue light, and immediately after, an ethereal figure condensed out of thin air. Junior pays his respects to Senior. Ye Feng hurriedly bowed. He could feel that this phantom was not a real existence. It was left in the crystal ball through some secret technique. Moreover, this shadow carried an extremely dangerous aura. It was as if he could destroy everything with a single thought. "Little guy, what's your name?" The mysterious man glanced at Ye Feng, his eyes were filled with a strange light. "Junior is called Ye Feng." Hearing this name, the shadow was silent for a moment. Hearing this, Ye Feng did not dare to delay. He immediately explained everything that had happened. After Ye Feng finished speaking, the eyes of the phantom flickered, and a pleased expression appeared on his face. I see. As he spoke, the face of the illusionary figure began to blur, as if it was about to dissipate. Then, the voice continued to echo, since you've found my remains, it proves that you're fated with me. I'll give you my inheritance. Eh? Ye Feng was stunned, and he could not understand what he meant. However, before he could ask for more details, the shadow had completely collapsed and disappeared. Only the crystal ball was left floating in the air, emitting a faint blue light as it slowly descended toward Ye Feng. Looking at the falling crystal ball, Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. He was on high alert. At the same time, he walked away step by step. This crystal ball was extremely terrifying. Ye Feng did not know what method he should use to block it. However, the moment Ye Feng took a step forward, the crystal ball shook. Following that, an extremely bright white light illuminated the entire underground palace, and a deep voice also slowly resounded. I am a saint, but I have fallen here. If you are fated, please take a wisp of my soul and help yourself step into the peak beyond a grade realm. Boom! Ye Feng's eyes instantly turned red. A peak beyond a grade. Although Ye Feng did not know what the peak was, he was clear that he was only one step away from the peak. And this step might be very difficult for ordinary people to cross. They might not even be able to reach it in their entire lives. But Ye Feng was clear that because he had this opportunity, this step was very close to him. Thank you, Senior. Ye Feng was extremely excited. No matter what, he finally had hope. He immediately stretched out his hand to grab the crystal ball. However, right at this moment, he felt his hair stand on end as a sense of fatal danger struck him. Get lost! Ye Feng did not even think, and he struck out with his palm. Bang! The two fist auras collided fiercely, instantly setting off a monstrous wind. As the wind dissipated, the two of them looked over and saw a young man in a beast robe slowly walking in from outside. The young man was about 1.78 meters tall with handsome features and a tall figure. The most eye-catching thing about him was the long saber he was carrying on his back. Ye Feng? Hee hee. This young man sized up Ye Feng. His eyes were filled with cold laughter and disdain. 675 Undying Body, Inheritance. As expected. This guy was still alive. And he had even obtained an inheritance. Ha ha ha. That's great. The young man clearly knew who was buried in this tomb. At this moment, his eyes were burning with passion, and he stared at Ye Feng with a gaze as ferocious as a hungry wolf. Seeing this, Ye Feng's heart skipped a beat. The other party's aura was cold and evil, filled with bloodthirst and killing intent. It was obvious that he was a bloodthirsty demonic expert, and his strength was probably extremely tyrannical. This guy was a member of the organization of men in black who had been chasing him. Previously, Ye Feng had been fighting against Evil Spirit for a long time, and after several battles, Ye Feng's skills were still superior. However, Evil Spirit was immortal, so he would not give up so easily. Right now, the person in front of Ye Feng was not Evil Spirit himself, but was still inextricably linked. After all, they were all from the Men in Black's organization. Little brat! Obediently hand over what you have obtained. Otherwise, I'm going to kill you today. The young man's eyes were extremely cold. He did not put Ye Feng in his eyes at all. After hearing this, Ye Feng's expression changed several times before he looked up at the young man without saying a word. Upon seeing this, the young man was stunned for a moment before revealing a sinister smile. Good. What a stubborn temper. I'd like to see how capable you are. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's figure flashed. His speed as fast as a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he had closed in. Chilla. With a wave of his hand, the blade cut through the night sky and slashed down with boundless power. It was as if the night sky had been cut by this sharp blade, leaving a pitch-black spatial crack. Seeing this, Ye Feng's expression turned solemn. He could feel the sharpness of this blade technique. He did not hesitate and punched out. Bang! Ye Feng only felt as if he had slammed against steel. The intense pain made him grimace in pain, and his body was sent flying. Thump! Thump! Ye Feng took a few steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. He stared at the young man in shock and his expression was extremely dark. Who are you? Ye Feng did not expect that he would still be at a disadvantage after cultivating the body of the dragon god. This made him shocked in his heart, and what made him even more shocked was that the blade technique just now was simple and brutal, but it was unparalleled. It was an extremely terrifying blade technique. Each move and form seemed to be able to cut the sky and shatter the mountains and rivers. Ye Feng had never seen such a blade technique before. Hee hee. You even know the name of the blade technique. Very good. The young man's lips curled into a sinister smile as he charged forward again. This time, his attack was even more ferocious than before. Wherever his blade touched, it was pitch black as if H*LL had descended. Humph! Petty tricks! Ye Feng snorted coldly. Facing the other party's attack, he was not afraid, he threw out a punch. Puchy! An ear-piercing sound of friction resounded. Ye Feng felt a tremendous force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas sweeping toward him. His arm instantly turned numb, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Kaka! His arms were twisted, his joints dislocated, and his bones cracked. The young man obviously did not expect that his attack would be stopped by the other party. He raised his eyebrows and said, "No wonder you can obtain the inheritance of a saint. Not bad." As he spoke, the young man narrowed his eyes. "However, your physical body alone is not enough. Unless you have another supreme treasure hidden in your body." After saying that, the young man's gaze turned even more heated. He could feel that there was a strange item on Ye Feng's body. This strange object contained a powerful aura. Even though he had seen all kinds of precious treasures, he was still moved by it. Ha ha ha! Ye Feng! This time, let's see where you can run to. The young man laughed wildly. His figure flashed and he pounced toward Ye Feng. His finger was like a hook, and it was aimed at Ye Feng's chest. Seeing this, Ye Feng's gaze turned cold. He bit the tip of his tongue, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Break! With a furious roar, a layer of faint golden flames appeared around Ye Feng's body, burning fiercely and enveloping his entire body like a suit of flame armor. What? The young man was stunned. He could feel that the temperature of the flames around Ye Feng was extremely high, especially after Ye Feng spat out that mouthful of blood. The color of the flames became even more intense. It was even faintly showing a golden color. This was Ye Feng's blood essence. Blood essence was the blood source of a symbiotic demon and had great effects. If this blood was lost, it would cause a great loss to one's vitality, or even death. D*MN it. The young man's expression changed. He hurriedly stopped his attack and retreated. But at this time, Ye Feng's fist had already arrived. Get lost! Bang! Bang! The young man's face turned pale and he staggered backward. He even fell to the ground. This! How is this possible? The young man's face was filled with shock. Ye Feng was only a late stage beyond A grade, but his physical strength was already comparable to a peak beyond A grade. Ha ha ha! Good! That's great! I didn't think that a mere beyond A grade like you would have such a powerful body. I'm really looking forward to it. As long as I can take over your body, I'll definitely step into S grade. When that time comes, I'm going to slaughter the entire China. The young man was extremely mad. His eyes were completely red. When he saw Ye Feng's body, tears of blood almost flowed out of his eyes, and he was extremely excited as if he had just seen his dream. Little B****, I'm going to tear you to pieces. At this moment, the young man completely lost control. He kicked his legs, and with the inertia from the jump, and his entire body shot out like a cannonball, charging toward Ye Feng. Boom! At this moment, the young man's strength was fully displayed. He was like an armored tank, so fast that even the air exploded with crackling sounds. Ye Feng, who was not far away, felt his skin cracking. His skin was surrounded by a huge pressure. It was like a huge mountain was pressing down on his shoulders, and he could not move at all. Ah, ah, ah! Ye Feng howled toward the sky. He gathered all the energy in his body into his right arm and struck out. Bang! Bang! When the two collided, Ye Feng felt as if his arm was electrocuted. It was numb and soft. Following that, a muffled sound could be heard, and his body was sent flying. Ka-ka-ka! His right knee was fractured, and the right half of his body seemed to be falling apart. He was in extreme pain. This made Ye Feng both shocked and furious. Although he did not understand how the other party could be so strong, from the blade technique that the young man had just used, he could tell that the other party's strength should be around that of a peak beyond A grade. Thinking of this, Ye Feng's gaze turned cold. 676 Secret Movement Technique, it's a matter of time. Let's go all out. Ye Feng gritted his teeth. His figure darted out once again and charged forward. You don't know what's good for you. Seeing that Ye Feng still dared to charge forward, the young man had a mocking expression on his face. You're looking for death. Today, I'll let you taste what it means to be better off dead than alive. As he spoke, the young man's body suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Ye Feng. His speed was too fast, and he was like a ghost. This caused Ye Feng's heart to tremble, because the speed of that young man had already far exceeded common sense. He did not look like a human at all. Boom! 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 Ye Feng's speed was already fast enough, but he realized that the other party seemed to have noticed him long ago. Every time he dodged, the young man would immediately follow up. Each move and stance was extremely ruthless. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of blows, and Ye Feng's body was also injured in many places. At this moment, Ye Feng was covered in injuries and blood, but he still showed an excited expression on his face. I understand. The technique that the young man had used was not a skill, but a movement technique. The speed of his opponent's movement technique was simply shocking. And every time the other party appeared, he would strike first and catch Ye Feng off guard. If this continued, defeat was only a matter of time. Ha ha ha! Little B****, you're already a turtle in a jar, so just surrender. Right now, the young man laughed maliciously. To him, this was just like a game. Ye Feng's speed was slow and his reaction was slow. In his eyes, he was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Hearing these mocking words, Ye Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. We still don't know who will win. Ye Feng's gaze was dark like water. He knew that if he was forced into a dead end, he had to fight to the death. Since that's the case, let's have a showdown. Ye Feng took in a deep breath. He knew that he could only fight now to win a chance of survival. Oh? A decisive battle? Very good. You don't deserve to fight me. The young man laughed. As he spoke, he took a step forward and slammed his palm on the ground. His entire body was like a missile, instantly bursting out. Hoo! While he was running, he was like a cheetah hunting for its prey. He was fast and ferocious. His 5 fingers were like sharp claws. With the sound of wind, he clawed at Ye Feng's head. This guy wanted to crush Ye Feng's head. Looking at this scene, Ye Feng snorted coldly. He did not back down, and his figure burst out. He also stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed toward the other party's head. Boom! Their palms collided with each other. Thump! 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 At the moment of collision, Ye Feng's face turned red. His chest felt like it was struck by lightning, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body retreated 3 to 4 steps, and with every step, the floor tiles cracked. He looked extremely miserable. However, he didn't stop at all. He leaped up again, clenched his hands into fists, and punched the young man's chest ruthlessly. What? Seeing that Yefeng was charging at him again, the young man's expression was slightly surprised, but immediately after, his expression turned extremely ferocious. He formed his palms and aimed at Yefeng, striking out. Chilla! Yefeng only felt his chest stagnate. His clothes were torn and blood started to flow out. The young man also stopped moving forward. His palm was burning with pain, as if it had been burned by a soldering iron. B*****. You're looking for death, the young man roared in anger. He stomped his feet on the ground, and his body shot toward Yefeng like a cannonball. Bang! 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 The two of them were engaged in a frenzied battle on the ring. One after another, fierce attacks were constantly flashing out. Puff! 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 Pieces of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Yefeng's body was in a more miserable state. One of his arms had already been torn off by that young man, and blood was raining down. Not only that, the other party's speed was terrifyingly fast. Even if Yefeng used his techniques and hidden force, he still could not block this crazy demon's speed. Bang! 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 The two continued to exchange blows. In just a few seconds, Yefeng was already covered in blood. The young man was not having a good time either. Although his speed was extremely fast, Yefeng was not bad either. His defense was insane. Even if he was slapped a few times, he could still endure it and continuously throw out punches. Bang! Bang! A fist smashed into the young man's abdomen, sending him flying. Hee hee! Kid, you want to fight me with this little ability? The young man steadied himself and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. But right at this moment, Yefeng suddenly turned around and stared at the young man. His lips curled into a sinister smile. This expression made the young man's heart skip a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. At this moment, Yefeng's body was slightly bent, his legs were tensed up, like an arrow that was charging up. With a series of crackling sounds, his legs shot out and attacked the young man. This kick was so fast that even the young man was shocked and quickly dodged to the side. Buzz! The kick brushed past his shoulder and pierced through his body. Ah! The young man howled in pain and retreated rapidly with a look of horror on his face. But Yefeng chased after him relentlessly. His eyes were red and his muscles were bulging. He raised his right leg high and bent his knee, like a longbow with a fully drawn bowstring, ready to shoot out at any time. Whoosh! Finally, Yefeng leaped out. His right leg shot out like an arrow. With an indomitable aura, it pierced into the chest of the young man. Ah! The young man felt an unbearable pain in his chest. He wanted to resist but Yefeng had already pulled out his leg and kicked out again. This kick on the young man's left face caused his nose to collapse, and half of his teeth fell out. His face was covered in blood, and he looked extremely miserable. Ah! The young man had never thought that he would lose. This was a completely one-sided battle. DMNU, you little bastard! The young man's face was filled with hatred. I'm going to kill you. I'll kill you. He felt hatred, and he was angry. He was angry to the extreme. At this moment, he circulated the spiritual energy in the depths of his soul and attacked Yefeng crazily. However, Yefeng would not give him the chance to catch his breath. When the balls of spiritual energy attacked him, he kicked out and landed a heavy kick on the young man's abdomen. Bang! The kick landed on the young man's stomach, and he was sent flying while spitting out blood. Crack! 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 Several of his ribs were broken, and even his internal organs were crushed by Yefeng's kick. D*mit. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. 677 The sealed spiritual energy is suffocating. The young man let out a shrill cry and struggled to get up. However, as he struggled, he suddenly felt his vision go black and a palm pressed on his neck. In an instant, his entire body stiffened in fear. He felt that all the spiritual energy in his body had been sealed, and he could no longer mobilize it. Cough. The young man's face was pale and he was in great difficulty. He felt a strong suffocating feeling coming from his throat and his whole body was filled with fear. Yefeng walked closer to him and said, I rarely make enemies with others, so you must die tonight. As he spoke, Yefeng slowly stretched out his finger and placed it on the young man's neck. No. No. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you won't be able to live for long. The young man felt Yefeng's killing intent and was extremely shocked. He started to shout loudly. Hearing this, Yefeng raised his eyebrows and asked, What do you mean? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the other party's mocking gaze, and a chill rose in his heart. He understood that he had been played. As expected, the moment Yefeng frowned, the young man started to laugh. Ha ha ha! You're so stupid! Let me tell you, my master is an important figure in the organization of the Men in Black. If you kill me, he will definitely turn you into ashes. What the f***ck? This young man's words caused Yefeng to frown, but he soon burst out laughing. You're talking about evil spirit, right? You might not know this, but he was just defeated by me last time, and he's probably still waiting to recover. That's right. It is. This guy seemed to have caught on to Yefeng's weakness. He became more and more excited as he spoke. Little brat! You're too arrogant. How dare you injure me? You still dare to kill me? This guy was extremely arrogant, as if he had already determined that Yefeng was afraid. He sneered and said, Do you know why we're here? I was ordered to hunt you down. I'm telling you, you can't afford to offend them. And Lord Evil Spirit is an undying existence. If you kill me, he will definitely tear you into pieces. Ha ha ha. It's too late for you to regret now. The more this guy thought about it, the more excited he became. And at this moment, Yefeng's palm exerted some strength and broke the young man's neck. Puchi! The young man's eyes were wide open as he spat out blood. His head tilted to the side and he died instantly. The organization of the Men in Black, hee. Looking at the two corpses, Yefeng's lips curled into a playful smile. After I trample on that *T organization of Men in Black, I'll take my time to deal with you pieces of trash. Yefeng laughed coldly. He was not a fool. These people from the black-robed organization were here to deal with him. However, he didn't take it to heart. Since they wanted to kill him, they should be prepared for his revenge. Thinking of this, Yefeng took in a deep breath. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. This time, he was going to break through to peak beyond A grade, and the spiritual energy accumulated in his body had reached its limit. He only needed a spark to ignite it. But Yefeng had a premonition that if he wanted to advance to the peak of beyond A grade, he might not need any special cultivation resources. All he needed was a moment of enlightenment. After thinking through all this, Yefeng focused all his attention on himself. At this moment, he thought of the crystal ball that the saint had given him. The crystal ball was clear and translucent, with a light green light shining inside, like jade. This crystal ball contained a vast amount of spiritual energy and elements, a treasure that all symbiotic demons dreamed of. But only Yefeng had encountered such an opportunity. What kind of luck and opportunity was this? I remember that I once recorded gathering spiritual energy in the dragon vein technique. Yefeng was deep in thought. This gathering of spiritual energy, as the name suggested, was to gather the spiritual energy that was wandering around the world. This crystal ball contained an extraordinary amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy, enough for a symbiotic to condense spiritual energy. Thinking of this, Ye Feng could not help but smile. He took the crystal ball and sat down cross-legged, starting to gather this huge amount of spiritual energy. Wang! When Ye Feng sat down cross-legged, waves of spiritual energy started to gather toward him like a tide. Hula lala! This spiritual energy was so majestic that in an instant, the surrounding trees, flowers, grass, hills, and rivers were all enveloped by this spiritual energy. The pack of wolves in the distance was also struck by this spiritual energy. They prostrated on the ground and trembled. And this spiritual energy was getting thicker and thicker. It gradually formed into a cloud and fog, shrouding Ye Feng. Around Ye Feng, the dense forest became clearer. Threads of spiritual energy gathered from all directions, forming spiritual energy vortexes that entered Ye Feng's body. As the spiritual energy entered his body, Ye Feng's muscles, veins, bones, and even every inch of his skin were filled with spiritual energy. This power made him feel comfortable all over, as if every meridian was filled with water, extremely abundant. In the depths of his soul, it was boiling. Tiny electric arcs flickered and jumped. This was the embryonic form of the lightning force, and in the depths of his soul, a ball of lightning was spinning wildly. Ye Feng's mental energy had already been raised to its peak state when he went to Sky City. And at this moment, as the spiritual energy surged, the depths of Ye Feng's soul was in chaos. The lightning ball was getting more and more dazzling. Boom! 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 Finally, at a certain moment, the ball of lightning completely exploded. A destructive aura was emitted from the ball of lightning. And immediately after, an electric current shot out from Ye Feng's forehead. Peepa! This bolt of lightning was dark red in color and exuded a scorching aura. The moment it appeared, it burned the void to the point of sizzling. The power of lightning! Looking at this scene, Ye Feng's heart was filled with shock. He did not expect that just by awakening a bit of lightning attribute energy in the Lightning Divine Hall, it would actually transform to such a degree. Something's wrong. This should be the lightning law. Even though Ye Feng did not know the secrets of martial arts cultivation, he had read about it in the Dragon Vein technique. The lightning law was the source of the power of lightning. And Ye Feng had the lightning law. What did this mean? Ye Feng was extremely excited. This meant that the power of his lightning attribute skills had increased by several times. Immediately, Ye Feng did not stop. He stood up and stretched out his arm, slapping toward a pine tree in the distance. Wang! Ye Feng's palm left an afterimage in the air and landed on the pine tree in an instant. Kaka! 678 Extremely fast, ruins. The speed of this punch was extremely fast. It instantly pierced through the root of the pine tree and pulled it up. The branches of the pine tree were luxuriant, but its roots were extremely fragile. Once broken, it would lose its vitality. Explode! Ye Feng roared and threw the root into the air. At the same time, he waved his arm and threw the other half of the root into the distant cliff. Boom! 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 As the two collided, a violent explosion immediately rang out. The entire valley seemed to tremble, and countless rocks were sent flying. Ye Feng's face was extremely pale. The power of this move was beyond his imagination. But right now, Ye Feng did not even have the time to catch his breath, because the moment the two roots exploded, a terrifying wave of air swept toward him. This wave of air carried a monstrous fiendish energy. It was like a ferocious beast in the wilderness, wreaking havoc. Wherever it passed, wolves would come to pass, and the mountains, rivers, and vegetation would be turned into powder. This blast was too terrifying. Like a storm, it destroyed everything in its path. Ye Feng was shocked. He wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. Puff! 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 One by one, the towering trees were swept away by this wave of air and instantly snapped in half. The ground caved in. Whoosh! In the face of this wave of air, the ancient trees were as fragile as tofu and instantly cracked. The rocks were torn apart one by one. It was as if the end of the world had arrived in the entire valley. Endless waves of air swept across the surroundings, turning the entire valley into a scene of ruins. After seeing the damage he had caused, a bitter smile appeared on Yefeng's face. This was only the initial transformation of his lightning attribute. If it was a perfect transformation, it would be even more shocking. I wonder if I can reach the peak of my strength. Yefeng's eyes were filled with hope. If his lightning law could break through to the Grandmaster realm, then with his lightning law, his combat strength would definitely soar. Yefeng muttered to himself for a moment, then he slowly collected his thoughts and continued to refine the boundless spiritual energy. Boom! 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 As he refined it, the lightning energy in his body became more and more powerful, and he had a faint feeling that it was about to break out of his body. This aura is so familiar. Another lightning-type transformation of the slime blade. Yefeng's brows rose, the slime blade appeared in his mind. The slime blade had absorbed a large amount of soul aura, and this time, Yefeng could feel that soul aura again. Furthermore, it was different from before. At this moment, the aura of his soul was even more vast. It seemed that the slime blade had really awakened. Yefeng was overjoyed, but right at this time, he suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. I understand now. It's the slime blade. It has a second form change, the slime spear. Yefeng's eyes were burning. Professor Lei had told him that it was an extremely special treasure. However, Yefeng had never seen this spear before, and he did not expect to see it here today. It was unknown what material the spear was made of. It was pitch black with complicated patterns on it. There were flashes of lightning on it, and it exuded a sharp and overbearing aura. Especially the tip of the spear, which was exuberant with a touch of purple, like a lightning snake slithering. At this moment, the slime spear was no longer the same as before. Instead, it was pierced by a lightning thread, which was constantly moving as if it had a life of its own. Wang! 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 At this moment, the slime spear seemed to be shouting. The voice was as tender and lovely as a baby's cry, but it also sounded like the roar of a demon, with a bloodthirsty and cold-killing intent. Good spear! Yefeng's eyes were filled with excitement. With you, my strength will definitely increase even more. Haha! Yefeng could not stop laughing, but soon after, his expression froze. What's missing? Saying so, Yefeng lowered his head and immediately realized that something was missing from the tip of the slime spear. Yefeng furrowed his brows. And at this moment, the slime spear suddenly released a blinding lightning glow. This lightning glow surged wildly, forming lightning runes. These runes! Yefeng stared at the lightning runes. Within these runes, there was a sense of vicissitude, as if they had experienced the passage of time. On the surface of these lightning runes, fine lines of patterns crisscrossed like a spider web, covering the entire spear. These patterns seemed to contain endless profoundness, an extreme yang energy was emitted from the spear, causing Yefeng to be shocked. And right at this time, Yefeng suddenly felt a blood connection. He quickly checked and was shocked to discover that there were hundreds of runes carved on the spear. And every rune was different. This made Yefeng shocked, but at this moment, Yefeng suddenly felt that this slime spear seemed to have a trace of consciousness. Although this trace of consciousness was very faint, like a newborn. It gave Yefeng a sense of danger. It seemed. The spear was afraid? Yefeng was stunned. This slime spear was a weapon. How could it be afraid? In his confusion, Yefeng carefully observed the lightning runes, and gradually, he discovered something unusual. The lightning on these patterns seemed to form some kind of writing. And it was. Yefeng took in a deep breath. His eyes suddenly opened wide, and his eyes were about to burst. Even his body could not help but tremble. This is. He recognized these lines. Because, in his memory, he also had it, that was a certain secret manual. Ye Feng's entire body trembled. His hands were shaking, and his nails dug into his palms. Fresh blood was dripping from the gaps of his fingers, but Ye Feng did not seem to feel it. His gaze was fixed on the slime spear. It was as if he had lost his mind. Martial technique, this is a martial technique. Ye Feng mumbled to himself. Never in his dreams would he have thought that the slime spear was a secret technique. A heaven-defying cultivation technique that could allow a symbiotic demon to rapidly increase their strength. No wonder it's called the slime spear. It's a heaven-defying item. Ye Feng's gaze was burning. He looked at the spear without even blinking. At this moment, there was a sudden change. The slime spear suddenly shook violently. Wang! 679 destructive fluctuations, like the end of the world. The slime spear seemed to be struggling, but it also seemed to be wailing, as if something was trying to break free from its shackles. What is this? Could it be that I was too excited and triggered the resistance of the slime spear? Ye Feng was shocked. He quickly suppressed the slime spear, but at this time, the slime spear seemed to have broken free of its restraints. It burst out and disappeared into the distance. Ye Feng was dumbfounded. He looked at the slime spear that had disappeared into the distance, and he felt extremely depressed. *CK. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so excited. Now that it has run away, it'll probably be very difficult for me to practice in the future. Ye Feng's mouth twitched a few times, then he shook his head and put all these thoughts out of his mind. He sat cross-legged on the ground, took out a pill, and consumed it, starting to recover from his injuries. This battle was filled with danger, and Ye Feng was heavily injured and only had half a life left. Because Ye Feng himself did not have the lightning elemental energy, he only received some guidance from the lightning god. That was why he could temporarily obtain some of the lightning god's power. However, it was different now. His slime spear was covered with the law of lightning and could possess the power of lightning for a short period of time. That was to say, Ye Feng could summon the slime spear and then release the power of lightning. This kind of summoning and release power could almost reach 100% release. This was also one of Ye Feng's greatest gains. Boom! 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 Just as Ye Feng was recuperating, the entire ground started to shake like there was an earthquake. The tremors were getting stronger and stronger. It was as if a tsunami was crashing down. Ye Feng opened his eyes. He looked at the surrounding scene with an extremely shocked expression. The place had been completely replaced by ruins. The surrounding rock walls had been crushed into powder, and nearly 2/3 of the ground had collapsed. This scene was simply appalling. Boom! 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 The ground was still shaking, and one could even vaguely see that at the end of the ruins, bolts of lightning were flashing in the void, like a thunder dragon in the sky, roaring. This scene was too shocking, and even Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. As time passed, the power of the lightning became more and more intense, as if the might of the heavens had descended, filled with destructive fluctuations. Not only that, as the power of lightning continued to brew, there seemed to be some kind of life being born in the lightning. It was as if it was alive. Rumble! The earth shook and the mountains shook. It was like the end of the world. A series of earth-shaking roars seemed to ring out in Ye Feng's ears. These roars pierced through the clouds like the howls of ghosts. At this moment, the entire earth's tremors had reached an extreme. Kaka! Kaka! The ground was cracking and the soil was flying. It was as if a volcano had erupted. Hot lava came out from the ground and instantly swept in all directions. It was an extremely terrifying scene. The surging lava shot up into the sky and then fell again, smashing into the ground, causing the entire land to tremble. At this moment, earth-shaking roars sounded again. Roar! The voice was mournful and fierce, as if it was desperate and angry, but it also seemed to be begging for mercy. Ye Feng stood on the spot. His expression was ashen. He stared at the ground, his eyes filled with shock. At this moment, a huge, ferocious head appeared on the ground. This head was several jong tall and looked extremely fearsome. It was like the head of an evil demon, and its scales were dense, emitting a cold and eerie light. That was not all. What was even more terrifying was the 4 pairs of wings on its back. Each of the 4 pairs of wings was 7 to 8 meters wide. They were completely black and emitted a suffocating cold light. The wings flapped, bringing with them a strong wind that was like sharp blades tearing at the surroundings. Behind those pitch-black wings were thick and strong tails. This tail was like a whip, suffused with black light, like a steel whip, and its sharp claws were like knives. Whoosh! The 4 wings flapped, instantly crushing the surrounding buildings. The behemoth roared into the sky, and black shadows streaked across the sky. Roar! Immediately after, another black shadow sprang out from the ground. This black shadow was also 5 to 6 meters long and looked like a wolf beast. Roar! 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 2 black shadows circled above Ye Feng's head, and a pair of blood-red eyes revealed a bloodthirsty glint as they stared at Ye Feng, like they were sizing up their prey. The moment the 2 giant creatures appeared, the entire ruined continent was in an uproar. Streams of evil aura gathered crazily and surged toward the 2 behemoths like a tidal wave. The black mist accumulated more and more, and finally transformed into the shadows of strange demons. These demonic creatures were blurry and indistinct, but they bared their fangs and brandished their claws, letting out sharp howls as if they wanted to tear Ye Feng apart. Ye Feng's expression was dark. He could feel a strong killing intent gathering toward him. What is this? Ye Feng frowned and asked. He realized that at this moment, these demonic creatures were actually fighting to absorb the evil energy that he released. Kikik! Ga! Ga! I've finally waited for this. Hurry up, you guys! Hurry up and give me all the evil energy, I want to refine this evil energy. What a pure evil energy! I want to break through. Break through! A series of strange laughter could be heard from the void, and Ye Feng's expression changed. He did not expect that he would become the target of all. Boom! The ground continued to shake as if there was an earthquake. Then, a huge crack appeared on the ground as if it was an abyss. A dark palm slowly emerged from the ground. Hwalala! As the earth split open, endless black gas surged wildly, as if an ancient savage giant beast had crawled out from the ground. That arm was extremely corrosive, and its nails were extremely sharp. Once caught, the flesh and bones would be destroyed. Boom! The moment that arm stretched out, it shattered hundreds of huge rocks in front of it, and it grabbed toward Ye Feng and wanted to crush him. At the critical moment, Ye Feng took a few steps and dodged quickly. Bang! The huge rock exploded, and smoke and dust filled the air. Ye Feng's eyelids twitched. He raised his head and saw that a huge object had appeared where he was previously. It was a demonic creature with the head of a bull and the body of a human. Its entire body was covered in thick, hard fur that looked as if it had been poured with metal. Its hands were like blades, and its nails were cold and sharp. Especially on its neck. There were horns, which looked terrifying. And the strangest thing was, Ye Feng could feel a strong sense of resentment and hatred from the minotaur demonic creature. This resentment and hatred were extremely intense. Even though he was far away, Ye Feng could still feel his head exploding. *mit. Was this resentment? Could it be that it's formed from the resentment and memories of this bull-headed demon? 680 bull-headed demon, powerful pressure. Ye Feng's heart thumped rapidly. He could feel that if he was hit by that demonic creature, he would definitely die. Where did this demon come from? Where is its corpse? Ye Feng's gaze swept across the land. He saw the corpse of the bull-headed demonic creature at the side, but it had already disappeared. Ye Feng did not sense the presence of anything else. He frowned. Wang! 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 At this moment, the dense group of demonic creatures that covered the sky and the earth let out a series of sharp hisses. They surrounded Ye Feng in a frenzy. Dark auras shrouded the surroundings as if they wanted to kill Ye Feng. At the sight of this scene, the ox-headed demon's mouth moved a few times. Then, the dense demons knelt down on the ground as if they were worshipping it. What? Ye Feng was stunned for a moment, and immediately after, he felt an extremely strong summoning from all directions. At this moment, all the demons were prostrating on the ground and shivering as if they had encountered something terrifying. Not only them, but the black gas around the demonic creatures also retreated as if they were extremely afraid. What's going on? Ye Feng was a little dazed, and just as he was hesitating, he suddenly heard a low voice, "Be careful, something is coming." As soon as it finished speaking, a dazzling light flashed out. Then, a dagger went straight for his throat. Whoosh! This dagger was too fast. It was like a shooting star chasing after the moon. Even before Ye Feng could react, the dagger had already pierced through his chest. Ye Feng's eyes widened. He let out a muffled groan and his body fell to the ground. Blood spurted out of Ye Feng's chest. A dagger had pierced through his heart and came out from his back. Hee hee. You're very lucky. I'll let you know my power. The person who spoke seemed to be very excited. Then, its body suddenly grew taller. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a monster that was 30 to 40 feet tall with muscles all over its body. It looked like it was cast from copper and iron. This creature had a burly figure and green skin. Its legs were long and rough, full of strength. There were 2 bull horns on its head, and white air was coming out of its nostrils. A fierce and violent aura rose to the sky. This guy was a mutated bull-headed demon. Beside him were several demons, each of which exuded a shocking pressure. There were 5 half-transcendent demons. This power caused the sky in the entire area to turn dark, as if the end of the world had come. Hee hee. It's really delicious. The 5 demonic creatures shrieked in unison, and just as they were about to pounce on Ye Feng and eat him, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Are you looking to die? His voice was cold and carried a hint of mockery. Buzz. Hearing these words, those demonic creatures stopped in their tracks. They looked at Ye Feng with a trace of fear in their eyes, and they quickly retreated. Only the bull-headed demon was left standing in place. Hee hee. Interesting. It looked at Ye Feng and grinned, then in a flash, it appeared in front of Ye Feng. Boom! This bull-headed demon's speed was unbelievably fast, and even Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. He quickly rolled away and barely dodged this punch. It was a close call. What a fast speed! Ye Feng's expression changed. He could not even catch the movement of the other party. But at the next moment, Ye Feng's expression changed again. Die! At this moment, the bull-headed demon punched out with a speed even faster than before. Ye Feng did not have time to dodge and was directly sent flying by this punch. Bang! Ye Feng's body crashed into a huge tree and broke it before falling to the ground. He clutched his stomach and coughed violently. His face was full of pain and disbelief. He had actually lost. At this moment, Ye Feng's will to fight was severely damaged, because the other party's speed was too fast. It was beyond his imagination. And this was only the speed of the opponent's attack. Ha ha ha! You can't do it, Ant! The bull-headed demon laughed loudly. It looked at Ye Feng with disdain. But Ye Feng shook his head. He wiped the blood from his mouth. There was no anger on his face. Instead, he was smiling. You win. Ye Feng sighed. Although he didn't know what this bull-headed demon was, he could clearly see that its speed was much faster than his. It was completely crushed. This creature's speed had definitely surpassed his. Hearing Ye Feng's words, the bull-headed demon was stunned, and it was clearly a little surprised. Following that, it looked at Ye Feng with a mocking expression and said sinisterly, "Since you know I've won, then go to H*LL. Saying so, the bull-headed demon's figure flickered, and it pounced toward Ye Feng. Wait a moment. Ye Feng took in a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He asked, "What kind of creature are you? Why are you chasing me? Hee hee. Why do you care what I am? I'm going to eat you today," the bull-headed demon roared ferociously. Its body moved like lightning. It grabbed Ye Feng's collar and tore it apart. Kaka. This bull-headed demon's hand was sharp. It grabbed onto Ye Feng's neck and instantly broke it. This made the bull-headed demon extremely happy. It had killed countless symbiotic demons in the past, and the essence of their flesh and blood far exceeded that of ordinary wild beasts. Especially the flesh and blood of symbiotic demons, which contained boundless energy that was enough to support its cultivation for a long time. But just as the bull-headed demon was about to bite Ye Feng's shoulder, suddenly, it felt a strong gust of wind. Bang! Ye Feng's right arm swept across and hit its lower jaw. The speed of the blow was so fast that the bull-headed demon's jaw was broken before it could react. Roar! The bull-headed demon's lower jaw was broken, and it howled in pain. It then held its head with both hands and wailed repeatedly. Ye Feng did not stop after he succeeded in his first move. He jumped into the other party's arms and punched out with both fists. Bang! 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 A wave of dense fist imprints rained down on the bull-headed demon's body. Roar! A shrill cry resounded through the forest. The bull-headed demon's abdomen was hit by an elbow, and its ribs were broken in 3 or 4 places. Then, a knee hit its abdomen hard, almost causing it to lose its breath. Next, Ye Feng punched the bull-headed demon's chin again and again, only to hear cracking sounds. The bull-headed demon's chin was shattered. Next, Ye Feng grabbed the other party's neck with one hand and lifted it up. At this moment, the red light in the bull-headed demon's eyes disappeared and was replaced by fear. It could feel the terrifying aura from Ye Feng's body. That kind of powerful pressure and strength almost crushed it. This kind of strength far surpassed its own. How could this be? 681 Extremely terrifying bloodline, extremely cold eyes. Tell me, who are you? Why are you looking for me? Ye Feng's voice was like it came from the netherworld. It was extremely hoarse and low. The moment he asked this question, the bull-headed demon's face was filled with fear. It could feel that the bloodline in Ye Feng's body was extremely terrifying. That bloodline seemed to be the bloodline of some ancient beast, filled with a destructive aura. I don't know what you're talking about. The bull-headed demon did not dare to hide anything and hurriedly explained, "This is just a misunderstanding. I have no ill intentions." Misunderstanding? Ye Feng sneered. His gaze was extremely cold as he stared at the bull-headed demon. Then let me ask you. Why are you following me? The bull-headed demon was stunned for a moment, then quickly explained, "I'm just passing by, passing by." Passing by? Ye Feng raised his eyebrows. This is Sky City. Why are you here? The bull-headed demon's expression was extremely ugly. Seeing that the other party was not willing to speak, Ye Feng squinted his eyes, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Humph! Since you don't want to tell the truth, I'll leave it to the king of H*LL. Saying so, Ye Feng swung his arm and threw this bull-headed demon into the air. Then, he jumped up and punched the bull-headed demon's chest. Bang! 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 Each punch was as powerful as a thunderbolt, and had the sound of thunder. Pfft! The bull-headed demon's chest caved in, and its internal organs were all shattered. It fell down like a kite with a broken string. Spare me! The bull-headed demon was shocked and hurriedly begged for mercy. However, the next moment, a foot stepped on its head. Are you going to tell me or not? Ye Feng's gaze was cold. This scene caused the bull-headed demon to feel a chill in its heart. The bull-headed demon did not dare to hide any more. Yes. His Highness Glassy sent me. Oh? Was it? That B** starred. Ye Feng's expression turned even colder. Then, he turned to look at the surrounding vegetation. He realized that the terrain was very special. It seemed to be some kind of illusion. Who are you? I'm called Oxhead, the bull-headed demon said, and then it changed the topic. But I'm no longer a bull-headed demon. After saying that, the bull-headed demon's body was covered in black mist, and strange ripples spread out on the surface of its body. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a person covered in a black robe. Seeing this person who appeared out of nowhere, Ye Feng was slightly stunned, and he revealed a playful smile. You're not a bull-headed demon, but a ghost. Ye Feng saw a white skeleton floating beside the bull-headed demon. This skeleton was filled with hatred. It was obvious that it had suffered great pain when it was alive. Hearing that Ye Feng recognized his identity, the bull-headed demon laughed wildly. What a powerful kid! You actually recognized my true identity at a glance. That's right, I'm indeed a ghost. And you've also guessed it. You're very smart. Hearing this, Ye Feng smiled lightly. Since you're not a human, why did you follow me? The bull-headed demon shook its head. You're wrong. I'm not a human. I'm not an ordinary ghost either. My true form is the water of the Netherworld River. What the f***ck? Ye Feng's heart trembled. What was the water of the Netherworld River? That was the innate holy water that was born in the Netherworld River. It had the effect of changing one's fate. It was also a legendary divine grade. It was said that it could wash away the mortal world and refine the immortal body. This kind of treasure was extremely precious, and even gods would go after it like a flock of ducks. And now, this bull-headed demon actually had the water of the Netherworld River? Ye Feng took in a deep breath. He knew that this news was definitely explosive. However, he didn't lose his mind. Instead, he frowned and asked, I don't believe it. Hee. Have you ever heard of the word nether? The bull-headed demon smiled at Ye Feng. That expression was like a cat playing with a mouse. The word nether was a taboo. Ye Feng had heard of it before, but only those immortal cultivators and powerful existences knew about it. Some ordinary symbiotic demons did not even know what nether meant. You said nether, could it be that the king of the netherworld is surnamed Nether? Ye Feng suddenly asked. That's right. The bull-headed demon nodded and said, the lord of the netherworld is surnamed Nether. After saying that, its eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty cold light. Brat, you're dead today. Hearing this, Ye Feng's brows furrowed even tighter. He didn't expect the netherworld to be so powerful. Even the king of the netherworld was born from the Netherworld River. Moreover, the king of the netherworld was the lord of the netherworld. Wouldn't the netherworld be called a country? At this moment, Ye Feng felt a chill in his heart. And on the other side, that bull-headed demon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, charging toward Ye Feng madly. Roar! Roar! The demonic creatures were roaring non-stop. After they were subdued by the bull-headed demon, they obeyed its orders and pounced toward Ye Feng. However, before they could even get within 10 meters of Ye Feng, they were forced back by his pressure and could only stand still. You're looking for death. The bull-headed demon was furious. It stretched out its arms and pulled the surrounding vegetation over, forming two sharp curved blades. Little brat! Accept your death! The bull-headed demon roared angrily. It waved its scimitar and slashed at Ye Feng. The two scimitars exuded a monstrous killing intent that could cut through gold and iron. They were extremely sharp. Looking at the two scimitars coming at him, Ye Feng did not dodge. He raised his right leg instead. Bang! With a muffled sound, the two scimitars were sent flying by his knee. You! The bull-headed demon's eyes opened wide. It did not expect that Ye Feng would use such a simple and brutal method to break its attack. How is that possible? My two scimitars can easily tear through metal. The bull-headed demon's expression changed, but it could not be bothered with shock at this moment. Its figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Ye Feng. Die! This bull-headed demon roared ferociously. It slammed both its palms onto Ye Feng's head. Pa! 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 The muffled sound continued, but Ye Feng was completely unharmed. Instead, this bull-headed demon was sent flying with a miserable shriek. Impossible! The bull-headed demon felt that its palm was about to be crippled. Who the h*ll are you? It could not imagine how such a young kid could have such terrifying physical strength. You guess. Ye Feng smiled lightly, and his body flickered. 682 not very strong, slightly inferior. Whoosh! He instantly appeared in front of the bull-headed demon, grabbed its neck, and twisted it. All of this happened so quickly that the bull-headed demon had just reacted when it felt its throat suddenly loosen. Then, it completely lost consciousness. Whoosh! The surrounding wind caused Ye Feng's clothes to flutter loudly. He scanned his surroundings, and at this moment, many creatures were crawling out from the surrounding trees. The strength of these beasts wasn't high, only equivalent to the level of a symbiote. However, Ye Feng's expression was solemn. Because he discovered that in addition to these creatures, there were even more demons in the surroundings. Although these demons were slightly inferior to these creatures, they had the advantage in numbers. Every time they jumped, countless demons would surround them from all directions. The auras of these creatures aren't weak, but they're far from the beyond A grade level. Perhaps there's some kind of special existence that specifically counters symbiotic demons below the beyond A grade. Ye Feng's brows furrowed. Although these demonic creatures were not weak, they were not a threat to Ye Feng. No matter. Let's kill. Boom! 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 As Ye Feng punched out again and again, his strength continued to rise. He was like a human tank, and his momentum was unstoppable. Wherever he went, corpses would be strewn all over the place, and screams and wails could be heard. Pucci! Ye Feng held the slime blade and pierced through a demonic creature, and before that demonic creature died, a black smoke entered Ye Feng's body. This black smoke was filled with corrosive and cold evil, and it caused Ye Feng's body to turn cold. D*mit. This is. Ye Feng's expression changed drastically, and at this moment, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, not far away from Ye Feng's left, a demonic creature slowly walked out. It was a wolf-type beast. Its fur was as white as silver, and there was a single crystal horn on its forehead. The creature slowly walked over, step by step. Its mouth was slightly open, revealing a scarlet tongue, which looked strange and terrifying. Ha ha ha! I've finally caught you! This wolf-type demonic creature's voice was filled with intense excitement. It had been staring at Ye Feng for a long time. Ye Feng's brows were tightly locked. He could feel that the aura of this demonic creature had already surpassed A and grade. It had even reached the middle stage of the beyond A grade and was just a step away from the late stage. This fellow's level was extremely high. Ye Feng knew that he was not its match with his current strength. Hee. Human! Hand over your little life, or I'll let you die without a burial place. The wolf-type demonic creature seemed to have determined that Ye Feng was the second human it had met on this journey, thus it licked its tongue with a greedy expression. Hearing this, Ye Feng shook his head. Since that's the case, then you can just die. What? The wolf-type demon was stunned for a moment. And just as it was in a daze, Ye Feng had already dashed out. Shua! 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 He seemed to have turned into a ghost and appeared in front of the wolf-like demonic creature in an instant. Then, he pointed his finger and a sword essence instantly burst out, slashing the demonic creature and sending it flying. Plop! The wolf-type demon fell to the ground and twitched for a while before it stopped breathing. And at this time, the surrounding demonic creatures finally reacted. They howled and pounced toward Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng twisted his wrist, and the slime blade in his hand slashed out a blood wave. Hwalala! In the blink of an eye, these demons were all beheaded. Silence! The surroundings were completely silent. All the beasts looked at Ye Feng in fear. They did not dare to move forward. They were afraid. Along the way, they had seen too many experts fall. Now that they saw Ye Feng killing their own tribe, they were not only afraid, they were also panicking. Escape! Run! Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out. Immediately after, the rest of the beasts retreated like a tide. Ye Feng's eyes turned cold. Don't run! Leave behind your blood and corpses! Ye Feng's voice was extremely cold, causing those demonic creatures to freeze. They gritted their teeth and turned around. D*mit. Human, die! These beasts roared crazily. They used all their strength and charged toward Ye Feng. However, under the slime blade in Ye Feng's hand, the beasts were killed one after another, and their corpses were everywhere. I want to eat meat. The corpses had piled up into a mountain, and that creature's eyes were staring straight at the corpses at the side, its eyes blooming with a bloodthirsty luster. You're looking for death. Seeing this, Ye Feng's heart was burning with anger. He raised the slime blade and was about to kill this demonic creature. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! The creature suddenly raised its head and roared. The next moment, its body shook and a huge head stretched out from its abdomen. This head was 3 meters in size and looked extremely ferocious. The fangs in its mouth were as sharp as steel knives, and its 2 legs turned into 4 thick claws. It was a strange monster. Roar! This creature howled. Its pair of green glowing eyes stared at Ye Feng, saliva flowed out from the corner of its mouth, it then moved its limbs and charged toward Ye Feng. Looking at this scene, Ye Feng frowned. He had never seen such a demonic creature before, especially when the other party's strength was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Ye Feng dodged this demonic creature, but even so, the other party still seized the opportunity and clawed at Ye Feng's body. Chi-la! His clothes were torn apart, revealing the skin beneath his tough leather armor. And seeing this, the eyes of the demonic creature brightened. It was as if it had seen a delicacy. It immediately stomped its 4 hooves and charged toward Ye Feng. Get lost! This creature was too strong. Even the current Ye Feng could not defend against it. But when he saw the creature charging toward him, he did not hesitate to wave his blade and stab it out. Boom! 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 The slime blade exuded a terrifying killing intent. The killing intent was so strong that it almost materialized. Bang! The slime blade stabbed into the creature's body, but there was a muffled sound of metal clashing, and then the sharp blade broke inch by inch. What the f***ck? Ye Feng was shocked. He could clearly feel that the demonic creature's skin was thick and its defense was shocking. This made Ye Feng's expression turn extremely grave. Shua! And just as Ye Feng was thinking of a plan, the demonic creature's fangs and claws had already arrived. Kaka! Its sharp claws and teeth directly cut off a piece of flesh on Ye Feng's shoulder, causing Ye Feng's face to twist in pain. This time, Ye Feng did not continue to attack. He looked at the wound on his arm and squinted his eyes, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Good! Very good! After saying this, Ye Feng ignored the demonic creature. He turned and left. 683 The edge of the Forbidden Zone, cold and gloomy. As for the demonic creature, it only heaved a sigh of relief when it saw Ye Feng disappearing into the forest. But immediately after, it lowered its head and looked at its stomach. Its eyes rolled around before it followed behind Ye Feng. 15 minutes later, Ye Feng finally stopped. He stood on a hill and looked into the distance. In front of him was a cliff that reached into the clouds, which was the edge of the Forbidden Zone. At this moment, Ye Feng could faintly hear the sound of the wind from within the cliff, as well as a cold and sinister aura. Forbidden Zone. This was the edge of the Forbidden Zone. Ye Feng knew that as long as he crossed this Forbidden Zone, he would be able to reach the main battlefield of Sky City. Glassy, the person he was looking for, was waiting for him there. Ye Feng took in a deep breath. Although he had encountered many dangers along the way, he was not worried at all. On the contrary, he was filled with an intense desire. I want to go and take a look. Ye Feng clenched his fists. His eyes were burning with a strong battle intent. It was rumored that there were all kinds of demons here, and some of them even had powerful strength. There was once a super expert who barged into the Forbidden Zone and died in it. After that, no one else set foot in the Forbidden Zone. However, before that super expert died, he placed all the treasures he had collected in his life in the Forbidden Zone. These treasures were incomparably precious. Each of them was worth a city. It was enough to make countless people go crazy. And at this moment, Ye Feng arrived here. He could not help but stop in his tracks. He knew that the depths of the Forbidden Zone must contain endless dangers, but he also knew that he was only one step away from the inheritance of that supreme powerhouse. He desired to obtain the inheritance of that super expert. In that case, I'll make a trip. Ye Feng took in a deep breath. He knew that he needed to move forward bravely. Even if the path ahead was filled with thorns, he would not turn back. Buzz! Just as Ye Feng was about to enter the Forbidden Zone, that demonic creature also arrived. Its target was Ye Feng. It opened its mouth and pounced at Ye Feng. Ye Feng had long sensed this fellow's pursuit. A cold smile appeared on his face. He turned around and looked at the demonic creature. I'll send you to the west. As soon as he said that, Ye Feng stretched out his hand and a short dagger appeared. It then tore through the void and slashed at the demonic creature. Pucci! Blood splattered everywhere. A bloody gash appeared on the neck of the demonic creature, but it did not retreat at all, and it clawed at Ye Feng's chest. Bang! Ye Feng was sent flying. He crashed into the forest, his ribs were broken, and blood was flowing out. He struggled to get up, his eyes showing a trace of solemnness and fear. This demonic creature's strength was extremely terrifying. If Ye Feng did not wear his armor, that claw attack would have torn him to pieces. Hee hee! Seeing Ye Feng getting up, that demonic creature screamed again. It jumped up and pounced at him. Roar! This demonic creature roared. It seemed to be extremely excited. Its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Ye Feng. Die! Ye Feng's expression was extremely solemn. He shook his right arm and the slime blade swept across. Pfff! With a flash of the blade, half of the creature's head was cut off. Scarlet blood splattered, dyeing the surrounding vegetation red. Ye Feng took in a deep breath. He had originally planned to take that spirit core away, but it was too unnecessary to keep it in his hands. He didn't want to bring this thing into the Forbidden Zone. Thus, Ye Feng decided to destroy it. Whoosh! Ye Feng waved his right hand. The slime blade burst out with a bright light and instantly crushed the spirit core into pieces, causing it to float to the side. After doing all this, Ye Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his head and looked at the Forbidden Zone. He slowly moved his feet and walked toward the Forbidden Zone along the path in the valley. The deeper he went, the more Ye Feng felt waves of cold air. This kind of coldness penetrated through his body. It was as if it was blowing from the nether worlds, and it was extremely terrifying. And as Ye Feng got closer to the Forbidden Zone, the chill became more and more intense. Ye Feng felt as if there were ghosts howling in his ears, and his mind was buzzing non-stop. His face turned pale and his body trembled. But even so, Ye Feng still bit the tip of his tongue and forcefully suppressed this feeling of dizziness. As expected of a restricted area in Sky City. Just this point alone is enough to cause countless symbiotic demons to turn pale. Ye Feng was secretly shocked. This kind of coldness could freeze any symbiotic demon, and it could even freeze their soul. But Ye Feng relied on his strong will to survive. And at this moment, Ye Feng had already entered the forbidden zone. The surroundings were silent. There were only shrill wails that sounded like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Wisps of black smoke floated out like poisonous snakes slithering in all directions. It was extremely eerie and terrifying. Ye Feng's pupil shrunk. He knew that once he was touched by the black smoke, he would not be able to escape. And just as Ye Feng was thinking about what to do, his eyes suddenly brightened. He looked to his left with a trace of doubt in his eyes. What is this? In Ye Feng's vision, a blurry shadow entered his sight. This shadow looked like a human, but also like an evil ghost. Its whole body was rotten, especially one of its arms, which had rotted a lot. It had obviously lost its function. However, this evil spirit did not attack Ye Feng. On the contrary, it seemed to be very afraid of Ye Feng. After seeing him, it ran away in a hurry. Ye Feng was stunned. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. No matter if it was his previous life or this life, he was used to being alone. However, the corpse's actions at this moment made him feel strange. Ye Feng frowned slightly. He then jumped up and followed after it. During this period of time, Ye Feng had been training his physical body. Over this period of time, the injuries on his physical body had gradually recovered. Right now, his movement technique was like a gust of wind, erratic. Whoosh! Whoosh! His figure flickered like a ghost, swift and unparalleled. Unknowingly, he had been following the corpse for a long time until he felt the corpse suddenly stop. Only then did Ye Feng slow down his pace, and he stared at the corpse warily. The corpse was standing with its back facing him. Its clothes were torn and tattered, and its exposed skin was bronze in color. It was covered in dense rune markings. These runes were obscure and difficult to understand, as if they were some kind of sealing talisman. They faintly emitted a trace of evil and majesty, making one's heart palpitate. 684 The vast and majestic aura, the creature's spirit core. This should be the corpse of a demonic creature. This guy was definitely powerful when it was alive. I don't know what realm it was in, but its body is still so perfectly preserved after its death. Ye Feng could see that even though the runic imprints on the corpse were dim, the vast and majestic aura still filled the air, causing one to feel fear. And after Ye Feng observed it carefully, he discovered that there was a deep wound on the chest of the corpse. The wound was pitch black and hideous, as if it had been cut open by some sharp weapon. A drop of dark green liquid could be seen flowing out of it. This scene caused Ye Feng's heart to tremble. Could it be the spirit core of a creature? Ye Feng looked at the corpse. His gaze flickered, and he had a guess in his heart. This corpse was killed by a demonic creature's sneak attack, or it died from its own skill. If that's the case, why is this corpse here? Ye Feng's brows were tightly locked together. He remembered that he had heard a legend about the Forbidden Zone from his teacher. It was said that a super expert had fallen in this forbidden area, and this expert had a precious treasure on him, which attracted many experts from all over the world to fight for it. All of these people had fallen. Some of these people were strong, while others were weak. The weakest among them was at the Beyond A grade, and there were even 1 or 2 S grade experts. These people had all died in the Forbidden Zone, including this huge demonic creature's corpse. Could it be that those people who died came for the demon? Ye Feng's heart skipped a beat. He squatted down and touched the magic liquid with his finger, and he sniffed and licked it. It's a little fishy, but it's not poisonous. However, it can supplement the human body with nutrients. A strange light flashed in Ye Feng's eyes. He could feel that this magic liquid contained a vast amount of vitality. Even for a symbiotic demon, it had extremely strong medicinal value. But the color of this magic liquid, why does it look so familiar? Ye Feng touched his nose. This corpse had rotted to a very high degree, but the magic liquid was completely dark green. He could not help but recall the demonic beast tide earlier. A smile appeared on his face. Could it be that the secret of the Forbidden Zone lies in this green magic liquid? Ye Feng was shocked in his heart. But he was also clear that the secret of the Forbidden Zone was not as simple as he thought. Just as he was about to leave, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Who are you? Why did you barge in here? Ye Feng suddenly turned toward the source of the sound. He saw a terrifying human face. It was a human-shaped spider. This human-shaped spider had 8 legs, its red eyes were cold and bloodthirsty, and it was looking at Ye Feng as it let out an ear-piercing sound. Seeing Ye Feng looking at it, the fierceness in this human-shaped spider's eyes intensified. It moved its 8 legs and pounced over. Shua! 8 sharp spider threads shot out from its 8 legs. They carried a foul smell as they shot toward Ye Feng. Small tricks! You're looking for death. Ye Feng was already prepared, and he dodged it. Chi-la! Chi-la! The 8 spider webs wrapped around the tree trunk and then exploded. Hey! This thing is really ugly. Ye Feng looked at this human-shaped spider and laughed in disdain. He then looked forward again, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. This place! Why are there people here? Ye Feng's eyes flashed with intense shock. He then stared at the corpses of those people. There were 3 to 4 corpses around their bodies. The corpses of these people had rotted so badly that only white bone armor was left. Beside these corpses were piles of wooden boxes. How could there be a wooden box here? Didn't those people die at the hands of that demonic creature? Ye Feng was a little dazed, but when he looked forward, he realized that at the end of the skeletons, there was a huge stone tablet. The stone tablet was black in color, and ancient characters were carved on it. The characters were difficult to understand, like tadpoles crawling on the ground. This! Could it be a cultivation opportunity? Ye Feng was a little excited. He did not expect to encounter a treasure the moment he entered the Forbidden Zone. He immediately walked forward and started to investigate. Ye Feng flipped through the ancient words on the stone tablet. The more he read, the more fanatical his expression became, and the more shocked he was. What a powerful cultivation technique! It's even stronger than the dragon vein technique. Ye Feng's gaze was filled with passion. He did not expect that not only were there demonic creatures here, there were also human experts. It seems that most of these people are here for the stone monument. However, this stone tablet is too profound. It seems to be the legacy technique of some great sect. Ye Feng mumbled to himself. He could feel that on this stone tablet, other than the cultivation technique, there was some other information. Wang! Just as Ye Feng was deep in thought, the entire tomb started to shake. It was as if an earthquake was happening. Not good. This place is going to collapse. Ye Feng's expression changed. He quickly grabbed the wooden box and jumped to the top of the cave, running out of the cave. And the moment Ye Feng rushed out of the cave, the entire mountain range started to shake violently once more. The collapsed soil and rocks started to roll down crazily, like a flood. And after Ye Feng rushed out of the cave, he saw that the demonic corpse was still lying on the ground. This guy was still alive? Seeing Ye Feng come out, the human-shaped spider let out a roar. It took a step forward and appeared in front of Ye Feng. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sharp spider silk shot out from the 8 legs of the human-shaped spider. The spider silk was black and purple in color, and it exuded an evil aura that made one's hair stand on end. Chee-la-la-la! The spider silk whistled. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered Ye Feng. Furthermore, the speed of the spider silk was as fast as lightning. Once bound, someone would definitely be torn to pieces. Humph! Small tricks! Ye Feng's expression was indifferent. He did not even look at the spider web. He raised his hand and struck the spider web, creating a loud sound. This. Ye Feng's brows rose, revealing a strange expression. The spider web was extremely tough. Even with his current strength, he could not cut it in half with one strike. And right at this time, the human-shaped spider was already close to Ye Feng. Its blood-red eyes were emitting a cold light. It opened its mouth and was about to bite Ye Feng's neck. Pa! Ye Feng's reaction was extremely fast. At the moment the human-shaped spider bit toward him, he slapped its head and sent it flying. This guy's skin is rough and its flesh is thick. It's very troublesome. I wonder how strong it is. Ye Feng's heart trembled. Although this demonic creature was only in the early stage of beyond A grade, its attack and speed were heaven-defying. If it encountered a symbiotic demon of the same level, that symbiotic demon would definitely be crushed. 685 Human-shaped spider, we'll talk after I'm done with you. But Ye Feng was not afraid. He squinted his eyes. The tip of his feet touched the ground lightly, and his figure appeared. Bang! 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 The two of them began to fight. Ye Feng's fist technique was domineering. Every punch was fierce, and each punch was like an iron hammer smashing down, causing people to feel dizzy. In comparison, the human-shaped spider was much clumsier. It placed all its attention on Ye Feng and it only shot out silk occasionally, but Ye Feng's strength was extremely strong. Every punch was a direct hit. Bang! 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 After the two exchanged more than 10 moves, Ye Feng's body suddenly sped up. He kicked the waist of the human-shaped spider. Puchi! With this kick, the human-shaped spider was instantly sent back 7 or 8 steps. Blood flowed out of its mouth and nose, and a trace of pain appeared on its ferocious face. Roar! The human-shaped spider roared again and again, its scarlet eyes flashing with a fierce cold light. D*MN human, you've angered me. I'm going to eat you. After saying that, the human-shaped spider suddenly opened its mouth and inhaled. In an instant, a black mist entered its mouth, causing its entire body to bloom with a dark brilliance. The light gathered on the surface of its body and condensed into a black armor. Kika! Kika! As the armor took shape, the muscles all over the human-shaped spider's body suddenly bulged. Scales covered its body, making it even more terrifying. Roar! An angry roar resounded through the clouds. Following that, its body shot up and its 4 limbs spread out. Like a cannonball, it slammed into Ye Feng's body. Bang! Ye Feng's expression changed. He quickly used his arms to block, but this guy's momentum was too strong, and it was out of his expectations. Ye Feng only felt a tearing pain from his chest, and his body was immediately sent flying. D*MN it. Ye Feng stabilized his body and wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. This creature's attack power was extremely terrifying, especially its defense, which had reached an unimaginable level. He had used all his strength in his kick, but he had only injured his opponent. He was unable to cause fatal damage to his opponent at all. I don't care what you are. I'll deal with you first. Ye Feng sneered. He stomped on the ground and charged forward again. Boom! 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 One punch and one kick, Ye Feng used all his skills. He did not dare to be slow. However, what surprised him was that he could only rely on brute force to deal with this creature. He could not pose any threat to it at all. Mother Fasterisker! Could it be that this beast has cultivated a body refining technique? Ye Feng's expression was extremely dark. He realized that this human-shaped spider's body was extremely tough. It was almost comparable to a first-stage weapon. Its claws and fangs were extremely sharp. If Ye Feng was scratched by it, even he would find it hard to resist, not to mention its terrifying venom, which made Ye Feng even more afraid. If this continued, Ye Feng would definitely be defeated. Let's go all out. Thinking of this, Ye Feng did not say anything. Immediately, his skin became crystal clear, and a strange energy spread throughout his body. Kill! Ye Feng shouted and jumped up, kicking out with both legs. Bang! 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 One kick after another landed on the spider's body like a storm, but what made Ye Feng shocked was that the defense of the human-shaped spider's armor was too strong. Even with Ye Feng's full strength, he could not even shake it. This F***ing. What a pervert! Ye Feng was speechless. He realized that the defense of this armor was extremely strong. His full-powered attack could only break a layer of the turtle shell, while the other party only suffered light injuries. This made him feel a little discouraged. And at this time, the human-shaped spider's blood-red eyes were filled with a brutal and bloodthirsty glint, and it looked at Ye Feng with hatred. Human! I'm going to kill you and eat you. After saying that, the human-shaped spider pounced again. Good! Ye Feng laughed coldly. He was just thinking about how to deal with this thing. Since that was the case, he would play with it. Thinking of this, Ye Feng's figure flickered as he charged forward. The two of them began to fight again. Boom! A wild roar resounded, and Ye Feng's body trembled as he staggered back, while the human-shaped spider was forced back 30 to 40 feet before it could stabilize its body. Impossible! Seeing that it was actually at a disadvantage, the human-shaped spider was extremely shocked and couldn't believe it. One must know that it was a powerful creature of beyond A grade. Even in the entire Forbidden Zone, it could be regarded as a master. How could it lose to this lowly human? Kill! Ye Feng was burning with rage. He stomped his feet and charged forward again, sending a kick toward the human-shaped spider. Roar! Seeing that Ye Feng was attacking again, the human-shaped spider's face was filled with ferocity. It bit down and tried to bite off Ye Feng's leg. But to its disappointment, when it bit on Ye Feng's leg, it felt like it was biting on a diamond. Sparks flew. Eh? The human-shaped spider raised its eyebrows. This guy's fur was very thick, and it hurt when it bit him. Ye Feng was attacking madly now. Although the human-shaped spider's armor had strong defense, Ye Feng had the initiative and skill advantage, after all. After a short period of stalemate, he gradually gained the upper hand. He kicked his opponent's body repeatedly, knocking it to the ground. It had to be said that the human-shaped spider's defense was very strong. After enduring nearly 100 moves, the other party still didn't die. Instead, the more defeated it was, the more courageous it became. The more it fought, the more excited it became. D***mn. Ye Feng frowned, and he cursed in his heart. He didn't expect the creature to have such a strong endurance. If he continued to delay and waited for the creature to recover, he would die without a doubt. Thinking of this, Ye Feng's eyes flickered with a vicious glint. He immediately lifted his right leg. Buzz! Ye Feng's leg kicked out, bringing with it a sharp wind that whistled through the air. Get lost! Sensing the danger approaching, the human-shaped spider hissed and waved its mandibles, biting down on Ye Feng's right leg. Pa! 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 A crisp sound of explosion resounded, and the mandibles were shattered, but Ye Feng's leg had landed on the human-shaped spider's head. Kaka! The muffled sound of bones breaking resounded, and the human-shaped spider was knocked unconscious by a kick. Ye Feng panted heavily. He quickly walked forward and took out a dagger, cutting open the throat of the human-shaped spider. Gilu! Gilu! The human-shaped spider's corpse was oozing out dark green sticky venom. This venom was extremely smelly, and even Ye Feng felt nauseated when he smelled it. But luckily, Ye Feng did not absorb much of it, because he realized that this poison seemed to have a special effect. This special effect caused his meridians to have a slight increase in power, allowing his speed and strength to increase by a lot. 686 Overbearing Poison, Surging Aura. What an overbearing poison! Ye Feng exclaimed in shock. As expected of a creature from a foreign land, this kind of poison was extremely terrifying. Thinking of this, Ye Feng took in a deep breath. He suppressed his agitated blood and slowly circulated the dragon vein technique, starting to refine the poison. Qi. 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 As the poisonous liquid entered Ye Feng's body, he felt his entire body burning up. The injuries that were corroded by the poison were healing rapidly and his body's strength was doubled. This scene made Ye Feng extremely happy. He knew that if he could completely digest this poison, he would definitely be able to raise his strength and physical body. At that moment, Ye Feng did not care about anything else. He sat cross-legged on the ground and started to cultivate. This kind of poison contained a strong destructive and destructive power. No matter who absorbed it, they had to be careful. The slightest mistake would cause their bodies to explode and die. But Ye Feng was different. He had the dragon vein technique. He had perfect control over this poison. And as he cultivated, Ye Feng could feel a surge of energy flowing into his veins, and his strength and other physical indicators were also rising at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Boom! Finally, when a rumbling sound came from Ye Feng's body, he opened his eyes and a faint smile appeared on his face. I've finally broken through. Ye Feng's heart started to beat faster. Ever since he reached late stage beyond A grade, it was hard for him to advance any further. Especially after he advanced to the late stage, he felt that it was even more difficult. But now, he could clearly feel that the power in his body had increased by several times. Not only that, he also discovered that the energy in his body seemed to have been condensed by some kind of energy. It was purer and more powerful. Even the strength of his physical body had increased a little. Feeling the changes in his body, Ye Feng was extremely surprised. He could faintly feel that his body had already touched a barrier. As long as he could break through this barrier, his strength, speed, agility, and perception would all increase greatly. Thinking of this, Ye Feng's eyes brightened. Did I break through again? When he thought of this possibility, Ye Feng's heart was filled with excitement. He had been stuck in his realm for a long time. He didn't expect to break through again with the help of these poisons today. Moreover, Ye Feng had a premonition that as long as he made another breakthrough, he would be able to advance to the peak beyond A grade. Thinking of this, Ye Feng's eyes shone, he was extremely excited. But this was not the end. When Ye Feng looked at the location of the corpses, he was stunned. He was shocked to see that there were a few spears stuck in the ground, and the rest of the spears were broken. What's going on? Ye Feng's brows were tightly locked. He clearly remembered that he only buried them here after he broke those spears. But now, these spears had appeared out of thin air. This was simply too outrageous. Just as Ye Feng was feeling puzzled, all of a sudden, a low sobbing sound could be heard from afar. Hearing this sound, Ye Feng's expression turned dark. He could tell that this was the sound of insects. And as the sobbing sound got closer, Ye Feng's expression became gloomier. D*mit. Why are there so many insects? Ye Feng's heart trembled. In the distant forest, a dense swarm of insects was rushing over. Each of them was emitting a scarlet light. It was the color of blood, like a red ocean. Such a scene was absolutely terrifying. Roar! The insect tide was getting closer and closer. Ye Feng felt the temperature around him dropping, and a cold chill enveloped his entire body. Each of these bugs was extremely sharp and there were many of them. If an ordinary person touched these bugs, they would die without a doubt. But Ye Feng was not afraid. On the contrary, his face was filled with intense battle intent and greed. Ha ha ha! These are all super nutrients. Ye Feng's eyes were filled with burning flames. Although he had already broken through, his physical body was still not at the peak. Now that he had encountered these bloodthirsty bugs, his heart was beating wildly. He wanted to rush up and tear these bugs apart and eat them clean. Leave these bugs to me. After saying this, Ye Feng's figure flickered and charged toward those blood-sucking bugs. Puchi! Puchi! In the blink of an eye, those insects were all torn into pieces, but Ye Feng was not injured at all. Instead, the blood of these insects entered his body through his wounds, nourishing his flesh and blood. The blood of these insects was extremely precious, a heavenly treasure. Especially these insects, they were all fierce beast-level existences. Even if they were bitten, it would be hard for them to die, but Ye Feng killed them so easily. This made other people shocked. Did this guy really just break through? Ye Feng was extremely surprised. He could clearly sense that his body had already reached the peak of a beyond A-grade symbiotic demon. He could break through at any time. Not only that, but he could also feel that the medicinal power in his body was still vast and boundless. Monster! This guy is definitely a monster. Ye Feng shook his head with a wry smile. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the late stage of beyond A-grade, and he was only one step away from the peak. However, this one step was like a heavenly chasm that stopped him from moving forward. Forget it. Let's talk about it after I've broken through. Ye Feng sighed. He sat down cross-legged and started to recover his strength. Just as Ye Feng was cultivating, from the forest far away, two figures suddenly appeared. A young man and an old woman. The young man was dressed in white and held a folding fan in his hand. He was handsome and confident. The other was an old woman with a walking stick. She had a hunched back and was extremely thin. Her skin was wrinkled, and she looked like an old woman in her twilight years. At this moment, the two figures didn't seem to have any sense of danger and walked straight to the pile of corpses. It's them indeed. The young man glanced at the incomplete corpses and nodded slightly. The old woman also sized him up and asked, "Young master, when do we make our move?" "No rush. Since they've died here, there might be other gains," the young man said indifferently. Hearing this, the old woman nodded. And when Ye Feng saw this, he squinted his eyes. This guy doesn't know of my existence. Ye Feng saw that the old woman and the young man's eyes were fixed on the pile of corpses. He was convinced of this. He knew that the young man was no ordinary person, and the old woman was probably not simple either. Thinking of this, Ye Feng's lips curled into an evil smile. Hee. Since you're here, then don't leave. 687. The valley trembled violently, and the upgraded version of the restoration pill. Ye Feng's eyes flickered with excitement. His figure flickered and he pounced out like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Ye Feng stomped on the ground. The entire valley trembled, then like a shooting star chasing after the moon, he slammed into the old woman's body. Bang! 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 This sudden scene gave the old woman a shock, but her reaction was extremely fast. She immediately took out the wooden stick from her back and smashed it toward Ye Feng's head. However, just as the wooden stick was about to hit Ye Feng's head, Ye Feng's palm suddenly stretched out and grabbed the wooden stick. "You're looking for death." The old woman's expression was ferocious. She shouted in anger and raised her leg to kick Ye Feng. But Ye Feng's speed was even faster. He waved his arm and sent the old woman flying. Boom! The old woman was thrown 7 or 8 meters away before she came to a stop. Her right leg was already swollen and bleeding. This made her both shocked and angry. "I'm a beyond A-grade symbiotic demon, but I was actually thrown out by this guy and I was even injured. DMNB starred." The old woman was furious. She pointed her finger at her glabella and a golden sword light shot out. Whoosh! The golden light was extremely sharp. It streaked across the sky with a shrill sound, and it pierced through Ye Feng's chest in the blink of an eye, nailing him to the rock. What a powerful soul attack! Ye Feng was shocked. The speed of that golden light was extremely fast, and its power was shocking. Even if Ye Feng's body was strong, he could not avoid it. Hee. A mere weakling dares to snatch something that this young master has set his eyes on? You're courting death. The young man smiled indifferently. He did not take it to heart at all. He then slowly walked in front of Ye Feng and looked at him carefully for a moment, then he praised, "I thought you were a piece of trash. I didn't expect you to still have some tricks up your sleeve, but that's all. Your cultivation level is too low, so no matter how hard you practice, it's all in vain." The young man shook his head. He clearly thought that Ye Feng had only reached the late stage of beyond A grade through a secret technique and that his foundation was not stable. However, just like what the young man had said, this was a relic. After all, it was not suitable for him to cultivate his skills. Otherwise, with Ye Feng's monstrous talent, he would be able to match up to peak beyond A grade experts, or even early stage S grade experts. Even the current beyond A grade experts would not be able to do anything to him. "Let's go. This ruin has already become a forbidden area. I'm afraid it'll attract trouble if we stay any longer." The young man smiled indifferently, then turned around and left. His actions seemed to be within his expectations. He was calm. Seeing this, the old woman followed closely behind and the two of them disappeared into the forest. "This guy is interesting. He should have noticed me." Ye Feng looked at the back of the two young men and shook his head slightly. Although he did not know what method that guy used to detect him, he had already concealed his aura. According to common sense, the other party would not be able to detect him at all. Furthermore, Ye Feng could also tell that that guy did not have any ill intentions. Perhaps it was because his cultivation level was too weak. Thinking of this, Ye Feng did not stay here any longer. He jumped into the depths of the mountain range. After Ye Feng left, not long after, a few figures walked out from the dense forest. These people were all black-robed men, and each of them had a cold aura. Ye Feng did not know any of this. He was currently sprinting within the mountain range, and every time he passed by a tree, he would rip it apart with his hands, breaking the trunk. Buzz! 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 Only to hear the sound of puchi, puchi reverberating through the air. Incomparably thick trees were uprooted by Ye Feng, and huge rocks were crushed into powder by Ye Feng, drifting in the wind. In a short period of time, Ye Feng had already picked 100 herbs. These medicinal herbs were all very precious, and a few of them were even rarer. And after he was done with gathering these herbs, Ye Feng came to a stream. The water here flowed rapidly, the water was clear and bright, and it contained a strong heaven and earth spiritual energy. Ye Feng's eyes were filled with joy, and with a flick of his wrist, the herbs in his hand were crushed into liquid, which he sprinkled into the stream water, causing white mist to rise. Gulu gulu. After being soaked in the medicinal herbs, the color of the river water gradually changed from milky white to light green, and then became crystal clear. Hwalala. At this moment, the stream was overflowing, and in front of Ye Feng, dark green lotus flowers bloomed, their fragrance spreading. Lotus spirit. Ye Feng's eyes opened wide, his face turned red from excitement. The lotus spirit was a necessary medicinal ingredient in refining a type of healing potion. The recovery drug was an upgraded version of the recovery pill. It could increase the strength of the bones and muscles. After taking it, it could also increase one's vitality and increase one's cultivation. This was a treasure. Ye Feng was extremely excited. His flame epiphany technique had already reached the 3rd level, he was only one step away from the 4th level. But if he wanted to advance, he had to refine enough restoration pills. But Ye Feng did not expect to meet the legendary lotus spirit here. The lotus spirit was a spiritual object of heaven and earth. Its value was hard to estimate. It was a natural spiritual herb that grew in mud and needed to absorb the essence of the sun and moon to grow. If it wasn't for the fact that lotus spirit was a heaven-defying spiritual being, it wouldn't have been able to make such a precious medicinal pill known throughout the entire planet. The lotus spirit was extremely poisonous. Once touched, one's entire body would fester. If it was boiled into a medicinal soup, it could detoxify hundreds of poisons and heal injuries. Ye Feng was currently in a dilemma. How could he get these lotus spirits? He did not expect to meet it here. Ha ha ha. It was really like I've worn out my iron shoes in a long search, but found it without any effort. I've earned big this time. Ye Feng was extremely excited. This was an essential spiritual ingredient for making restoration pills. Once he had it, his strength would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. The more Ye Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. Suddenly, Ye Feng looked at a corpse by the stream, and a cold smile appeared on his face. It's you indeed. Ye Feng grabbed the corpse's neck and pulled it hard. Kaka. The corpse was instantly pulled apart and fell to the shore. And when he saw this corpse, Ye Feng immediately grinned. Hee. It was really a case of not taking the path to heaven but barging into H*LL with no door. Since you dare to rob this young master, today I will skin you alive, break your bones, and scatter your ashes. Boom. 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 Before he finished his sentence, Ye Feng raised his palm and slammed it on the forehead of this corpse. The violent palm force instantly blasted the head of the corpse into a rain of blood. Humph! After killing the corpse with a single punch, Ye Feng's eyes flickered as he scanned the surroundings. After making sure that there were no other black-robed men around, he dragged the corpse far away and stripped it naked before throwing it into the pool. After doing all these, Ye Feng continued to head deeper into the ruins. 688 I'll send you to heaven, Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor. His speed was extremely fast, killing demonic beasts and fierce beasts along the way. But Ye Feng did not suffer any attacks along the way. Strange. How could it be so peaceful? Could it be that these black-robed men are not here for me? Ye Feng frowned slightly. Those black-robed men definitely had a motive for appearing here. It was impossible for them to simply want to snatch the treasures. Bah, he didn't care anymore. He had to get the restoration pill first. Ye Feng was like a gust of wind as he flew out of the forest, and he soon arrived at the end of the valley. At the end of the valley was a huge cave. The entrance was about 50 to 60 feet wide. It was dark and damp inside. It had obviously been abandoned for a long time. Ye Feng had just gotten close to the entrance of the cave when he smelled a pungent stench. This stench was coming from the depths of the cave. Ye Feng held his breath and listened carefully, and his expression turned dark. There's something alive. Ye Feng's expression was cold. He had thought that there should be no other living beings in this valley, but he did not expect that there was another person hiding in the depths of this cave. It seems like this fellow is hiding in the depths of this cave and using the terrain to conceal his tracks. Ye Feng's eyes turned and he had an idea. But since I've met you, I'll send you to heaven. Saying so, Ye Feng walked into the cave, and the moment he stepped into the cave, a surprised expression appeared on his face. Ye Feng was surprised to find that there were no demonic beasts in the cave, and even though it was dark and damp, there was a cool and refreshing feeling. It seems like this cave is part of this secret realm. Perhaps this was once a cultivation place left behind by a symbiotic demon. Ye Feng's mind raced, but he soon shook his head. This place was too dangerous. He didn't have the time to explore it slowly. The most important thing now was to get the restoration pill as soon as possible and then raise his cultivation. Hee. Little brat. You're quite bold to come to a place like this with just a mere beyond A-grade cultivation. However, just as Ye Feng was about to leave, suddenly, a sinister and terrifying laughter sounded. Following which, a dark shadow appeared in front of Ye Feng. What? Ye Feng's expression changed, because the black-robed man that appeared was actually a black-robed demonic corpse. This was the second time he had seen a demonic corpse, but every time he saw a demonic corpse, it would give him a huge shock. Who are you? Ye Feng stared at the demonic corpse in front of him warily. He felt a strong sense of danger in his heart. Hee. Kid, do you know who I am? I am the master of the black-robed demonic corpses, the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor. Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor. Hearing this name, Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. This guy was the big boss that Sky City had sealed. Hee hee. You don't have to be afraid. This lord doesn't eat raw meat. This lord won't eat humans. As long as you obediently submit to me, I guarantee that you'll enjoy endless glory, splendor, wealth, and even eternal life. The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor's eyes lit up as he stared at Ye Feng, as if he was looking at his prey. Submit. Ye Feng sneered, with your cultivation, you think you are worthy of me submitting? B***** starred. Hearing Ye Feng's ridicule, the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor roared and pounced over, and, you will pay the price. Boom! The demonic aura was as vast as the sea. The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor's body trembled, and two thick arms suddenly appeared behind his back. The claws were like sharp blades, tearing the space apart. Die! The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor bared his fangs and brandished his claws with a ferocious look on his face. He was at the peak of the Beyond A grade realm, and his strength was much stronger than the average Beyond A grade. Even the Beyond A grade demons were not his match. And at this moment, he was extremely confident. He thought that Ye Feng would not be able to block his attack. However, at this moment, Puchi! A light sound resounded. Ye Feng's leg landed on the demonic corpse's waist, sending it flying several meters. He didn't die. Seeing the demonic corpse struggling to stand up after a few somersaults, Ye Feng raised his brows, revealing a slightly surprised expression. Who are you? At this moment, the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor looked at Ye Feng in horror. His body's defense was extremely high, and ordinary martial skills could not hurt him at all. However, that kick just now actually made him feel a sharp pain in his waist. Furthermore, Ye Feng's kick seemed to contain some kind of profoundness. It caused his qi and blood to be in chaos, causing him to temporarily lose his battle strength. Not good. Sensing that his condition was extremely bad, the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor's eyes were filled with fear. Without saying a word, he fled straight into the depths of the cave. He knew that he was not Ye Feng's match, he could only retreat and wait for reinforcements. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor's figure disappeared into the depths of the cave. Ye Feng slightly frowned, but he did not chase after him. With his current cultivation base, it would not be easy for him to defeat Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor, who had a special power. Forget it. Since this cave is the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor's secret cultivation room, I'll just destroy it so that he can't cultivate here. Ye Feng pursed his lips. He flipped his palm and the fire sword energy burst out. It exploded and caused the entire cave to collapse. Next, Ye Feng's figure flashed and he quickly entered. The cave was completely blocked, and Ye Feng ran along the collapsed tunnel, but he soon stopped. It was because cold and evil demonic patterns had appeared in front of him. These demonic patterns interweaved and formed a strange formation. Humph! What bad luck! Why did I have to encounter such a ghostly thing? Ye Feng cursed in his heart. He knew that this method of setting up demonic runes was something that only evil priest masters would do, and in the secret realm, other than the evil priest master and the puppet, there was only demonic soul. Ye Feng immediately reacted. These demonic patterns were obviously arranged by the evil priest master, and they were specifically set up to summon demonic souls. Within the strange formation, a demonic shadow with roiling black mist was floating in the air. The demonic shadow exuded an extremely strong aura of resentment. This resentment was enough to condense into powerful ghosts. If an ordinary person touched it, their vitality would be sucked dry in an instant and they would become demonic souls' delicious food. Ye Feng could not help but frown. He had personally experienced ghosts and specters, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to deal with them. If not for the fact that Ye Feng's soul force was far stronger than normal people, he would have died in the hands of evil spirits. And now, although this spirit in front of him had not reached the level of an evil spirit, it still gave Ye Feng a slight sense of pressure. No. 689 Attacking without hesitation, immunity to demonic energy. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely be trapped to death. Therefore, he could only break the formation to escape. Thinking of this, Ye Feng did not hesitate. He took a step forward and clenched his right fist, and a strong wind was released. Whoosh! A wisp of white flame rose into the air. Following that, Ye Feng's fist light was like a shooting star chasing after the moon. It crashed into the formation. Bang! This demonic soul formation could not stop Ye Feng's attack. With a loud boom, the formation could not hold on any longer and exploded. Hula! While the formation was broken, Ye Feng used his movement technique without hesitation and rushed into the depths of the cave that the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor had set up. D**mit. He actually ran away. When the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor saw that Ye Feng had actually rushed into his lair, he immediately became angry and roared. He followed Ye Feng's direction and also entered the cave. Deep in the dark and cold underground, Ye Feng was moving quickly. At the same time, he used his spiritual will to scan his surroundings. He found that the environment in the depths of the cave was much gloomier than the outside. There was a thin layer of black fog in the surroundings. This black fog could make people lose their sense of direction and create illusions. This black mist was not just mist, it was filled with endless negative emotions. If one's consciousness was weak, they would probably get lost in the black mist. Fortunately, Ye Feng's spiritual will was strong. He was not afraid of the black fog's corrosion, and with Ye Feng's immunity to demonic energy, the journey was extremely smooth. Not long later, Ye Feng came to the end of the mountain. A vast space appeared in front of him, and in the center of the empty space, runes interweaved to form a demonic formation. In the formation, there was a huge demonic statue sitting cross-legged. Demonic soul, wake up! The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor's roar reverberated through the entire cavern space, shaking everyone's hearts. As he shouted, the dormant demonic soul suddenly raised its head. Buzz! This was a tall and terrifying skeleton. It had two strange faces on its face. Its eyes were red like a wild beast, staring at Ye Feng. Roar! The demonic soul roared and took a step forward, pouncing toward Ye Feng. Boom! Ye Feng's body did not move. He only punched out. This time, he used 80% of his strength. The fist force was like a wave, surging and surging. Wave after wave, it struck the demonic soul. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out. The demonic soul's figure retreated rapidly, but at the next moment, the demonic shadow behind Ye Feng suddenly pounced forward. Kaka! Ye Feng's back was attacked, his spine was almost broken, and his body staggered. He, kid, you're still too inexperienced. A mere mortal symbiote can't resist the demonic soul at all. Just surrender. The voice of the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor came from the other side. And hearing his words, Ye Feng revealed a mocking smile. Cut the crap. Use all your tricks. Boom. 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 As soon as Ye Feng finished speaking, a monstrous aura swept out. His body became even taller and stronger, and his aura rose. You are late stage beyond A grade. The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor looked at Ye Feng in shock. The strength that Ye Feng displayed was not something that an ordinary symbiotic demon could display. However, he clearly only had the strength of a late stage beyond A grade. With such strength, he actually dared to barge into the cave of the magic spring alone. He was simply too bold. I didn't expect you to be able to enter the late stage. I, the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor, have never been humiliated like this. I must kill her today, or else I won't be able to die in peace. Oh? Is that so? Ye Feng sneered. I don't care what your relationship is. I just want you to submit to me, become my subordinate, and pledge your loyalty to me. Otherwise, I will kill you and refine your soul. The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor's eyes were filled with greed. What an arrogant tone! Ye Feng scoffed. You think you are worthy of being called Great Demon Emperor? Impudent, the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor roared in anger. Suddenly, a strange ripple spread out and enveloped Ye Feng. This was a spiritual power attack. Petty tricks. Ye Feng was extremely cold. He had cultivated his mental energy. His mental energy was much stronger than other symbiotic demons, and Ye Feng had no fear. Hwalala! Ye Feng took a step forward. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. A powerful mental energy burst out from his palm, tearing apart this strange ripple. Humph! The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor let out a low groan, and his expression became more and more gloomy. He had never expected that Ye Feng's spiritual power would be so terrifying that he could easily tear apart his spiritual attack and injure himself. It seems that I have underestimated you. However, since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, I can only refine you into my puppet. The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor's voice was filled with a cold air. He then waved his sleeve. Whoosh! 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 One by one, stone slabs shot out from his robe. Each stone slab was the size of a palm, and they were all glowing with a dark light. This was a special secret technique called the sealing technique. It could seal the opponent's spiritual energy and physical body. The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor had obviously been prepared for this. As soon as the slates appeared, his arms quickly formed a seal. In an instant, the word demon flashed out one after another and condensed into a series of wonderful symbols. Demon word seal. Suppress. Die, the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor shouted angrily, and the stone slabs suspended in the air immediately descended. They were so dense that they covered the sky and the earth. Boom! With a loud explosion, Ye Feng's body was instantly submerged. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor burst into laughter. After summoning the demonic soul, he would use the demonic word seal. Although Ye Feng was immortal, he was still confident that he could subdue the other party and make him his slave. However, in the next second, as the demonic energy rolled, a blood-red sword light slashed across the sky, instantly destroying all the stone slabs and even tearing the seal of the demon character. Ye Feng held the bloodthirst sword in his hand and walked out slowly. His entire body was covered in blood, but his gaze was still sharp. It was filled with killing intent. The demon word seal that the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor had used just now was no ordinary item. This demon word seal contained the demonic will of the Great Demon Emperor. It could trap the enemy's spiritual energy and physical body. It was specially set up by the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor to target Ye Feng. But Ye Feng had the power of the dragon seed and also cultivated the dragon vein technique. Demonic energy of this level had no effect on him. How did this happen? Looking at Ye Feng, who was standing in front of him, the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor was in disbelief. The seal of the word demon that he had set up had actually been broken? He felt that his intelligence had been insulted. 690 The Demon Emperor's fury soared to the sky, and the extremely dense demonic energy. D*MN Ant, I want you to turn into ashes and be completely annihilated. The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor roared madly, his anger soaring. Boom! 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 Demonic energy surged, and streams of demonic energy turned into tentacles that wrapped around Ye Feng like living creatures. Ye Feng held the slime blade in his hand and said in disdain, "You reckless thing! Do you think that's enough?" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, waves of powerful pressure suddenly burst out from Ye Feng's body. It was as if an ancient beast had awakened, and the terrifying pressure was suffocating. What? The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor's eyes widened as he looked at the scene in disbelief. In such a short time, this guy had actually broken through to the late stage of beyond a grade realm. How was this possible? The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor originally planned to exhaust his opponent to death with his demonic energy, but he did not expect that Yefeng's cultivation would actually increase by 2 whole levels. No. Impossible. The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor let out an angry roar. He couldn't believe that a mortal symbiote could actually cross 4 or 5 levels in a row in just a few minutes. This was too ridiculous. Wang! In the next moment, the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor attacked again. He waved his right arm. In an instant, demonic energy gushed out like a tide, forming a huge demonic phantom net that covered the sky, enveloping Yefeng. This giant net was filled with an extremely dense demonic energy. Once one was tainted by it, even a peak beyond A-grade symbiotic demon would instantly lose their combat power. Petty tricks. Yefeng shook his head in disdain. Next, he raised both his hands up high, and a bright light shone. Following that, a ball of purple flames rose into the sky, circling in the air. Purple flame. Yefeng activated the slime power even more vigorously. Its power multiplied, and within one move, it could burn mountains and rivers. It could destroy the world. Boom! Countless slimes surged out and turned into a blue light. They expanded with the wind and instantly tore the giant phantom net in the sky into pieces. Impossible! My demonic energy! The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor was dumbfounded. He looked at Yefeng as if he was looking at a monster. The demonic soul was his foundation. Once it was destroyed, it would be a serious blow to his strength. Who are you? He gritted his teeth. He looked like he wanted to burn Yefeng's bones and scatter his ashes. He couldn't understand how a mere human symbiotic demon could be so heaven-defying. Yefeng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. Remember, I'm called Yefeng. Yefeng? I've never heard of it. I don't care who you are. The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor grinned hideously. You're going to die today for trying to steal the Lord Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor's inheritance treasure. His eyes were pitch black, and demonic light bloomed from them. Black mist filled the sky from his body, and a ghastly evil aura spread out as if it wanted to corrode everything. Die! A majestic demonic wool gathered into a demonic claw, carrying a vast power as it grabbed toward Yefeng's chest. This was the demonic soul claw condensed by Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor's lifetime's demonic cultivation. Its power was unparalleled, and it was enough to destroy a mountain. Unfortunately, this demonic soul claw was like a toy in Yefeng's eyes. He raised his finger and pointed in the air. With a pff sound, that demonic soul claw instantly disappeared. Then, he took a step forward and tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. His body shot into the void like a cannonball, and he arrived in front of the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor in the blink of an eye. Not good. The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor's expression changed drastically. Yefeng's attack was as fast as lightning. He did not even have time to react. Bang! Bang! Yefeng's punch landed on the shoulder of the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor. With a few cracking sounds, this Demon Emperor expert who had once dominated the South Continent was sent flying back several hundred meters with a miserable howl. He heavily fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. Yefeng's attack had crippled his left arm. Aren't you in the late stage? How can you be so strong? The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor cried out in pain, his eyes filled with horror. Humph! Yefeng snorted coldly. That's right, I am only in the late stage. However, my actual combat power is comparable to a peak beyond A grade. It's too late for you to react now. Before Yefeng finished his sentence, his body started to flash with green light. His body grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he became 3 meters tall, his muscles were tight, and he was filled with explosive strength. The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor was both shocked and terrified. He finally knew that he had kicked an iron plate. He had thought that Yefeng was a pushover, but to think that he had hidden his cultivation. The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor's expression changed drastically. Run! Without any hesitation, he turned into a shadow and sped into the distance. However, in the next moment, the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor's figure came to an abrupt stop. You can't escape. Ye Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent, and with a flash, he instantly appeared behind the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor. He struck out with his palm, and the wind from his palm whistled as it ruthlessly hacked at the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor's back. The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor's body immediately stiffened, and he slowly fell from the sky like a puppet. Pada! The Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor fell to the ground. All his bones and tendons were broken, and blood gushed out of his body. His body twitched a few times before he stopped struggling. He was dead. Hiss! Ye Feng kept his saber and could not help but take in a breath of cold air. In that attack earlier, although he had held back, he had used half of his strength. Even so, it was enough to easily kill the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor, a peak beyond A grade. His cultivation base had greatly improved compared to before. This is so cool! Ha ha ha! Ye Feng laughed wildly. Ye Feng could feel that his control of spiritual energy was becoming smoother and smoother. In fact, his physical strength, speed and endurance had also improved significantly. In particular, in terms of physical strength, he was no longer inferior to some ordinary S-grade masters. Such a speed of improvement was shocking. It must be known that the gap between each beyond A grades was huge and as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Furthermore, beyond A grades and the S grades were two completely different worlds. Even a beyond A grade symbiotic demon with mediocre talent would be able to contend against others with their rich combat experience and various means. However, if they were to encounter an S-grade paragon, they basically had no hope of victory. Because of the difference in their cultivation levels, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. Unless one had some super secret technique or special means, beyond A grade was an existence that could absolutely suppress others. Ye Feng was also clear about this, that was why he needed the water of the demonic spring's power so urgently to raise his cultivation. He could feel that his strength had reached its peak and he was only one step away from entering the peak stage. It's not enough. My strength still has a lot of room for improvement. I must get the water of the demonic spring this time, Ye Feng mumbled to himself. The water of the demonic spring was a heavenly treasure that could make the physical strength of the user reach an unimaginable level. Ye Feng was determined to get his hands on this. 691 The Mark of the Seal, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon appears. On a stone platform in the dark swamp. Ye Feng was sitting on it. He closed his eyes and activated the Dragon Vein technique. The surrounding spiritual energy swarmed into his body. With the infusion of spiritual energy, Ye Feng's skin started to turn green. He was like an ancient beast that was letting out deafening roars. What's this? Suddenly, Ye Feng opened his eyes and looked at his right arm. A mysterious rune appeared on his right arm. This is a sealing rune. This sealing rune can suppress the bloodline power of demonic creatures. The bloodline power of the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor is actually sealed by the seal pattern. However, this is only temporary. Ye Feng's eyes shone with a bright light. The blood of the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor was the blood left by a great sovereign of the demon race after his death. It contained the will of a venerable sovereign of the demon race. Although the blood of Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor was sealed, there was still a powerful will within the drop of demonic blood. This kind of will was unwilling to be left out. It was restless and tried to break the seal. Thus, what Ye Feng needed to do was to let the sealing runes grow and eventually seal the demonic blood completely, preventing it from stirring up any more waves. Which demon emperor did the blood of the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor come from? Ye Feng furrowed his brows and muttered. If it was just an ordinary beyond A grade demon, it would be impossible for him to possess such a heaven-defying divine item like the blood of the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor. This drop of blood from the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor was probably related to a certain venerable sovereign of the demon race. For now, Ye Feng could not afford to offend an existence at this level. At this stage, Ye Feng could only deal with beyond A-grade realm experts. Furthermore, there were too few beyond A-grade realm symbiotic demons. They did not dare to venture deep into this place, and Ye Feng did not dare to take the risk. Beyond A-grade realm symbiotic demons, although doesn't pose a threat to me, is extremely dangerous to my family and friends back home. Now, it's time for me to explore the location of the demonic spring. Ye Feng stood up. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. He was going to find that Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. In Ye Feng's eyes, this Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was a moving demonic spring. Its blood could nourish the demonic spring, allowing it to recover its vitality. Let's go! Ye Feng jumped up and ran away from the corpse of the Black Fiend Great Demon Emperor. Roar! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon sat on the peak of a tall mountain, and it let out a deep dragon roar. All the creatures in the surroundings fell to the ground and shivered. They didn't even have the courage to raise their heads. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's strength was terrifying. At beyond A grade, it already had the strength of an S grade. Moreover, it could also summon a group of demon soldiers and make them listen to its command. There were more than 200 soldiers in this army, all of whom had the strength of A and grade. Roar! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon opened its mouth and howled. Over 200 demon soldiers immediately surrounded Ye Feng. They were so dense that they covered the entire sky. Seeing this, Ye Feng's expression changed. Humph! You're just some small fries. Get lost! He shouted coldly and took out a ice arrow. Chi-la! A terrifying sword light swept out and instantly killed 3 demon soldiers. The remaining momentum didn't decrease as it continued to press toward the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon roared and spat out a black mist to block the ice arrows. Its scales had amazing defense, and the ice arrows could not cause it any damage. D****it. Ye Feng cursed, his heart filled with depression. He was at the peak of his strength, but he had to face the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Not only was his strength greatly reduced, but he also had to deal with more than 200 of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's subordinates. He continued to use his blade techniques, but these soldiers were not afraid of death. He could not quickly get rid of them. Instead, he had used up half of his spiritual energy. If I continue to delay, I won't be able to escape even if I want to when my spiritual energy is exhausted. Ye Feng was extremely anxious. These demon soldiers were all fearlessly fearless. Even if they knew that they were going to die, they would also charge up and tear at it. I don't care. I'll lure it over first and let it fight me one-on-one to distract my attention. This crazy thought appeared in Ye Feng's mind. Since there was no hope of escaping, he would give it a try. Ye Feng activated the ice arrow. Sword shadows burst out one after another. Bang! 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 The power of these ice arrows was extremely shocking, and each strike carried a terrifying destructive power. Once pierced, bones and tendons would be shattered, and blood and flesh would fly everywhere. In just a few breaths of time, dozens of demon soldiers under the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon were killed by Ye Feng's ice arrows. Roar! 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 The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's anger was burning. Its roars shook the heavens. Its 2 huge eyes stared at Ye Feng, and it wanted to skin him alive. Evil creature, you're looking for death. Ye Feng controlled the ice arrows to kill the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, while at the same time, he used the slime power to attack the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Boom! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body was charred black, and it let out an angry roar. Ye Feng continued his attack. Boom! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was covered in injuries. Not long ago, Ye Feng had used this to kill 2 of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's companions, and now, he wanted to use the same method to kill the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. This was truly shameless. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was furious and roared, but it didn't have many ways to attack. It could only use the black mist to release poison. Anything that the black mist touched instantly rotted, melted, or even turned into blood. Only the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's skin had extremely high defense. Even if Yefeng's ice arrows were to land on it, it would be very difficult to break through its defense. In that case, Yefeng would not be able to do anything to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Roar! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon roared as it swung its tail and smashed it into the ground. Instantly, the ground cracked and rocks rolled. Yefeng's body staggered from the impact, and he almost fell to the ground. F***ck. It hurts. Yefeng rubbed his butt and stood up. He cursed in his heart, this beast's strength is so great. It's like a piece of iron plate. It seems like I won't be able to kill it if I don't use my ultimate skill. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon seemed to have sensed that Yefeng was not someone to be trifled with. Its huge body moved around the forest, avoiding meeting Yefeng. It was clearly very wary of Yefeng. Hehe, what's the point of hiding? Come out if you have the guts. Yefeng shouted, and he held the slime spear. The slime spear was endowed with the power of lightning. The explosive energy contained within was enough to destroy a mountain range. It was extremely powerful. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was surprised. 692 The supreme being of the demon race, not the slightest bit afraid. This human actually knows about the slime spear? How did he get his hands on a weapon like the slime spear? Wasn't this thing extinct a long time ago? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's eyes flickered. After thinking for a moment, it actually moved its body and appeared in front of Yefeng. Its body was huge. Yefeng was as small as an ant in front of it. Ha ha ha! Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, you're finally willing to come out. Come, 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 eat my spear. Yefeng's eyes shined with light. He held the slime spear and aimed it at the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's chest. What? Sensing Yefeng's intention, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's gaze focused. It was immediately enraged. It was the supreme being of the demon race. How could it allow a lowly person like Yefeng to play with it like this? Boom! It opened its mouth and spewed out a ball of demonic energy as thick as a dark cloud, carrying a terrifying power that could destroy the world. Yefeng was not afraid. He aimed the slime spear and threw it. Whoosh! A pitch-black iron spear that was 5 to 6 meters long cut through the void and stabbed into the black energy. The demonic energy exploded and turned into countless tiny black particles. Rumble! The black mist exploded like fireworks, but it quickly shrunk and turned into a black crystal ball, falling into Yefeng's palm. Hiss! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon let out a shrill cry. Its gaze was extremely dark as it stared at Yefeng, as if it wanted to tear Yefeng into pieces. Roar! Despicable worm! I must kill you today! Boom! 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 The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon waved its thick arms and smashed down, shattering the ground. But Yefeng was not affected at all. He dodged the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's attacks time and time again. Even though this fellow had thick skin, Yefeng's attacks were also extremely sharp. In addition, Yefeng still had the slime spear, this brutal weapon. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon did not dare to get close to him. Otherwise, it would be killed in an instant. Right at this moment, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon suddenly felt a sharp pain on its back. Following that, it felt an intense pain from its entire tail. Roar! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon let out a miserable shriek as it twisted its massive body and fled into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It turned out that the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was attacked by Yefeng's attack and was forced to retreat. Yefeng was panting slightly. Sweat was forming on his forehead. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was too powerful. He had to use all his strength to barely suppress it. And the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was also clear that it could not defeat Ye Feng with its own strength. Thus, it did not want to fight. The moment the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon left, Ye Feng let out a breath of relief. He had paid a price for ambushing the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. The slime spear was powerful, but it was also very troublesome to use. Every time he used it, Ye Feng's strength would decrease by 3 to 4 times. More importantly, using the slime spear required a large amount of energy, and the remaining energy that Ye Feng had could not last for long. If he wanted to defeat the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, he had to leave this place as soon as possible, find the energy treasure chest, and increase his strength. However, just as Ye Feng was about to leave, he suddenly felt a huge change in his surroundings. The ground under his feet seemed to have turned into a swamp. The deeper he sank, the stiffer his body became. Is it a swamp? Ye Feng's expression changed drastically. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had used some kind of secret technique to change the environment and trap him within, leaving him with nowhere to run. Despicable, cunning stinky fish, you actually used an illusion to confuse me. You really don't know shame. Ye Feng cursed in anger. Humph! Despicable human, your strength is very weak. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. I'll torture you slowly, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon said with a cold smile. I'll make you understand how serious your mistake is. After saying that, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's huge body jumped up and bit Ye Feng. Bang! 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 The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was extremely fast and its claws were sharp. Each of its claws could tear through concrete. Ye Feng used the slime spear to block, and even though his strength was reduced by half, he could still easily block the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's attack. The two of them attacked each other, causing a great disturbance. Ye Feng relied on his agile body to continuously dodge the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's attacks, looking for an opportunity. But Ye Feng's advantage did not last long. Because Ye Feng's attacks would always be dodged by the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. D****it. Ye Feng was furious. This Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's reaction was simply too fast. Every time, Ye Feng could only grab a few strands of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's tail, and they were fleeting. If this continued, he would be dragged down sooner or later. D****mit. What to do? Ye Feng frowned. He thought of a possibility. Maybe his crazy attacks earlier had angered this huge demonic beast, causing it to use some kind of forbidden technique to seal off this area. No wonder so many humans were devoured by this area. It turns out that a high-level demonic beast had set up a barrier. This barrier should be specifically targeted at humans. As long as they touch it, they will die instantly without even leaving a trace. Ye Feng came to a realization, but it was not like he had no way to solve this problem. Who? Just as Ye Feng's mind was in a mess, a strong wind blew over. Not good, Ye Feng cursed in his heart, and he quickly rolled to the side. Bang! Bang! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's sharp fangs pierced through the ground. He entered the rock. Ah! D****mn beast, take this. Ye Feng was still in shock. Seeing this, he immediately stabbed out with his spear. Clang! Sparks flew. The slime spear and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's fangs collided, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. Ye Feng only felt his hand go numb. He almost lost control of his right hand that was holding the weapon, and it almost fell off. Hiss! At the same time, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon also sensed danger. It pulled out its fangs and retreated 100 feet. The two of them were more than 100 feet apart, and they looked at each other. Roar! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's anger surged, and it roared repeatedly. It was clearly injured by Ye Feng, and it was extremely furious. D*mn animal, if you have the guts, then come after me. I'll fight you one-on-one, or else don't even think about leaving this place alive. Ye Feng roared at the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. He knew that this barrier was very wide. It would not be easy to escape from the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's pursuit. And the current situation was that Ye Feng could no longer stay in the valley. In this valley, there was an extremely strange suction force that was absorbing the elemental fluctuations released by Ye Feng and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. If he did not leave in time, he and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon would be sucked dry by the suction force. Hearing Ye Feng's words, a sinister light appeared in the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's eyes. It seemed to be thinking about something. Ye Feng struck while the iron was hot. He continued, Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, you idiot. If you want to eat me, then show me some sincerity. If you want to eat me, you have to kill me first. You can't kill me, but you don't want to let me go, so let's play our own games. I'll leave this place, and you don't have to care about me. It's not certain who will eat who. When the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon heard this, it hesitated. It stared at Ye Feng for a while before saying, You're really willing to leave? 693 How dare you attack me? You actually lied to me? Nonsense, if I don't leave, do I stay here and wait for death? Ye Feng rolled his eyes. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon thought for a while and suddenly opened its mouth, letting out a series of strange cries. Ye Feng did not understand. But immediately after, Ye Feng's pupil shrunk, because a red thread shot out from the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's mouth. It spread out like a spider web and covered the entire valley. This red silk thread was filled with an evil aura and was extremely poisonous. When Ye Feng's skin came into contact with this red silk thread, he felt a burning pain. D*mn it. Ye Feng cursed. He quickly moved away from the silk threads. Hee. Human, you can't run, just accept your death. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon sneered. Do you think I don't dare to eat you? My poison can corrode anything. Even if a transcendent saint were to come into contact with it, they would only be able to drink it with hatred. Ha ha ha. After saying that, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's eyes flashed with ferocity as it pounced toward Ye Feng again. Mother Fasterisker. Ye Feng cursed under his breath. He did not expect this Black Destruction Serpent Dragon to be so sinister. It was clearly trying to exhaust him before killing him. This guy really wants me to eat his food. Humph, then don't blame me for being impolite. Ye Feng revealed a sinister smile. The slime spear on the surface of his body burst out with a bright green light. Next, Ye Feng's body stopped abruptly. He crossed a few hundred meters in one step, jumping up. Pfft! A long spear broke through the air. Although the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's defense was strong, it was still unable to block the full force attack of the slime spear. The sharp spear pierced through the scales on the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's neck and pierced deep into its muscles and bones. Roar! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon let out a miserable howl and tried to shake off the slime spear with all its might, but it was useless. Swish! Right at this time, a sword light flew toward him. Ye Feng quickly dodged it, but he saw a pitch-black dagger brushing past his body, almost cutting off his left arm. The scales on the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body were extremely hard. Even knives and axes had no effect, let alone swords. Ye Feng hurriedly gave chase. The poisonous fog here was too thick, and his recovery speed was pitifully slow. Someone's coming. Suddenly, Ye Feng felt an aura rapidly approaching him from the front. He raised his head and saw a black-robed young man holding a long and curved saber. He was rushing over. The young man in black carried a huge long blade on his back and wore silver-white armor. They were the young man and the old woman he had seen before. It's them? What are they doing here? Ye Feng's eyes flashed with confusion. But he could not think about this now. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was pouncing at him, and Ye Feng had to change his target. He threw the slime spear to the side, clenched his fists, and stomped on the ground. He jumped up and dodged the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's bite. At the same time, he swept his right leg. Boom! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's huge body was sent flying, smashing countless towering trees and falling into the grass. Ye Feng ignored it. He charged toward the young man. Stop! Who are you? After seeing that it was Ye Feng, the young man was shocked. He quickly waved his saber to block the attack, but Ye Feng ignored him and continued to charge forward. You're looking for death, the young man shouted in anger. He slashed toward Ye Feng's chest. This blade contained a vast amount of spiritual energy, and its power was shocking. Wherever the blade passed, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, causing Ye Feng's heart to feel as if it was being suppressed. Get lost! Ye Feng was furious. He punched out with both his fists, striking the saber's blade and causing the saber to fly out of the opponent's hands. Meanwhile, Ye Feng's fists were also repelled, and his fists were covered in blood. But Ye Feng did not retreat. He advanced instead, and his figure flickered as he pressed down on the young man's shoulders with both hands. Ah! The young man's shoulder blade was almost shattered, and he let out a miserable cry. You're looking for death. How dare you attack this young master? Bang! Bang! A whip-like kick landed on the young man's abdomen. The young man's stomach instantly caved in, and he spat out a large amount of filth. Pa! Another slap landed on the young man's head, causing half of his teeth to fall into the soil. At this time, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was already struggling to get up. After seeing this scene, it roared and pounced toward Ye Feng. Get lost! Ye Feng roared in anger. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed the young man's neck, and his other hand grabbed the young man's waist. He swung his arm and threw him toward the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Bang! Bang! The young man crashed into the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and sent it flying. When Ye Feng saw this, he lowered his body and stomped his feet, charging toward the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. At the same time, he clenched his fists tightly, and a dazzling golden light burst forth from his fists, smashing them onto the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's head like a cannonball. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds could be heard. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's head was punched by Ye Feng again and again, fresh blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Help! The young man was being carried by Ye Feng. His body was twitching as he shouted, Don't hit me anymore. I beg you to spare my life. Bang! Bang! Ye Feng's elbow landed on the young man's face, causing him to faint. So troublesome. After settling this problem, Ye Feng turned around and looked at the old woman. Who are you? Why did you kill my Black Destruction Serpent Dragon? And you want to steal my Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's egg? The old woman stared at Ye Feng with a dark expression. She obviously knew that the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was injured by Ye Feng. But Ye Feng did not answer the old woman's question. He asked indifferently, How do you know the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon? Humph! I've fought with the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon many times, so I know its habits and weaknesses. You've killed the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's cub, so it won't let you go. Just you wait, the old woman said coldly. Hearing this, Ye Feng frowned slightly. The old woman's words were very convincing because this old hag wasn't weak. She was on the same level as the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, so she definitely knew the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's background. Ye Feng was silent. However, the old woman misunderstood his meaning and thought that he was afraid, so she said, If you hand over the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's treasure, I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll die for sure. Oh? What right do you have to say that this evil creature's treasure is on me? Ye Feng's lips curled up into an evil smile. You don't want to admit it. When the old woman heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Then, her eyes widened and she revealed a look of shock. You actually dare to lie to me? 694 hidden cultivation level, earth-shattering power. Hee. You're only a mere beyond A grade, so why can't I lie to you? Ye Feng sneered. You're hiding your cultivation. The old woman's pupils contracted, and her withered face changed unpredictably. Since you knew I hid my cultivation, why did you risk entering the swamp to find the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's nest? Ye Feng asked. I just, the old woman was at a loss for words, but she still quibbled, you've hidden your cultivation, but that doesn't mean you have the ability to get the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's treasure. Then you can try. Ye Feng laughed coldly. His figure was like the wind as he charged forward. His speed was extremely fast, like a meteor chasing after the moon. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the old woman. With a kick, he sent the old woman flying, and she fell heavily to the ground. Pfft! The old woman coughed out blood. She lay on the ground in an extremely sorry state. She looked at Ye Feng with fear. Monster! Do you still think that I can't kill you? Ye Feng stepped forward with a fierce expression. Humph! The old woman snorted coldly and said disdainfully, although you're powerful, you're not qualified to make me yield. If you want to kill, then kill. Good. You're tough. Ye Feng chuckled. He suddenly raised his right leg and kneed the old woman's head. Bang! Bang! The old woman's skull was crushed, and bright red brain matter mixed with white foam sprayed out. The old woman's body lay limply on the ground. A headless corpse was a ghastly sight. Ye Feng looked around. It turned out that the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's egg he had thrown away earlier was not dead. Ned beast. Ye Feng's eyes were cold, and his killing intent was overflowing. Whoosh! He stomped his feet and his body flickered as he attacked the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Roar! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon let out an angry roar when it saw Ye Feng charging over. Its body suddenly grew tens of feet tall, blocking Ye Feng's path like a city wall. Get lost! Ye Feng cursed. He punched out with both fists. Bang! 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 Each punch carried the power to topple mountains and overturn seas as they smashed into the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's head. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's defense was extremely strong. Even after taking so many attacks, it was still uninjured. It let out a cry toward the sky, and its huge body tried to wrap around Ye Feng. Ye Feng was already prepared, and he jumped away. He moved swiftly like a gust of wind in the forest. Rumble! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon chased after him under the cover of the trees and thorns, and the two of them fought intensely. This guy's reaction is so agile. Ye Feng was shocked. Ever since he broke through to the late stage of Beyond A grade, all his attributes had increased, especially his reaction speed, strength, and explosive power. However, he didn't expect the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's reaction speed to be so fast that it could keep up with his pace. As expected of a Beyond A grade, this guy was extremely strong. Not only that, but it was also highly toxic. As Ye Feng dodged, a wisp of black smoke suddenly spewed out from its mouth. This wisp of black smoke was dark green in color, and it gave off a nauseating rotten smell. It instantly filled the entire forest, and it was so strong that Ye Feng almost could not breathe. This was the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's unique poisonous mist. D*****. Ye Feng's expression froze. Roar! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon roared again, and it seemed to be angry and embarrassed at Ye Feng's actions. Mother Faster. Ye Feng cursed in his heart. He immediately displayed his extremely agile footwork. His body was like a ghost, jumping and running in the forest. Shua, shua, shua. Sharp arrows were shot over, but they all landed on empty air. Ye Feng's body was agile. He shuttled through the forest, and his speed was faster than lightning. "Stop it, you lowly human!" The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was no match for Ye Feng's speed. At a place where the vegetation was sparse, Ye Feng suddenly stopped. "Roar!" The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon roared again and again. It opened its mouth and bit toward Ye Feng. This guy actually knew how to sneak attack. But how could Ye Feng be bitten by it? He used a mysterious footwork and easily dodged the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's bite. Boom! Taking advantage of the fact that this guy was turning around, Ye Feng punched out with both his fists, hitting the other party's stomach. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon wailed in pain. Its huge belly rolled and almost broke into two. Roar! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon rolled on the ground in pain, and many of its scales fell off. Ye Feng's eyes shined with a cold light. He pounced forward again and struck the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's neck with his palm. A deep gash appeared on the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's neck, and stinky blood gushed out. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon screamed in pain. "You evil beast, die!" Ye Feng seized the opportunity and punched the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's eye. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's eye sockets caved in, and two of its fangs were broken. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon rolled on the ground in pain. Ye Feng clenched his fists and attacked continuously. Bang! 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 Each punch was more vicious than the last, and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was on the verge of death. "You, spare my life! Please! I'm begging you!" The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon crawled toward Ye Feng with difficulty. It kneeled at his feet and begged. "Spare you? In your dreams!" Ye Feng revealed a malevolent expression. He stretched his hand toward the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's forehead, preparing to end its life. "Wait!" Ye Feng heard a shout from behind. He turned around and saw that it was the old woman's voice. He frowned. "You're not dead." Cough, cough. "So what if you kill me? It will only attract more and more snakes." The old woman slowly stood up. Her injuries had mostly recovered. There was a piece of bone armor stuck in her chest. The piece was completely black, as if it was carved out of rock, and its surface was covered with dense patterns. "What is this?" Ye Feng walked over and picked up the fragment. This fragment was about the size of a baby's palm and felt heavy in his hand. He didn't know what material it was made of. Picking it up and taking a closer look, Ye Feng's pupil shrunk. There were some words on this fragment. They were ancient characters, and he could not recognize them with his cultivation level. "This is a treasure." The old woman walked to Ye Feng's side. She stared at the treasure fragment in his hand with greed. "Oh? Is it? What's the value of this fragment?" Ye Feng asked. "The black bone piece in your hand is called meteoric iron. It is one of the forging materials that some blacksmiths need the most," the old woman explained. 695 forging material, an extremely ordinary black fragment. Forging materials? What do you mean by that? Ye Feng asked in surprise. To put it simply, this piece of black bone can be smelted, cast into weapons, and increase its power. What? After hearing the old woman's words, Ye Feng was extremely shocked. This ordinary-looking black fragment actually had such a powerful effect? Didn't that mean that as long as he could find enough meteoric iron, he would be able to forge a peerless sharp blade? The value of meteorites is no less than that of an S-grade medicinal herb. In fact, it's even rarer. Do you still dare to snatch my meteorite iron? The old woman asked in a grave tone. Ye Feng was silent after hearing this. He didn't know if the old woman was really fearless or just bluffing. Although this old woman was covered in injuries, she was an expert after all. No one could guarantee that she did not have any hidden trump cards. If she were to drag a group of people down with her before she died, then Ye Feng would definitely die. Humph! You're lucky. I'll let you off today. Ye Feng snorted coldly. He kept the black bone piece and left. He wasn't worried about the black destruction serpent dragon escaping, because this was its nest. If it left, it would definitely encounter countless poisonous insects and fierce beasts, as well as powerful and fierce wild beasts. At that time, even if it had 9 lives, it would not be able to live. Looking at Ye Feng's disappearing figure, the old woman had a mocking smile on her face. Human Junior, you're still too young to kill me. Then, she sat cross-legged on the ground and began to recuperate from her injuries. Meanwhile, Ye Feng continued to venture deeper into the forest. Along the way, they still encountered dense vines, dead branches, and weeds. What? Suddenly, Ye Feng sensed an unusual aura. Swish! 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 3 sharp spikes suddenly shot out from the ground 5 to 6 feet away from him. Each of the spikes contained astonishing power as they went straight for his throat. If Ye Feng had not taken precautions, he would have been stabbed and turned into a corpse. These were 3 poisonous needles, dipped in poison. Ye Feng raised his head and looked at the shadow of the dense vegetation in front of him. A giant python was hidden within. So it was the one behind this. The giant python did not seem to have expected its sneak attack to fail, and it let out a strange hiss. It jumped down from the crown of the tree, wagging its tail and sticking out its long tongue, swimming toward Ye Feng. You animal, you're looking for death! Ye Feng shouted in anger. He clenched his fists and charged toward the giant python. Boom! His fist hit the giant python's head, and the wind from his fist swept through the surroundings. A large area of bushes was blown away, and the soil was sent flying. However, the scales on the giant python's head did not break. Instead, it was Ye Feng who had blood flowing out. Ye Feng was shocked. His right fist could be said to have copper skin and iron bones, but it still couldn't block the beast's hard resistance. The giant python was also quite annoyed. It hissed angrily, and its tail wagged and whipped toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng dodged to the side. The giant python was even more furious when it saw this. It twisted its huge body and chased after him. Bang! After the two exchanged a few moves, Ye Feng suddenly jumped up and landed on the giant python's head. Go to H*LL. He clenched his fists and used all his strength to smash down. Kaka! Ye Feng's fist smashed through the giant python's head, its entire head exploded. The giant python's body froze, and then it fell heavily to the ground, completely dead. This guy's strength should be around A and grade, which is different from the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Ye Feng was speechless. This giant python was clearly more dangerous, and its speed was unbelievable. If he hadn't dodged the tail attack, his skull would have been crushed and he would have died. Ye Feng did not hesitate. He immediately used his movement technique and left this place. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, Ye Feng felt a strange howl coming from nearby. It sounded like a wolf's howl, but it was much lower in volume, and it seemed to have a strange rhythm. And under this rhythm, Ye Feng only felt dizzy, and his steps were unsteady. He hurriedly stopped breathing, blocking the dizziness that was transmitted from his internal organs to his mind. This voice is... Ye Feng's heart thumped wildly. Could it be the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon? Ye Feng's face turned pale. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon seemed to be gathering its subordinates. If there were too many of them, even if Ye Feng used all his methods, he might not be able to win against this group of demonic beasts. He thought about it and relaxed. My dragon vein technique has already reached the perfection realm. With the dragon power, my power has increased by several times. Even if I can't win, I have more than enough power to escape, Ye Feng thought in his heart. Then, he took out the black bone piece and examined it carefully. He had a vague feeling that this black bone fragment might be related to his father, Ye Yang. No matter what, since this thing had fallen into his hands, it was his. This place is very dangerous. Suddenly, he felt something and looked in a direction with vigilance. He could only see dense vines intertwining and blocking his vision. He could not see the scene in front of him clearly. But at the next moment, a loud roar could be heard, and a huge figure leaped into the air and pounced toward Ye Feng. It was a giant ape that was more than 4 meters tall. Roar! The giant ape's body was covered in black fur that glowed with a metallic luster. Its muscles were firm and full of explosive power. It waved its arms and tore at the vines and branches like a steel chariot. It was extremely fierce. Mother Faster. This is an A grade super demonic beast. Roar! 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 The giant ape roared in anger and continued to pursue. Ye Feng ran all the way. He did not dare to continue fighting, and he ran faster and faster. Soon, he disappeared into the forest, only leaving behind a blurry figure. At this moment, the giant ape finally realized that it had been tricked and let out an unwilling wail. With a plop, it fell to the ground and blood flowed out of its mouth. Ye Feng ran out for a long time. He turned back and after confirming that the giant ape had died, and heaved a sigh of relief. It's finally settled. It's a pity that I didn't lure it into the illusionary mist valley. Otherwise, those spiders would definitely go crazy over it. He scratched his head, feeling a little depressed. Although he didn't know the exact rank of the giant ape, it was definitely a super fierce beast of A grade. This thing was full of treasures. Especially the spirit core in its head, it was simply priceless. However, he had missed the best opportunity to kill it. This is 696 green spiritual fruit, a sorry state. As he walked, Ye Feng suddenly smelled a fragrance. He couldn't help but feel his way forward following the fragrance and came to a towering ancient tree. It was a towering ancient tree. Its branches were thick and solid, and it was at least 70 to 80 meters tall. The crown covered an area of several acres, and the leaves were green and crystal clear like jade. On the lawn next to the ancient tree, a purple fruit the size of a baby's finger was emitting a faint light. Its fragrance was refreshing and spreading. This is a green spiritual fruit. Ye Feng's eyes widened. This green spiritual fruit was an excellent supplementary medicine, and the one who consumed it could improve the symbiotic demon's cultivation and aptitude. This was an extremely precious item. Ye Feng was so excited that he almost cried. Haha, it's really like I've worn out my iron shoes in a long search, but I found it without any effort. He plucked the green spiritual fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed a few times and swallowed it. He felt a warm current flowing through his body. At once, steam rose from Ye Feng's body, his veins and skin were transforming. The medicinal effect of the pill was extremely strong. Even though Ye Feng's body had been tempered 3 times, he still could not take it. What a strong medicinal effect! As expected of the best support. It's really strong. He circulated the dragon vein technique and began to absorb the medicinal power. This is. At this time, Ye Feng suddenly heard a slightly hoarse voice. That voice seemed to come from the void far away. It was ethereal and drawn out, but it was also filled with a certain sadness. When Ye Feng heard it, his emotions became suppressed. Ye Feng suddenly raised his head. He was surprised to find that he was standing on a cliff. Beneath his feet was a pitch-black python. The python's body was as thick as a bucket and more than 10 meters long. It coiled around the edge of the cliff, its scarlet tongue constantly extending and retracting. Its oily green eyes shot out a bloodthirsty and cruel light, staring at Ye Feng. What the H*LL is this? It can actually fly. Ye Feng was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He was clearly running in the forest just now, but in the blink of an eye, he had arrived here? And this terrifying demonic beast had clearly been lured over by his aura. Could it be because of this green spiritual fruit? Roar! That black snake spat out a stinky breath. It opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Ye Feng. Don't force me! Ye Feng did not hold back. He waved his hands, and the crackling sound of lightning was deafening. Boom! 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 A series of lightning bolts struck the black snake. The giant black snake hissed in pain as its skin was scorched by the lightning. Its body trembled violently and its head swayed. However, it was still extremely powerful and did not suffer much damage. Net insect. You dare to provoke me? The giant black snake was furious. It roared at the sky, then its huge body twisted rapidly, like a high-speed train, and crashed toward him. Ye Feng cursed in his heart. He used the wave-like steps to dodge. At the same time, he took out a whip with his right hand and threw it over. Bang! The two collided, and Ye Feng was sent flying by a violent force. He fell to the ground. But Ye Feng's reaction was extremely quick. He rolled to the side and picked up the green spiritual fruit that he dropped, running away immediately. Roar! The giant black snake let out an angry roar and pounced toward Ye Feng, smacking him away with its claw. Bang! 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 Ye Feng was in a sorry state, and he continued to roll around. With great difficulty, he finally found an opportunity to lure the giant black snake into the swamp. Roar! The giant black snake screamed in pain and struggled to leave. Ye Feng would not give it the chance. He took the chance to charge forward and slash at the black snake. The black snake writhed in pain. Swish! The sharp teeth pierced through its tough scales, causing blood to spray out. Roar! The giant black snake was injured once again and became even more furious. It swept its tail over. Ye Feng dodged the attack by a hair's breadth, and the black snake could not be bothered to continue its attack on Ye Feng. It turned around and slithered into the swamp. Ye Feng panted heavily. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and his face was filled with joy. That was close, I almost died. This black snake was very powerful. If he took it head-on, he would definitely die. But this thing was too clumsy. It had no intelligence, and it only knew how to fight with brute force. That was why Ye Feng was able to succeed in his sneak attack. He picked up the green spiritual fruit and was about to continue gathering the fruits. Suddenly, a noise came from above the swamp. Next, a white figure flashed and jumped into Ye Feng's arms. It was a giant eagle with wide wings and a body that was twice the size of an ordinary eagle. Its eyes were extremely sharp and its body was strong. Screech! A clear and sharp cry. That giant eagle opened its sharp beak and tried to peck at Ye Feng's neck. Ye Feng hurriedly raised the whip to block, then raised his left arm and punched out. Pfft! He punched the eagle's chest and sent it flying. Moreover, he felt that the giant eagle seemed to be very strong. The power of its punch was no less than that of a 5 to 600 Jin iron hammer. Not good. This was a demonic bird, and from its appearance, it was definitely an outstanding one among the demonic birds. Its combat power was not ordinary. Ye Feng knew that he was no match for it, so he turned around and ran. He quickly climbed up the stone steps and directly climbed halfway up the mountain. He turned his head to look at the eagle. At this moment, the giant eagle had caught up and stopped halfway up the mountain. Its eyes were filled with ferocity, and a low growl came from the depths of its throat. It flapped its wings, stirring up a hurricane. It stared at the green spiritual fruit in Ye Feng's hand with greed in its eyes. No matter what kind of demon this beast is, let's deal with it first. Ye Feng's eyes were cold. He gritted his teeth and threw the green spiritual fruit in his hand. At the same time, he lowered his body and jumped into the swamp below the stone platform. The green spiritual fruit fell to the ground. Immediately, the entire stone platform began to shake. A circular ripple spread out, and the soil around the stone platform instantly boiled. Countless roots broke out of the soil and rushed madly toward the green spiritual fruit on the stone platform. Who? In an instant, Ye Feng lost all traces of the green spiritual fruit, and not even a single leaf could be found. No. Ye Feng's heart was burning with anxiety. He stomped his feet and jumped into the swamp. His forelimbs dug into the surface of the mud, his 2 feet stepped on it, and he searched with all his might. However, there was nothing in the depths of the mud other than mud. Moreover, this area of mud was very wide. Ye Feng had dived down for a full 20 meters and still had no gains. *CK, he cursed gloomily and gave up on searching. Forget it. This thing is useless to me anyway. There's no use keeping it. Ye Feng sighed. 697 Spiritual energy of heaven and earth, green spiritual fruit tree. He felt that perhaps his cultivation level was too low, and he was unable to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained in the green spiritual fruit. Ye Feng could not help but shake his head. What's that? At this time, Ye Feng suddenly saw a purple light. It's the green spiritual fruit. Ye Feng was extremely surprised. He stepped forward and took out the green spiritual fruit wrapped in purple light, carefully identifying it. It was exactly as described in his memory. The green spiritual fruit was green in color and crystal clear like glass. Ha ha ha! I actually managed to find a green spiritual fruit tree. Ye Feng laughed in joy. With these green spiritual fruits, he was one step closer to his peak condition. What? At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and focused his gaze on a fork in the road ahead. The inside of the fork was quiet and dark, emitting a rancid smell. A skeleton could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged inside, with its back facing the crowd. Hiss! Ye Feng could not help but gasp. That's... Ye Feng's eyes squinted. A bright light shone in his eyes. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. Could it be? This fork leads to the depths of the treasury. Ye Feng guessed. This was a cave dwelling left behind by a super expert after his death. According to some records in the book, the treasure vault should be in front. But Ye Feng did not dare to act rashly. After all, there were unknown dangers here. Wait a minute, let me check. Ye Feng held his breath and slowly approached. As he walked, he suddenly heard a strange sound. This sound was like someone blowing into one's ear, making one's heart itch. Who is it? Who's playing tricks? Ye Feng was extremely alert, and he grabbed his weapon. Ga, ga, ga. The voice rang out again. This time, Ye Feng was sure that this sound came from underground. How is that possible? Is there someone underground? Ye Feng frowned. He squatted down and touched the mud under his feet. The sound just now had come from this mud. Then, he took advantage of the situation and dug a few times. As expected, he pulled out something from the mud. It was a dried branch that looked unremarkable. However, at the top of the branch, there were 2 red hairs the size of fingernails that emitted a strong fragrance. What is this? Ye Feng was stunned. This thing gave him a familiar feeling, but he could not remember where he had seen it before. No, I have to leave this place immediately. Ye Feng's heart trembled. He immediately stood up and wanted to escape. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of something. This is the blood crow. Ga, ga, ga. When the 2 dead branches were dug out, the blood crow that had been hiding in the mud finally appeared. Blood crows were extremely small, and their wings were extremely thin. They were blood red all over, and they emitted a pungent smell. Their mouths were long and sharp, and their lips were filled with fangs. Blood crow? What kind of creature is this? Ye Feng was extremely shocked. The blood crow was rumored to be a bird-type creature that had the ability to mutate. It was said that the blood crows possessed the bloodline of a powerful fierce beast from ancient times called the Blood Rock. The Blood Rock was in existence in ancient myths and legends. It possessed extraordinary and terrifying strength. However, the Blood Crow clan was called Fierce Beasts because they had the Blood Rock's bloodline. The difference between beasts and fierce beasts was that fierce beasts were smarter and more cunning, and were good at sneak attacks. However, regardless of whether it was the Blood Crow or other fierce beasts, once they were injured and bled, it would lead to their own exhaustion and death. Therefore, the Blood Crows were rarely injured, but the blood of the Blood Rock was highly toxic. If one was touched by it, there was a risk of death. It was called a Blood Crow because when the Blood Crow was in danger, it used its own blood to save its dying companion. That was why it was called the Blood Crow. However, in this era, Blood Crows had long gone extinct. Why would the Blood Crow appear in this place? Gah, gah. At this time, as the Blood Crow continued to spit out the scarlet liquid, the mud seemed to be contaminated and gradually turned dark green, and white smoke rose. This is terrible. Yefeng's expression changed. Run. This is miasma. Just breathing in a little of it can kill the symbiotic demon. He had personally experienced the power of the miasma, and even a beyond A-grade expert would not be able to resist it. There was actually a Blood Crow that was comparable to the peak of A and grade lying in ambush here. This was simply a scam. Yefeng turned around and left. However, right at this time, a black shadow suddenly appeared. Its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived behind Yefeng. It opened its mouth and bit. Its sharp claws and fangs aimed at Yefeng's neck. Yefeng quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the fatal attack. Mother! That's fast! Yefeng was so scared that he was drenched in cold sweat. Creak! The Blood Crow let out a sharp screech. Its body was extremely fast, drawing an arc in the air as it tried to grab Yefeng again. Humph! Yefeng was furious. He drew his sword and slashed, activating the water element at the same time. Chi-la! The sword ray flashed and instantly cut off half of the Blood Crow's wing. Gah! The Blood Crow cried out in pain. Its body suddenly stopped and fell to the ground, struggling and twisting. Hee, little guy, just surrender obediently. If you can tell me the secret of this place, I might spare your dog life. Yefeng revealed a sinister smile. The bones in his legs crackled, his muscles expanded to their maximum. He leaped toward the Blood Crow. Gah! However, just as he was about to jump into the air, his body sank. A huge pressure descended from the sky, causing him to be unable to rise too high. He fell heavily to the ground. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. Yefeng rolled a few times and got up with difficulty. 698 A cheat-like life, a light golden glow. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter, and there was a burning pain in his chest. He lowered his head. A huge creature was lying on the ground, staring at Yefeng fiercely. This thing looked ferocious and terrifying. Its body was covered in scales, and there were 4 pitch-black sharp horns on its back. Its head was like that of an ox, and its 4 limbs were thick and powerful, filled with a terrifying explosive power. What the H*LL is this? Yefeng's eyes widened. This thing looked very similar to the legendary 4-legged bull on Earth, but its limbs were much thicker than that of a bull. This isn't a 4-legged bull, but it's similar to one. Yefeng carefully observed this Blood Crow. Gah, gah! The Blood Crow let out a sharp screech. It seemed to hate Yefeng. It flapped its wings and pounced toward Yefeng. Yefeng's expression was solemn. Although he couldn't understand the creature in front of him, he knew that the Blood Crow must be extremely brutal. He couldn't fight it head-on. Whoosh! His figure flickered and he used his footwork technique to disappear from the spot. Immediately after, a ball of hot flames appeared out of thin air and wrapped the Blood Crow. Gah, gah! The Blood Crow struggled madly and wailed. Pucci! In the next second, the Blood Crow's body suddenly exploded, and a large amount of blood splattered out. Yefeng quickly retreated to avoid being affected. The blood of a blood crow was highly corrosive. If an ordinary person were to approach it, they would be corroded into a bloody mess. However, this level of damage was not much of a threat to Ye Feng. Gah! An angry roar came from the side. Ye Feng raised his head and looked over. He saw that the remaining parts of the blood crow had once again gathered into a huge being. D*MN human, you've angered me. I'll let you taste my power. The blood crow screeched and its body suddenly shook. Immediately, a large amount of viscous dark green blood gushed out from its abdomen like raindrops. Hwalala! The mountains and fields were covered with this sticky, dark green blood. Ye Feng groaned in his heart. He did not dare to take the attack head-on. He quickly used his powerful movement technique to escape. Unfortunately, the blood crow's reaction was very fast. It caught up to Ye Feng with a few jumps and spat out its saliva. Whoosh! 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 Countless drops of blood shot out like bullets. Bang! 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 Ye Feng hurriedly blocked with his fist, but there were still a few drops of blood that grazed his arm. In an instant, a numbing and itchy feeling spread from his arm to his surroundings. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, his face flushed red. Ye Feng could clearly feel that the dark green poison was spreading into the depths of his soul through his blood vessels. No, I have to get rid of it as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the poison invades the depths of my soul, I will be in trouble. Ye Feng's expression was extremely ugly. Gah! The blood crow became even more arrogant when it saw that its move was effective, and it pecked again with its sharp beak. B*****. Ye Feng cursed. He pointed at his forehead. Swish! A blue-purple lotus bloomed and floated 3 inches above his head. At that moment, the space around Ye Feng's body suddenly turned viscous, and a strange force acted on his body, causing his movements to slow down. Not good. Ye Feng knew that this was bad. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The lotus flower trembled violently, and a vast spatial power spread out. Crack! 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 Cracks appeared on the surrounding space barrier. Ye Feng's cultivation method was completely different from ordinary people. Because he was a man who owned a system, his life was like a cheat. And demonic creatures were evolved from all sorts of earth animals, so their cultivation method was also inclined toward a very ordinary type. Thus, Ye Feng's spatial energy was extremely powerful. Bang! The lotus flower broke into pieces and turned into powder. Pfft! The sharp claws of the blood crow scratched Ye Feng's chest, taking away 2 pieces of his clothes and leaving 5 deep claw marks. Wah! Ye Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. There were also some pieces of meat mixed in with the blood. Ye Feng's face was pale. He was bewildered. He was actually injured. This creature was very powerful. Its speed, attack, and defense were all at the beyond A grade. Not only that, this blood crow had a very strong recovery ability. The place where Ye Feng had cut off one of its legs had already completely recovered. This meant that it had a strong survival ability. The only way was to completely destroy its spirit core. But Ye Feng could not do that. After all, his strength was not yet there. What should I do? Ye Feng's eyes flickered, and he thought in his heart. Gah, gah. The blood crow continued to screech as it charged toward Ye Feng, wanting to tear him apart and devour his flesh. Ye Feng frowned. His figure suddenly disappeared and in the next second, he reappeared 100 meters away from the blood crow. Swish! Ye Feng took out his dagger and rushed over. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, he had struck out 8 or 9 times. Every strike landed on the blood crow's body, causing it to screech in pain and retreat continuously. However, the dark green blood flowing out of the blood crow's body actually had a very strong recovery ability. As long as the spirit core of the blood crow was not completely damaged, even if a wing or a leg was broken, the blood crow could still quickly grow back and recover. Furthermore, the blood crow's recovery ability was even faster and stronger than human symbiotic demons. D***mn. Ye Feng sighed inwardly. He knew that if this battle continued, he would consume too much spiritual energy and would lose sooner or later. Since that's the case, I'll try this move. Ye Feng's eyes were filled with determination. At this moment, he was no longer conservative. Instead, he decisively activated the spiritual energy in the depths of his soul and instilled it into the dagger. Chi! 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 As spiritual energy was continuously injected into the dagger, it began to glow with a bright light. A sharp light cut through the void, as if it could cut through everything. Gah! The blood crow that was charging over noticed that Ye Feng's aura had increased by many times, and it could not help but cry out in fear. It turned around and fled. Do you think you can run? Ye Feng sneered. His feet glowed with a faint golden light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His figure flashed and appeared behind the blood crow in an instant. He spun the dagger in his hand and ruthlessly stabbed it into the blood crow's back. Zilla! The blood crow was pierced. Gah! A shrill scream reverberated through the entire lake. The blood crow's huge body twisted and struggled. It wanted to get rid of Ye Feng. 699 The shiny jade tablet and the butterfly pattern. But Ye Feng's body was like a rock, firmly fixed on the back of the blood crow. Roar! The blood crow struggled and flapped its wings, but Ye Feng didn't move. Who? The blood crow opened its mouth and spat out a thick, stinky black smoke. Ye Feng held his breath. He let the black poisonous gas brush against his nose. A moment later, the black poisonous mist gradually dissipated. And at this time, the blood crow finally seized the opportunity. It flapped its wings and pushed Ye Feng away. With a loud sound, Ye Feng fell into the lake, creating a huge wave. Gah, gah, gah. The blood crow let out a triumphant cry, flapped its wings, and flew into the sky. But in the next second, Ye Feng's figure flew up from the lake. Ye Feng held that black dagger in his hand. His body was bathed in blood, and his aura was imposing. Goo! The blood crow let out a strange gurgling sound from its throat. It stared at Ye Feng with its eyes wide open. What was going on? The blood crow didn't understand. Its attack power could be said to be invincible, but it was actually unable to do anything to its opponent. However, Ye Feng could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in his body, which was originally boiling, had become silent again. Ye Feng's spiritual energy was only left with a third. Moreover, he realized that his head was getting heavier and heavier. Although the blood crow had low intelligence, it was not stupid. After it reacted, it immediately spread its wings and flew away, wanting to get away from Ye Feng. You want to leave? It's too late. Ye Feng jumped up and chased after the blood crow. Swish! 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 His movements were extremely agile, and he crossed 1,000 feet in a few leaps. While he chased the blood crow, he stabbed the dagger in his hand at the blood crow again and again. Gah! The blood crow cried out in pain. Ye Feng used his dagger and left several deep wounds on its back. Under the pain, the blood crow roared in anger. It turned around and bit at Ye Feng, wanting to swallow him. Ye Feng's body flickered. He dodged the blood crow's fatal attack. Then, he shook his arm and the dagger flew out of his hand. Pfft! The blood crow did not expect such a situation to happen. It staggered and almost fell to the ground. By the time it stabilized its body and wanted to resist, it was already too late. Plop! Ye Feng jumped onto the blood crow and stabbed his dagger into its body. The blood crow immediately let out a blood-curdling screech and began to ram around madly. Pfft! Ye Feng's fist landed on the blood crow's head. The blood crow felt dizzy and its vision blurred. Taking advantage of the situation, Ye Feng did not hesitate to pull out his dagger and cut open the blood crow's neck, and fresh blood immediately gushed out like a fountain. Goo 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 goo. The blood crow's eyes were wide open and filled with fear. Its life force was extremely tenacious. Even though half of its head had been chopped off, it was still struggling with difficulty and wailing in pain, unwilling to give up resistance. Looking at the blood crow's final struggle, Ye Feng suddenly thought of something. He was stunned. That's right. The blood crow's weakness isn't just its head. It also has a heart and lungs. The heart was the blood crow's weakness, and Ye Feng had ignored it all along. Now, it seemed that he had to break the heart first. Thinking of this, Ye Feng did not hesitate to use his phantom movement technique. He started to wander around the blood crow, looking for its weakness and dealing the fatal blow. Bang! 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 The blood crow's body trembled violently and twitched continuously, letting out a shrill cry. Crack! Finally, the blood crow's head was cut off by Ye Feng. Its body also slowly fell to the ground and died. And Ye Feng also sat on the blood crow's corpse, panting heavily. This burst of strength had placed a huge burden on him, but fortunately, Ye Feng's strength had grown and his physical body had become stronger. Otherwise, he would have been extremely tired after such intense exercise. It's finally settled. After resting for a while, Ye Feng raised his head and looked at the blood crow. There was an endless pile of bones. There were remains of wild beasts, birds, and even various plants. Ye Feng estimated that these should be left behind by the symbiotic demons who had entered the secret realm, because the bones of these corpses were all perfect, and there were obvious traces of swords, spears, and halberds. It was obvious that these symbiotic demons had experienced an intense battle before they died, with countless casualties. Ye Feng suddenly gasped, and his pupils shrunk. His vision penetrated through the layers of leaves and saw a shining jade tablet lying quietly in the grass. This jade tablet had a strange shape, as if it was carved with a butterfly pattern. Ye Feng picked up the jade tablet. It was cold to the touch, like white jade. He scanned it with his mental power. There was information stored in the jade tablet, but he could not understand it at the moment. What is this? Could it be some kind of treasure? Ye Feng was confused. However, there must be a reason why this secret realm was sealed. Ye Feng guessed that there might be a shocking secret hidden in the secret realm. Everything here was treacherous and dangerous. Ye Feng did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly left the secret realm and returned to the outside world. After returning to the outside world, the first thing Ye Feng did was to check the changes in his body. At this moment, his eyes were red as if there were two balls of fire burning in them. His body was filled with a violent and brutal power. Hiss! Ye Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His aura was extremely terrifying. What's going on? Ye Feng frowned deeply. He did not understand what was going on. He tried to activate the energy in his body and found that the symbiotic body in the depths of his soul had also become extremely violent, as if it could leave his body at any time. Could it be that this body can't withstand my soul attack? Ye Feng thought for a moment, then he shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. His soul and body were more than 100% compatible. The symbiotic demons were also 100% compatible, so there should be no major compatibility problems. In this case, is there something wrong with this body? Ye Feng mumbled to himself. Earlier, after he used the sea god's power skill, the energy in the blood crow's blood was converted into his own strength, causing Ye Feng's body to reach its peak. Ye Feng tried to control the flow of energy in his blood, but he realized that his meridians could not contain the violent energy. Right now, even breathing was difficult for him. His muscles were all tensed up and his veins were bulging. Something's wrong. 700 violent energy, godlike evolution. Ye Feng's expression was solemn. What he needed to do now was to guide this violent energy to another meridian. Otherwise, his meridian would very likely explode. Ye Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, circulating the dragon vein technique, and started to guide the violent energy. Swish! His body glowed with cold light and his body temperature dropped. It was as if he had turned into an ice hole. In his body, his meridians were being attacked by the energy, torn apart, and healed again. This cycle repeated, and Ye Feng's body seemed to be undergoing torture. Hey! Even with Ye Feng's determined personality, he could not help but groan. Ye Feng's forehead was covered in sweat. He gritted his teeth, and beads of sweat were dripping from the corner of his mouth. Ye Feng felt that his consciousness was getting more and more blurry, like he was about to fall into a coma. As he fell unconscious, the energy in his blood became even more unrestrained. This was the disadvantage of the sea god's power. If Ye Feng's body could not withstand this immense power, he might explode and die. I don't care. At this moment, he had no way out. Ye Feng gritted his teeth. He used all his strength to gather the energy and guided it to flow through his body through his meridians. Pft! Puchi! Pft! In an instant, the sound of countless sharp weapons cutting through his skin could be heard from within Ye Feng's body. It was like 1,000 blades were cutting him, and it was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Ye Feng felt like his body was about to explode. However, Ye Feng gritted his teeth and did not say a word, and he endured this pain. He was awake, but his entire body was in excruciating pain, as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at his bones. Ye Feng did not know how long he had held on for, maybe it was a few days, or maybe it was only a short 2 hours. Finally, an intense pain assaulted him. Ye Feng's body completely collapsed, turning into dust and dissipating in the wind. Hoo! Hoo! Ye Feng was panting heavily. This time, he was almost tortured to madness. Although he was not dead, Ye Feng had already lost his battle strength, and he could not even stand up. He fell limply to the ground, his body trembling, and his face was filled with pain. Every minute and second that Ye Feng had experienced was worse than death. Not only was his body in pain, Ye Feng could also feel that the memories in his mind were gradually fading away. That's right, he had forgotten. Ye Feng's soul had already undergone a transformation. It had become even stronger, and it could be said to be a new form. However, his memory did not improve. Instead, it became more and more shallow. What's going on? Ye Feng felt a strong sense of foreboding in his heart. Could it be? This change is a type of evolution, but in the end, the soul will also evolve into a god. Ye Feng thought to himself. In such a situation, once the soul had transformed to the extreme, it was possible for a new will to be born. After a will was born, it would have its own independent thinking and consciousness, and even a unique rule called divinity. Of course, divinity did not necessarily represent God. Its birth could be accompanied by disaster or destruction. No matter what, I can't just watch as my soul is destroyed, right? Ye Feng laughed bitterly. I must quickly find a safe place and seize the time to strengthen my foundation. At this time, Ye Feng raised his head and looked around. He found himself in a forest. This place is not bad. Ye Feng decided to avoid the storm first. He would think of a solution after he recovered from his injuries. Thus, Ye Feng walked into the forest and found a hidden cave. He set up a defensive and concealment formation inside. Then, he lay down on the stone bed and fell asleep. He slept for 3 days. In the early morning 3 days later, the sun pierced through the clouds and shone on the dense forest. Swish! Ye Feng suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, Ye Feng's body was surrounded by a black mist, and he looked somewhat evil. My body! What is this? Ye Feng was extremely shocked. His heart suddenly beat faster, and he could almost hear the sound of his heart beating. Thump! 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 Every time his heart beat, it would let Ye Feng's body send out a warm energy, nourishing his entire body. This energy was unusual. Ye Feng sensed it carefully. He immediately realized that this energy was the energy of a slime. The slime's energy had actually transformed his body, expelling all the impurities in Ye Feng's body. This is a good thing. Ye Feng revealed a gratified smile. Now, his realm had risen infinitely close to the peak stage of beyond A grade, and the slime energy in his body had also become extremely powerful, enough to support him to continue breaking through. Ye Feng closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. A wave of majestic spiritual energy filled his meridians and the depths of his soul. Under the urging of his blood, it quickly swam around. The spiritual energy in Ye Feng's body started to boil, and waves of spiritual energy started to gather in the depths of his soul. Bang! At a certain moment, a muffled sound came from the depths of Ye Feng's soul. A surge of spiritual energy gushed out like mercury, covering his entire body and wrapping it up. Under the wash of this spiritual energy, all the dirt on Ye Feng's body was swept away, his body was renewed, and it became as clear as white jade. Other than that, Ye Feng's physical fitness had been greatly enhanced. His strength had also become stronger. Haha, my strength has increased again. Ye Feng thought excitedly. However, Ye Feng was very clear that this was only temporary. As his cultivation level increased, the difficulties he would encounter would also be more difficult. Therefore, he couldn't slack off. He had to hurry up and reach the peak as soon as possible. Ye Feng took in a deep breath and calmed down. Ye Feng's Dragon Vein technique was a top-tier secret manual, and his cultivation speed was extremely fast. However, it was still extremely difficult to advance. This was a vast and arduous process. This was a long process. There's no other way. I can only take the risk to hunt those fierce beasts and obtain some spirit cores to improve myself. Ye Feng stood up, he had already made his preparations. He decided to take a risk and hunt for fierce beast corpses. Roar! All of a sudden, a deafening roar came from the depths of the forest. Is it a beyond A grade fierce beast? Ye Feng's expression changed. The strength of a beyond A grade fierce beast was terrifying. But if he retreated, Ye Feng was not willing to do so. He wanted to become stronger, so he had to fight. Ye Feng's figure flashed, he sneaked toward the direction of the roar. Roar! Woo-woo-woo! Pfft! An intense battle came from the depths of the forest. 701 Sky City's treasured land, rich life force. Ye Feng approached carefully. He found that in a patch of grass, there were two fierce beasts fighting. One was a green wolf, and the other fierce beast was a giant spider. The spider's abdomen swelled, and the frequency at which it shot out silk increased significantly. The power of its spider web was also stronger, and the spider silk was highly toxic. Once touched, it would suffer a fatal attack. The green wolf was no pushover either. Its body was extremely strong, and its speed was extremely fast. It scuttled between the gaps of the spider silk, avoiding the capture of the spider silk. Pfft! Finally, the green wolf found an opportunity and bit the spider's tail. Its teeth were extremely sharp, and it instantly tore the spider apart. Not only that, the green wolf even ate the spider silk. After chewing for a few seconds, it tore off the spider's head. Hoo! The green wolf panted heavily. It looked at its surroundings and did not discover any danger. It then raised its head to look into the distance and ran out of the forest. Phew! I've finally gotten rid of it. What a ferocious fierce beast! If I didn't have the super speed provided by the slime power, I'm afraid I would have died here today. Ye Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spoke in relief. The strength of the two fierce beasts just now was not inferior to his. This was especially so for that spider, whose strength was comparable to a peak beyond A grade. If one was stuck by its cobweb, they would definitely not be able to escape. However, Ye Feng still managed to escape. Since I can defeat a late-stage beyond A grade symbiotic demon, I won't be afraid of any late stage beyond A-grade fierce beasts. I might even be able to kill them, Ye Feng thought to himself. I have to improve my strength as soon as possible and then go look for that spirit core. Thinking of this, Ye Feng started to look for a quiet place. He sat down cross-legged. Boom! He activated his cultivation technique and began to cultivate the dragon vein technique. Immediately, threads of pure spiritual energy gathered from all directions and entered Ye Feng's body. Ye Feng's body was like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy. At the same time, it was also continuously expanding the width of his meridians. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. The concentration of spiritual energy here is actually many times higher than outside. No wonder there are so many symbiotic demons stuck in this valley. So this is the reason. Ye Feng revealed a surprised expression. As expected of the treasure land of Sky City, Ye Feng continued to cultivate. Time passed. Very quickly, 3 days had passed. Ye Feng felt the pressure. He knew that it was not an easy task to break through this shackle, unless he had accumulated enough power. Otherwise, he would not be able to take that step. Ye Feng sighed and gave up on cultivating. He stopped absorbing spiritual energy and decided to rest for a while. But right at this moment, Ye Feng felt a strange fluctuation spreading throughout the entire forest. What is this smell? Ye Feng frowned. Then, he saw an incredible scene. A tree had appeared in the forest that was supposed to be lush and full of life. This tree was luxuriant and looked like a towering tree. The trunk was strong, the branches were twisted, each as tough and powerful as an iron stick, and the crown was even more so that it covered the sky. What a powerful life force! Ye Feng took in a deep breath. The existence of this tree seemed to contain endless vitality. It emitted a kind of vigorous vitality that filled the forest with vitality. Could this be a spirit tree? Ye Feng's heart beat faster, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. A spirit tree was a rare thing. A spirit tree was the product of the condensation of spiritual energy. It was the same for the crystallized spirit fruits of the spirit tree. The spirit tree was born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the energy it contained surpassed any ordinary spirit fruit. It had the effect of changing one's physique, tempering one's body, and nourishing the soul. Ye Feng did not expect to see a spirit tree here. Moreover, this spirit tree's grade wasn't low. The tree's body was grayish-brown in color, and there were many tiny branches on its branches. Each one of them was flashing with a faint red glow, as if they were alive. Ye Feng guessed that this spirit tree must have been very old. It might have already become a spirit. He walked forward and touched the branch with his hand, feeling the abundant energy within. What? Suddenly, Ye Feng's gaze landed on the roots of the spirit tree. There were a few crystal-clear fruits growing there, looking like amber agate, dazzling. What kind of fruit is this? He was stunned for a moment. Then, he plucked one and tried it. He found that the fruit melted as soon as it entered his throat. A cool feeling flowed into his body, nourishing all the organs and tissues in his body. Not bad. These fruits can provide a large amount of nutrients and improve my physical body. This feeling was as if he had taken a stimulant. His blood was boiling and he was filled with strength. This state lasted for about half an incense's time before it gradually disappeared. And right at this time, Ye Feng heard a hoarse roar. Roar! Immediately after, a black shadow charged over at lightning speed. Bang! Bang! Along with a deep sound, Ye Feng was sent flying. He crashed onto the ground 1,000 feet away. Hiss! 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 A huge figure pounced toward Ye Feng. There's another D*MN fierce beast chasing me. Ye Feng quickly stood up and ran forward. The fierce beast this time was completely different from the last one. It was a huge lizard with a dark body and a pair of scarlet vertical pupils. Pfft! Ye Feng could not dodge in time. His chest was struck by the lizard's tail. His skin and flesh split open, and blood flowed out. He let out a blood-curdling screech and quickly used his movement technique to run forward. Swish! Another whiptail lashed over, and Ye Feng barely dodged it. Bang! The lizard opened its mouth and spat out a ball of fire toward Ye Feng, forcing him to retreat. Then, the lizard pounced again. Ye Feng's heart was beating rapidly. He had never met such a troublesome enemy. It was simply unparalleled. Whew! Ye Feng suddenly let out a breath. This breath was in the form of a white mist, and it had an extremely overbearing and sharp aura. It charged toward the lizard. The moment the white mist and the flames came into contact, they exploded, forming a storm that swept everything around it. Roar! The lizard let out a painful howl. Its body was emitting smoke, and it quickly retreated into the shadows of the stone wall, not daring to attack Ye Feng anymore. This guy was obviously afraid. Ye Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the lizard was not moving. However, the next second, he suddenly sensed danger. 702 Lightning Fast, Unlimited Release. Chi-La! A silver lightning arc streaked across the sky, striking toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng cursed. He raised his hand and blocked this lightning arc. Zi! Zi! The lightning arc exploded, turning into traces of electricity that spread throughout Ye Feng's body, causing his body to go numb and his movements to slow down. And the electric current was still growing. In the blink of an eye, it had already entered Ye Feng's brain. Ye Feng felt a sharp pain. How can there be such a terrifying electric current? This current was too overbearing, and even beyond A-grade transcendence would not be able to resist it. Fortunately, Ye Feng had the protection of the mysterious sea stone crown in his mind, and he was not injured. But because of this current, Ye Feng lost all his battle strength. He could only lie on the ground, breathing heavily. Ye Feng knew that this was something similar to an electromagnetic cannon. It had powerful destructive power. The threat of the electromagnetic cannon was too great. Even a transcendent would be seriously injured or even killed by it. Ye Feng's heart trembled. If he had been half a beat slower, he would have been electrocuted to death. He struggled to get up and looked around for traces of the electromagnetic cannon. However, he did not find it. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the lizard was slowly approaching him. Oh no, have I been discovered? Ye Feng was shocked. He quickly turned around and fled. Although lizards had low intelligence and couldn't speak, they were very sensitive. The scene just now must have attracted its attention. Hiss! The lizard bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced toward Ye Feng. Its speed was as fast as lightning. D*MN it, I've actually been targeted. Ye Feng's face turned ashen. This was a primeval forest. Once he was surrounded, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would die without a doubt. Ye Feng escaped with all his might. He knew that this creature's speed was much faster than his. If he was caught by it, he would definitely be devoured. However, the lizard was even faster. Its 2 claws dug into the ground, causing mud to surge. In just a few minutes, the lizard appeared behind Ye Feng. Ye Feng felt a cold chill down his spine. The lizard's sharp teeth glowed with a cold light. It seemed to have locked onto Ye Feng and was prepared to deal him a fatal blow. Ye Feng's eyes were filled with ferocity. He was ready to risk it all and decided to take a gamble. Whoosh! At the next moment, Ye Feng twisted his body and started to spin. Like a spinning top, a layer of white light appeared on the surface of his body. Whoosh! 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 Slimes shot out from Ye Feng's side. They were so dense that they weaved into a net, covering the lizard's body. The slime power was released by Ye Feng without limit. This was also the first time that Ye Feng had released a burst of power without restraint, because he now had a lot of spiritual energy. If it was an ordinary battle, he didn't have to worry about running out of spiritual energy and being forced to end the battle. Ever since Ye Feng obtained the dragon god's body, he still had this confidence. After all, Ye Feng not only had the dragon god's body, he also had the unlimited support from the 3-piece sea stone set. This also gave Ye Feng a lot of confidence. Ye Feng used his movement technique to dodge the lizard's attacks while he gathered his spiritual energy and released the slime power. 1, 2, 3. Slimes appeared around Ye Feng one after another, giving off a strong battle aura. Swish! The slimes that had been activated did not seem to have any offensive power, but each slime was filled with endless fighting spirit, causing the surrounding air to become chaotic. The huge slime power wreaked havoc, as if it was going to tear the space apart. At this moment, the lizard finally stopped its attack and lay on the ground, shivering. Ha ha ha! Ye Feng could not help but laugh. This ending was completely beyond his imagination. The lizard had actually been scared to the ground, and he was unscathed. It was simply a big profit. However, this lizard was very strong. If it continued to fight, it might cause Ye Feng some trouble. You're lucky. Ye Feng snorted and prepared to leave. But at this time, the lizard seemed to have recovered some of its strength. It shook its huge head and slowly got up, walking toward Ye Feng. It looked like it would not give up. You don't know what's good for you. Ye Feng was furious. He had already let it off, but it still refused to let it off. Did it really think he wouldn't deal with it? Ye Feng squinted his eyes, and he flicked his wrist. Shua! Countless slimes flew out and landed on the lizard's head like a storm of pear blossom needles, making an endless stream of crackling sounds. Ye Feng attacked as he retreated, pulling apart the distance. This time, the lizard finally couldn't take it anymore. Its huge body shook and fell to the ground, unable to stand up again. Done! Ye Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Whew! Looking at the obedient lizard, Ye Feng finally relaxed. No matter what, he had managed to survive this time. I'm quite lucky. The fierce beasts I encountered were relatively ordinary. If I had encountered an S-grade fierce beast, it would have been terrible. Ye Feng rejoiced. The lizard had been very fast and extremely cunning. If he had not made sufficient preparations in advance, he would have really fallen this time. Suddenly, Ye Feng was stunned. He looked at the lizard's stomach as a playful smile appeared on his face. Red and black spots emerged from the skin cracks on the lizard's abdomen. These spots were diamond-shaped and emitted a faint light, carrying a strange fluctuation. Poison! Ye Feng's expression sank. He had a bad feeling in his heart. He quickly squatted down and touched the poison gland. Immediately, a numbing feeling swept through his body, making him feel numb. He did not dare to delay. Ye Feng quickly sat down cross-legged. He circulated the dragon vein technique to force the poison out of his body, then took out an antidote and drank it. Ye Feng's reaction speed was fast enough. He was barely able to suppress the poison. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been dead long ago. It seems that this place is indeed dangerous. No wonder no symbiotic demon dares to come here. Ye Feng was secretly alert, and he started to size up this mountain range. The closer he got to the depths of this mountain range, the fewer fierce beasts there were. Unknowingly, Ye Feng had walked for more than 10 miles. Only a few small hills were left. Not far away, there was a flat and open grassland. A tree stood quietly on the grass. What is this? Ye Feng's brows twitched. He found a stone tablet on the branch. The stone tablet was covered in dust, and it showed the traces of time. A forbidden secret realm. On the stone tablet, there were a few big words. 703 The mysterious glass bone, the shocking appearance of dragon scales. Ye Feng looked at it carefully and confirmed that the words on it were ancient Chinese characters. Although this was the lost China, it did not mean that the Chinese language was popular here. But Ye Feng was very familiar with these Chinese characters, because he had once read them in an ancient book. Ye Feng stepped across the grass and continued forward. After walking for some distance, a corpse attracted Ye Feng's attention. It was a skeleton. The skeleton was purple and gold in color, and it was faintly emitting wisps of brilliance. Glass bone. Ye Feng's eyes widened in shock. This was actually the skeleton of a late-stage beyond A-grade fierce beast, the glass lion. The classification of fierce beasts was exactly the same as the symbiotic demons of humans. Thus, Ye Feng also knew how strong this thing was. For example, the glass lion was one of the best fierce beasts. Its combat power was terrifying and could easily defeat a human symbiotic demon of the same level. The glass lion's bone armor was extremely hard, even harder than steel. It was the best material to make weapons. It's indeed the corpse of a fierce beast. Ye Feng's eyes were burning. Not long after, Ye Feng dug out a pile of glass lion bones. These bones were all treasures. They were extremely valuable and could be used to refine all sorts of weapons. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from Ye Feng's side. A giant spider jumped out from the shadows. The spider was 5 meters long. Its body was like a water buffalo, and it was covered in a thick shell. This type of spider was called the hell spider. It had a cruel and violent nature. Once it set its eyes on its prey, it would not rest until it was dead. The hell spider's poison sac was severely corrosive. Once bitten, even a symbiotic demon would be seriously injured. If there was no protection, it might even die. Hee, someone who's here to die. Ye Feng laughed coldly. His eyes were filled with excitement. This hell spider didn't pose much of a threat to him. Swish! Ye Feng waved his arm, slashing out a blade light that landed on the hell spider's body. The power of this blade ray was extremely fierce, instantly cutting the hell spider into 2 halves. But the hell spider's extremely thick shell blocked most of the damage. Ye Feng's slash could only cut through the hell spider's spine. He did not manage to completely destroy its head. Pucci! The hell spider opened its bloody mouth and spat out a green poisonous fang, piercing toward Ye Feng's chest. Not good. Ye Feng's expression changed. His body dodged and avoided the hell spider's attack. He immediately turned around and slashed toward the other party's neck. The hell spider's head was already injured. It could not dodge Ye Feng's blade ray at all. It was beheaded by Ye Feng's blade. Ha ha ha! What an unexpected gain! The hell spider's entire body is a treasure. Not only was there a glass lion, but this hell spider has a spirit core. This thing is a precious raw material for making poison powder. Ye Feng was overjoyed. Hell spider's fangs were highly toxic. However, the hell spider's spirit core was even rarer. It was the key to making poisonous pills, and could be used to make many powerful poisonous pills. No. This fellow seems to be. Suddenly, the smile on Ye Feng's face disappeared. His attention was focused on a scale on the hell spider's body. This piece of scale glowed with a faint silver-white light, and there were some patterns on it. These patterns were dragon scales. Oh my god! Dragon scale! Ye Feng was shocked. It's a dragon scale. Could this be the dragon domain? When he thought of the dragon domain, Ye Feng suddenly felt an inexplicable excitement. The dragon domain was the kingdom of dragons and the paradise of dragon creatures. It was said that the dragon domain was like a random territory belonging to the dragon race. This domain was not unique, but the entrance to this domain was indeed random. There were many dragons in the dragon domain, and they were extremely powerful. It was an excellent holy land for cultivation and opened once every 3 years. However, it would also open by itself through some random factors or some specific space-time domain. It was the same thing that Ye Feng was facing now. Or perhaps it was similar to the trigger mechanism for Ye Feng to enter Sky City. In addition, there were many ancient ruins in the dragon domain. One could often find some precious treasures in these ruins. Ye Feng thought as he kept the hell spider's spirit core. Next, he continued to move forward, he met many demonic creatures along the way, but these demonic creatures were not of a high level. They could not pose any threat to Ye Feng. Ye Feng continued to explore. He did not know how long he had walked, but suddenly, Ye Feng heard a rumbling sound in front of him. This sound was very much like thunder. Interesting. Ye Feng squinted his eyes, and he sneaked around. There was a group of strange black insects crawling in front of him. These strange insects were shaped like ants, but they were countless times larger than ants. They had wings on their backs and sharp fangs on their abdomens. These are bloodthirsty locusts, a special type of insect that feeds on human blood. They especially like the blood of the symbiotic demon because their blood is filled with rich spiritual energy. Ye Feng's eyes shrank. The size of the bloodthirsty locusts was about the size of a human adult man's fist. They flew quickly and were large in size. If they were alone, they could easily crush a symbiotic demon of the same realm. Moreover, their venom had terrifying destructive power. It seems that someone has entered the dragon domain by chance. Ye Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. His body flickered and he pounced toward the bloodthirsty locusts. The bloodthirsty locusts were very sensitive. They sensed the dangerous aura and immediately began to escape. But they were slow. How could they be faster than Ye Feng, who was charging at full speed? Bang! Bang! Ye Feng grabbed the head of a bloodthirsty locust and directly crushed its head, taking out its brain. It was a green insect egg that emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. Ye Feng's eyes were burning. This is a treasure. The eggs in bloodthirsty locusts were an extremely precious spirit fruit. Although it was only the size of a fist, its effect was extraordinary. It could increase the strength of beyond A-grade symbiote. What is that human doing? On the other side, there were a few symbiotic demons standing on a tree branch. They witnessed the scene just now and were all shocked. Because of Ye Feng's appearance, the bloodthirsty locusts in the surroundings swarmed toward him. They were so dense that they covered the entire sky, and it was like a locust plague. It was extremely terrifying. However, the human's expression was still calm and natural. In the face of the swarm of bloodthirsty locusts, he did not panic. He raised his right arm, extended his index finger, and pointed lightly. Buzz! An invisible wave spread out, and all the bloodthirsty locusts stopped in their tracks, frozen. Hiss! 704 The dragon domain that appeared randomly in the rare flame Zoisha. Ye Feng took in a deep breath. He simply pointed with his finger without using any spiritual power, but these bloodthirsty locusts were fixed in the air with pure physical strength. It was too terrifying. Ye Feng muttered to himself. Such a situation could only be achieved in the hands of a peak beyond A-grade expert. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a powerful deterrent force. And at the next moment, Ye Feng realized that those bloodthirsty locusts fell to the ground. After struggling for a while, they stopped moving. The power of a single finger could shock the heavens and earth. Who is this human? So powerful. Is he a beyond A-grade transcendent? The few symbiotic demons were also stunned. A beyond A-grade transcendent was considered a powerful being in the entire dragon domain. Even at the edge of the dragon domain, they were considered top-tier existences. No matter who he is, it's none of our business, one of them said in a low voice. The other two symbiotic demons nodded in agreement. The cultivation of these people was all at the peak of A grade, and Ye Feng could not be bothered with these small fries. This fellow's methods are so powerful. We must stay away from this kind of person. The few symbiotic demons looked at each other and leaped off the branches, flying into the distance. Roar! Suddenly, an angry roar came from the front, and a huge, ferocious python with a black body appeared. This ferocious giant python was a full 5 meters long. Its head was covered with feelers, and each feeler was as sharp as a blade. It stared at Ye Feng coldly. It opened its mouth and spat out a dark green mist. The mist was extremely pungent and filled the surroundings in an instant, emitting a corrosive energy. Not good. Ye Feng frowned slightly. He immediately activated the slime shield to block the attack of the fog. He then took a step forward and avoided the poisonous miasma. D*M it. The poison miasma was extremely powerful, and even a beyond A grade would be affected by it. This giant python's attack power could be said to be abnormal. Shua, shua, shua. Ye Feng used his body to dodge, but the giant python was in hot pursuit. With a swing of its tail, the giant python broke trees and grass, bringing up clouds of dust and sand. Get lost! Ye Feng was in a bad mood. He stomped on the ground and flew into the air. He punched out. Bang! Bang! The giant python's head exploded in an instant, and blood splattered everywhere. Its huge corpse fell to the ground with a loud bang. Hula! The python's blood was green in color, and it was obviously poisonous. Furthermore, Ye Feng noticed that this giant python's skin was as tough as iron. It had amazing defense. If he had not punched through the giant python's head, it would be very difficult to injure it. Ye Feng squatted down and observed the giant python carefully. This giant python should be considered the overlord of the outer region of the dragon domain. It's very strong, even stronger than a normal peak beyond A grade fierce beast. Ye Feng had deduced the strength of this giant python. This is the dragon domain, a paradise for the fierce beasts. If these bloodthirsty locusts can reproduce, then this python must be able to do so too. Perhaps there are even more bloodthirsty locust younglings in the nest of the giant python. Thinking of this, Ye Feng's expression changed. He did not say anything and ran away. This was the dragon domain, the heaven of fierce beasts. Ye Feng did not want to stay here for long. However, he had only run a short distance when he heard a series of hissing sounds behind him. Swarms of bloodthirsty locusts gathered from all directions, as if they wanted to completely wrap him up and eat him. There were simply too many of these insects, and Ye Feng had nowhere to hide. He could feel the aura of these insects. Every one of them was much stronger than the previous one. This time, he was in trouble. Mother Fasterisker! Go all out! Ye Feng gritted his teeth. He knew that if he continued to stay and fight, he would only end up in a tough battle. Thus, Ye Feng was prepared to give up. Swish! 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 All of a sudden, his figure flashed and he used the slime power to jump 10 meters away. Then, he rushed into the distance. Roar! The giant pythons let out angry roars. Unfortunately, they were too far away and did not have the ability to fly. In the blink of an eye, Ye Feng disappeared from the forest. Hiss! 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 The bloodthirsty locusts hissed at the sky. These bloodthirsty locusts seemed to have intelligence. They could understand what Ye Feng was saying. Roar! All of a sudden, a miserable shriek was heard. The giant python that was killed by Ye Feng was still alive, and looking at its ferocious appearance, it was obviously hunting its other companions. In its mouth, there was a bloody head. There was a deep wound on its head, so deep that its bones could be seen. This was what Ye Feng left for it. Roar! 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 The giant python hissed and excitedly brought its head to its mouth to chew. Kika! 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 The giant python's teeth were extremely sharp, and after a few bites, the head was immediately torn to pieces, revealing the white bone armor. And these bone armors were directly swallowed by the giant python. After the giant python swallowed the head, it charged at another bloodthirsty locust. It was extremely fast, and the bloodthirsty locusts reacted a little slower. The result was that they were easily torn apart and gnawed into dregs. And at this time, Ye Feng had already escaped far away. This giant python naturally could not catch up to him. However, Ye Feng did not relax because of this. Although this is the dragon domain, it's still full of danger. My spiritual energy is not enough to support me in using slime power without any restraint. Ye Feng shook his head. Furthermore, the rules of this ruin are very strange. The deeper I go, the stronger the restrictions. It will not be easy for me to find any opportunities in there. Forget it. I'll think about it after I leave the dragon domain. Ye Feng sighed. He collected some rare herbs along the way, and also some spirit cores. He lacked spirit fruits to replenish his spiritual energy, so he had to pick as many resources as possible or make all kinds of medicinal pills to recover his spiritual energy. Ye Feng's speed was very fast. Along the way, he not only collected the spirit cores of fierce beasts, he would also occasionally come across an old spiritual herb. These things were extremely valuable outside, and even to a beyond A-grade symbiotic demon, they were treasures. This is the flame Zoisha. Such dense spiritual energy fluctuations. Ye Feng's eyes were filled with joy. Ha ha ha, I'm really lucky. The flame Zoisha is a fire attribute spiritual item. After consuming it, it can rapidly increase one's affinity with fire element spiritual energy. Its effect is equivalent to an S-grade pill. I didn't expect there to be so many of them here. Furthermore, they are all extremely rare flame Zoishas. If I can get all of them, it will definitely be a windfall. The flame Zoisha could be used to refine pills of fire attribute and improve the purity of the fire element spiritual energy. 705 The appearance of the young man in black and the slime power. You want to kill me? Then let's try it. Ye Feng roared in anger. He flicked his wrist and a dagger appeared in his palm. The slime blade was blue in color and had complicated runes carved on it. There was a terrifying aura circulating on the dagger. There's such a powerful weapon. The young man in black's face stiffened, and then he said ferociously, but so what? I can kill you easily. After I kill you, your weapon will also be mine. Is that so? Ye Feng suddenly laughed. His aura rose at this moment and reached a peak. Slime power, activate. Boom. 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 Next, the veins in Ye Feng's body expanded, his muscles tightened, and he was filled with explosive strength. Ah! Ye Feng roared toward the sky. A series of crackling sounds came from his body. His aura, which was already dispirited, rose sharply again, and it actually increased by more than 2 times. What's going on? The black-clothed young man's eyelids twitched as he revealed a look of shock. Ye Feng had already been defeated by him. How did he suddenly become stronger? And he could clearly sense that the aura that emerged from Ye Feng's body was several times stronger than before. What's going on? He could not help but take half a step back. How can you underestimate my power? Ye Feng's gaze was cold as he stared at the black-robed young man. Slime power was Ye Feng's symbiotic power, and Ye Feng had a super high compatibility with it. There was no bottleneck in his cultivation. Furthermore, as long as he absorbed enough spiritual energy, his strength would increase rapidly. Ye Feng was currently at the late stage of beyond A grade, and he was only a step away from the peak. Therefore, in a short time, his strength had recovered to its peak. The power of slimes. 706 Fusing with the Dragon Pearl, instantly advancing to S grade. After the young man in black heard this, he immediately revealed a greedy expression and laughed. I've long heard that the power of a slime is mysterious and unpredictable. It's indeed worthy of its reputation. However, I've also heard that only trash can cultivate the power of a slime, and it requires a massive amount of natural treasures. Hee, kid, you're just a piece of trash. The young man in black licked his lips, and his eyes shone with a burning light. As long as he could extract Ye Feng's physical body, he would be able to devour the other party's soul memories and obtain everything. As for Ye Feng, he was only left with his body. At that time, the young man in black would have 2 bodies. He was simply overjoyed. Hee, if that's the case, let's continue fighting. It's been a long time since I've had such a carefree battle, ha ha ha. My body is immortal. Even if you cut me 10 times, or even 100 times, I will not be destroyed. Ye Feng laughed loudly, he held the black dagger and charged toward the black-robed young man. The two of them fought intensely. Ye Feng became more courageous as the battle progressed, and his aura became stronger and stronger. The black-clothed young man was also more and more shocked as he fought. Because Ye Feng seemed to never get tired, and his source of power seemed to be endless. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. Ye Feng's limbs, bones, and internal organs all contained an endless amount of life force. It was as if he could exist forever. Meanwhile, Ye Feng's attacks were getting more and more crafty. His moves were mysterious and often out of his expectations, forcing him to be in a difficult position. Bang! 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 The black-robed young man landed punch after punch on Ye Feng's chest, causing blood to gush out from Ye Feng's mouth. However, he was still standing tall. This situation made the black-clothed youth even more shocked. No. He definitely couldn't allow this trash to grow. Otherwise, he would definitely be a great disaster in the future. Go to H*LL. The young man in black shouted and performed an even more violent and domineering killing move. He clenched his fists and smashed them down. Kaka! A hole appeared on Ye Feng's chest, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. However, Ye Feng still stood tall and straight, his eyes were red, and his figure flickered as he charged toward the black-robed young man again. Mother Fasterisker, you're crazy! Seeing that Ye Feng did not care about his injuries and was going all out to fight him, the black-robed young man gritted his teeth and cursed. His figure flashed. Bang! 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 A few seconds later, the two of them exchanged dozens of blows. Every time they clashed, Ye Feng would spit out blood from the impact. But Ye Feng burned his qi, blood, and mental energy like he did not need money and was not afraid of death. Many of his bones were broken, and he was covered in blood. Even his face was distorted. But even so, Ye Feng did not give up. Ye Feng's will had already been forged into a body of steel by the dragon god's body. My body has already transformed. Don't even think about destroying it. Ye Feng punched out, his aura was rising rapidly. The black-clothed young man's pupils contracted as he felt danger. Impossible. He's just an ordinary symbiotic demon. How could he possibly fight me to this extent? The black-clothed young man's expression was uncertain. With a muffled boom, the two of them collided head-on again. At this moment, Ye Feng's body was completely torn into two. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and he was in a terrible state. It was a shocking sight. However, even in this state, Ye Feng was still alive. Although he was covered in blood and was on the verge of death, he still stood and did not kneel. I don't believe it. I don't believe in heresy, the young man in black roared in anger. I'll definitely crush you. He once again pounced forward. Boom! 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 The sound of violent collisions was endless. The two were on the verge of running out of oil, but neither could do anything to the other. In the end, after more than 30 exchanges, Ye Feng could not resist the black-robed young man's fierce attacks and was slapped to the ground. He was on the verge of death and had lost all his strength to resist. Who? The black-robed young man panted heavily. He stared at Ye Feng with a cold gaze. Although Ye Feng was heavily injured, it was not fatal. As long as he recovered a little, he could struggle up. You? How did you do it? The black-clothed youth was puzzled. I have my own plans. Ye Feng grinned. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Although he was severely injured, his eyes were filled with excitement. Ha ha ha! Ye Feng laughed toward the sky. His laughter was filled with joy and satisfaction. What? The black-clothed young man raised his eyebrows. This guy was clearly severely injured and barely breathing, yet he still dared to laugh? Didn't he know how to spell the word death? Kid, what are you laughing at? Ye Feng wiped the blood from his mouth, shaking his head. I'm laughing at your stupidity. You don't understand at all. The young man in black snorted. He was a super expert, and he thought that he was extremely intelligent. Ye Feng's mocking words were like an insult to him. Ye Feng stared at the other party indifferently, his eyes were filled with extreme hatred. You're not only stupid, you're also an idiot. Do you really think you've won? Wrong. Even if you tear my body apart, don't even think about capturing me alive. Ye Feng's voice was filled with determination. It was filled with a deathly silence. You. What do you want to do? The black-robed young man could feel a strong wave of energy coming from Ye Feng's body. His head suddenly buzzed, and he felt an extremely terrifying aura erupting from Ye Feng's body. This is bad. Quickly stop him. The black-robed young man hurriedly charged toward Ye Feng. It's too late. Ye Feng raised his head. A piercing golden light burst out from his eyes. The golden light was like a sharp sword that pierced into the black-clothed youth's eyes. With a boom, the black-clothed young man's eyes suddenly became dull, and then he fell to the ground with a plop. Ye Feng's figure staggered, and he half knelt on the ground. The time he used the forbidden technique Dragon God Body was too short, and it caused Ye Feng's soul to suffer a severe backlash. He was extremely weak now. He slowly walked to the side of the young man in black, took the bright star in his hand, and stared at it for a moment. As expected, this is a dragon pearl. Ye Feng mumbled to himself, his heart was filled with emotions. This was the second time he was close to the dragon pearl. In his previous life, Ye Feng had also heard of the rumors regarding the dragon pearl. It was said that the dragon pearl was a magical gem that was nurtured from a young dragon. It contained the chi of dragon vein and could only be encountered by luck. This thing could change the bloodline of a symbiotic demon. I have the body of the dragon god, which is a heaven-defying bloodline talent. Perhaps I can absorb the dragon vein's chi in the dragon pearl and improve my aptitude. Ye Feng mumbled in his heart. He had finally found what he had been looking for. As long as he had the dragon pearl, along with Ye Feng's dragon god's body and the power of the dragon bloodline, he would be able to unleash an extremely terrifying power. This power was not something that ordinary people could resist. In an instant, Ye Feng completely absorbed the energy of the dragon pearl. 707 aura rises to the peak, S-grade war god appears. Ah! The moment Ye Feng touched the power of the dragon pearl, his aura rose by countless times. His body was surging with a majestic dragon's might, as if a flood dragon that was 1,000 feet long was roaring and roaring. Ye Feng's skin quickly turned red. It was also emitting hot steam, as if it was made of magma. A layer of fine and tough scales appeared on the surface of his skin, and sharp nails extended out, emitting a frighteningly cold light. From within Ye Feng's body, low groans could be heard. It was as if a wild beast was about to awaken. My dragon god's body has already reached its limit. If I continue to absorb the power of the dragon pearl, I will definitely explode. No, I can't die now. Ye Feng's thoughts turned quickly. He endured the violent energy conflict of the dragon pearl and sealed it in the depths of his body, allowing it to run around in his body. The energy of this dragon pearl was too overbearing. If it was someone else, they would definitely not be able to withstand it and might even explode and die. Only Ye Feng, who had the dragon god's body, could barely hold on. Ye Feng sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. A stream of golden energy entered his body through his pores, washing his bones and muscles, tempering his internal organs, and nourishing his limbs and bones. Gradually, Ye Feng's originally dejected aura started to strengthen. This guy. Are you planning to use the power of the dragon pearl to heal your injuries? When the black-clothed young man saw this scene, his face revealed a surprised expression. However, he sneered immediately after. Although Ye Feng could withstand the power of the dragon pearl, it was impossible for him to use it up perfectly. He could only maintain it for a few seconds. When he had exhausted all his energy, he would be able to subdue him easily. It's time to end all of this. The black-robed young man's face was dark. He was prepared to take this chance to give Ye Feng a lightning-like blow and kill this D*MN brat. But the moment he got close to Ye Feng, his pupils shrunk. Around Ye Feng, a whirlpool formed, crazily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The energy in Ye Feng's body was growing continuously. He still has the energy to absorb the spiritual energy from the outside world. The black-clothed young man's expression changed drastically, and he did not dare to move forward. At this moment, Ye Feng's aura had already reached its peak, he was even showing signs of advancing to S grade. He opened his eyes, and his sharp gaze swept toward the black-clad young man. Ye Feng stood on the ground. His entire aura became extremely brutal. His body was tall and sturdy, and he was covered in a thin layer of scales. 3 ferocious dragon horns grew out of his head, and a destructive aura spread out. This power was enough to destroy any city. Even a late-stage beyond A-grade symbiotic demon like the black-robed young man did not have the confidence to block Ye Feng. Who are you? The black-robed young man stared at Ye Feng, his face revealing a shocked expression. It doesn't matter who I am, Ye Feng smiled coldly, his body was filled with killing intent. The important thing is that you must die today. After saying that, he suddenly accelerated. Buzz! Ye Feng instantly appeared in front of the black-robed young man, he punched toward his chest. Kaka! 7 to 8 of the young man's ribs were instantly shattered by him. His chest caved in and he was sent flying backward while vomiting blood. His eyes flashed with horror. This human was so fast. Furthermore, how did his strength increase so much? He had clearly felt that the other party's aura was far from that of a peak beyond A grade, so how was it that he was able to defeat him? He did not have time to think about these questions, because Ye Feng had already attacked again. His speed was fast and ruthless. Bang! Bang! Ye Feng punched out, and the black-robed young man instantly disintegrated. The aura on Ye Feng's body was getting stronger and stronger. His body was tall and straight like a mountain, standing in the dark void. He raised his head and looked at the distant sky with a cold gaze. I, Ye Feng, have been reborn. His tone was calm and his voice was not loud, but it revealed a trace of killing and sadness. Now, with the help of the Dragon Pearl, he had entered S grade. The next step was to complete the final task. That was to kill Glassy. Only then could the Abyss Alliance be completely disintegrated. Only by destroying the Abyss Alliance would Ye Feng be able to save Sky City. After that, he would enter the Abyss to settle the remaining sins. Ye Feng's gaze turned distant. The aura on his body suddenly burst out, and the dragon domain was instantly removed. He took a step forward with his left foot, and it was as if he had broken through the void. When his next step landed on the ground, he had already arrived in front of Sky City, which was the main battlefield of the entire region. Is this the power of an S grade? Ye Feng was also extremely shocked by his own strength. This was not a power that ordinary people could experience. The scene in front of him was like the end of the world. Glassy, I'm here. Accept your death. Ye Feng roared in anger. The aura on his body burst out again. Glassy, who was not far away, was gathering his army and preparing to launch the final attack on Sky City. No matter how one looked at it, the Abyss Alliance was better. If the Abyss Alliance managed to take down Sky City again, the entire Sky City would cease to exist. It would affect the entire Earth. Sky City was the first gateway to Earth. If Sky City was lost, the entire Earth would face an unprecedented crisis. This was something that Ye Feng could not tolerate. You're finally here. Ye Feng. Glassy had been anticipating this scene for a long time. When he saw Ye Feng suddenly appear behind him, he was still slightly shocked. However, in the next moment, glassy aura also burst out. The final battle had officially begun. Boom! The might of heaven and earth was vast and boundless, sweeping through the heavens and earth and shaking the heavens and earth. Ha ha ha! Glassy, you've really made me suffer. Now, it's your turn to die. Ye Feng shouted loudly. His voice was like thunder. His aura rumbled and was about to explode. Then, his body swayed slightly, and he flipped his palm. With a destructive power, he slapped Glassy head. Boom! 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 The power of Ye Feng's palm strike was peerless. A terrifying gale swept out, causing Glassy silver hair to flutter. Hee hee! Do you really think that you can compete with me just because you've reached S grade? A mocking smile appeared on Glassy face. He raised his hand and pointed forward. Demon God Cut! His right arm bloomed with golden light as if it was cast from gold, full of the taste of an abyssal demon. On his finger, there was a dazzling light. The ray of light streaked across the void, tearing the air apart and letting out a whimpering sound. This attack was enough to penetrate the world and destroy all obstacles. Glassy was extremely powerful. Even the S-grade Ye Feng had to be careful. Ye Feng's eyebrows raised. His hands were crossed in front of him, moving slowly. Boom! Glassy finger landed on Ye Feng's palm, and a huge collision occurred. A circle of ripples spread in all directions. Ye Feng's hand did not move at all, but Glassy fingers were cracking apart. In just a moment, he screamed and retreated dozens of meters. A stream of blood flowed down his finger. You can actually hurt me? Impossible. 708 The End, Final Battle. Bang! Bang! Ye Feng struck out with his palm, and the two forces collided with a loud sound. Immediately after, a strong force spread out, causing the surrounding trees to collapse. On Ye Feng's arms, blood started to flow out. Eh? You actually blocked my demon god cut. Glassy eyes turned gloomy, but it soon turned into madness. Not bad, you're worthy of being my strongest opponent. Since that's the case, I can't let you live. As soon as he finished speaking, Glassy suddenly extended his hand. Die! He opened his fingers and grabbed at Ye Feng. Boom! A pitch-black claw mark appeared in the air. It was flying toward Ye Feng. The claw marks were filled with a terrifying power, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Ye Feng snorted coldly, and his body shook. As his muscles squirmed, a powerful force burst out. Boom! Ye Feng jumped up and waved his arm. Like a mountain pressing down, he attacked the black claw. Boom! 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 The shockwaves from the clash caused nearby buildings to collapse, and countless ravines appeared on the ground. Such an intense battle had already exceeded the scope of ordinary people's understanding. Ye Feng's aura had even surpassed the abyssal demon god, and it had reached an extremely terrifying level. His aura was too terrifying. It was like a towering mountain standing between heaven and earth, causing countless people to tremble in fear. On the other hand, Glassy expression became uglier and uglier after the short exchange. Although the two of them were evenly matched, Glassy knew that his power had not recovered to its original level. Otherwise, he would have killed his opponent long ago with his terrifying strength as an abyssal demon god. However, even if he was not Ye Feng's match, so what? Glassy sneered and waved his hands. Voila! Behind him, a total of 72 abyssal demon gods walked out in unison. Each of them had the terrifying power of a transcendent. In particular, a few of the abyssal demon gods actually possessed the power of an abyssal demon king. In an instant, 72 abyssal demon gods stood in the void. The scene sent chills down everyone's spine. Ye Feng, I must kill you today! Glassy roared. Then, the 72 abyssal demon gods charged forward. Boom! 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 The 72 abyssal demon gods instantly surrounded Ye Feng. Each of them carried a monstrous demonic aura as if they had crawled out of hell and were about to slaughter all living beings. Ye Feng! Your ending is destined to be tragic. Glassy laughed hideously. Although Ye Feng's strength was strong, there were still many secrets hidden in the abyss. As long as he could find these things, his strength would rise again. Ye Feng! Hand over your life! Glassy howled toward the sky. His body moved as he charged toward Ye Feng. Boom! The 72 abyssal demon gods were extremely fast. They arrived in front of Ye Feng in the blink of an eye. Kill! Ye Feng did not show any fear. He took a few steps forward and punched. Bang! Bang! 2 abyssal demon gods were sent flying by his iron fist, but immediately after, the other 2 abyssal demon gods also charged at him. Boom! 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 Intense explosions occurred continuously. Ye Feng was fighting against 72 abyssal demon gods alone. Kill! He roared and punched out with his fists. Each punch carried a destructive power that sent the 3 abyssal demon gods flying. Pucci! Ye Feng's body had just landed on the ground when a sharp air-piercing sound suddenly came. A sharp scarlet blade slashed toward Ye Feng's neck. What a fierce attack! You're looking for death! Ye Feng snorted in anger. He swept his right leg and kicked the other party's chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, the figure who had launched the sneak attack retreated several meters. At this moment, the other 2 abyssal demon gods pounced on him at the same time. Ye Feng was expressionless. He grabbed the arm of one of the abyssal demon gods and pulled with all his might. Kaka! The bone armor shattered, and the abyssal demon god wailed in pain, but Ye Feng's elbow hit its head, and it was sent flying and landed far away. Shua! 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 At this moment, a few other abyssal demon gods also rushed over. But against Ye Feng's attack, they could not defend against it at all. They were defeated in one move. Boom! 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 Ye Feng pushed his way forward with unstoppable momentum. His speed was too fast, and he arrived in front of Glassy in the blink of an eye. Then, he threw a punch. What? How could it be like this? Seeing Ye Feng suddenly increase his speed, Glassy felt that something was wrong. He quickly dodged and moved his body. However, how could his speed be faster than Ye Feng? Ye Feng's fist was like the wind and lightning, instantly blasting out. Bang! Bang! A punch landed on Glassy abdomen. His entire body was sent flying backward. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. Glassy felt an immense pain spreading through his entire body. Impossible! He couldn't believe it. He had clearly recovered half of his strength. Why was he still unable to do anything to Ye Feng? Boom! Ye Feng took advantage of his victory and chased after Glassy. He took a step forward and his figure disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, he was already beside Glassy. He punched out again. D*****. Glassy face was ferocious, and a bloody glint appeared in his eyes. Then, with a shake of his body, he fled from where he was. He wanted to escape, but how could Ye Feng let him? You want to leave? It's too late. Stop! A mocking smile appeared on Ye Feng's face, then his figure disappeared. In the next second, his figure strangely appeared at Glassy's side. Get lost! Glassy shouted crazily and struck out with both palms. Bang! Bang! Ye Feng was sent flying, but he immediately closed in and punched out. Bang! 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 The two of them instantly started fighting. One was an existence comparable to an S-grade master, while the other had a true demon god's body. The confrontation between the two was like a comet hitting the earth, and the power it created was simply appalling. Boom! 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 Each of their moves carried a destructive power. The area had completely collapsed, and endless sand and mud were rolling as if the end of the world had come. Countless people in the surroundings raised their heads and looked at the sky. They had witnessed this unparalleled battle. Ye Feng walked toward the abyssal demon god Glassy step by step, but Glassy expression changed. He realized that Ye Feng seemed to have become stronger, stronger than he had imagined. Ye Feng's body was bathed in blood. He was bitten by countless abyssal demon gods, but his body was extremely tough, like a diamond. What kind of freak are you? Glassy face was filled with fear. His strength and defense were definitely superior to Ye Feng, but his speed was much slower. In fact, he could not even touch the corner of Ye Feng's clothes. I don't know. Ye Feng shook his head indifferently. Anyway, you won't have the chance to ask. Before he finished speaking, Ye Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed Glassy throat. You don't know. You freak, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Glassy roared in anger. Ye Feng smiled. I don't need to know. Because you're going to die. Boom. Ye Feng grabbed his throat and raised Glassy up high. Next, he let go of his hand and let Glassy fall to the ground. At this time, Ye Feng's figure flashed. His speed was too fast, so fast that it made people's hearts tremble. Ah! Glassy only had time to let out a shrill cry. Ye Feng's fist had already pierced through his chest, and blood was flowing out. No! Glassy let out a shrill cry and struggled with all his might. However, Ye Feng's hand was like a huge mountain pressing down on his body, and he could not break free at all. Impossible! How could I lose? I'm the emperor of the abyssal demons. I'm the emperor of the demons. I can't lose. Impossible! Glassy roared madly. He struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. Ye Feng smiled coldly. He slowly pulled out his fist, and fresh blood spurted out from the wound. No! Glassy heart was filled with regret and hatred. If he knew that Ye Feng was so difficult to deal with, he would have left first and waited for the right time. The collision between Ye Feng and Glassy instantly created a terrifying ripple. Rumble! As the two of them fought, the entire region shook and the ground cracked. You're really too weak. Ye Feng coldly spoke. Although Glassy was the strongest existence in the abyss, he could not even withstand a single blow from Ye Feng. Ye Feng was disdainful. He waved his hands, and dark flames rose up in the sky. The dark fire burned, burning Glassy body. I'm not willing. No. Glassy kept roaring and struggling, but he was still burned to death by the dark fire. Ye Feng stood in the flames, looking at his hands. His eyes flashed with a cold light. The Abyss Alliance is nothing more than this. He clenched his fist and felt the vast power in his body. His eyes were filled with endless fighting intent. From now on, there will be no abyssal demons on this continent.